Morning, Commissioner Kushney. Can I get a mic and camera check, please?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
I'll call the meeting to order. I hereby call this meeting of the Election Commission to order. It's 10 a.m. on October 29th. This meeting is being conducted via video conference and telephone. I'd like to remind the commissioners to keep their cameras on during the duration of the meeting. Would ask for a roll call and determination of quorum.
Okay, Commissioner Andrion,
Here.
Commissioner Apana,
Here.
Commissioner Kushney,
Here.
Commissioner Cam,
Here.
Commissioner McAdam, Commissioner McAdam.
I'm here. Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Sorry,
Commissioner
sorry.
Osterkamp, if you could unmute, please, Commissioner Osterkamp.
I wasn't being allowed to unmute before. That's why I raised my hand. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Commissioner Papalimu, excused. Commissioner Sabas, excused. Chair Curtis,
Here.
Chair, there's a quorum.
Thank you. Meeting minutes, approval of the written minutes of October 1st, 2025. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions?
I'd like to be recognized, Chair.
Yep.
Before we start, I move that the Elections Commission follow the law and comply with HRS 92.9 when recording meeting minutes, including item 5, to include any other information that any member of the board requests being included or reflected in the minutes.
Oh, it's Cameron.
That was a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Go
We
ahead.
have voted several times in a row not to comply with the law. The commission has voted not to comply with the law. And I'm simply asking that we comply with the law and we add the issues that the commissioners want to be added to. And we don't have to deliberate this for 45 minutes. We just add the items and we move on. Thank you.
Other discussion? The addition to the agenda requires a 2/3 vote if there's any major addition. Any other discussion?
What are you referring to, Chair?
I'm referring to published agenda. We discussed the published agenda. Any major changes require a 2/3 vote of the 9 members.
How does that reflect on the motion I just made?
I think the motion, and what was your motion again, please?
To follow the law and comply with HRS 92.9 when recording minutes.
Oh, recording minutes. Okay. I got no problem with that. Any other discussion? We'll take a roll call vote on that one.
Hey, Chair, before I do the roll call, for the record, Commissioner Sabas has joined the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, roll call. Commissioner Andrion,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana. Oh, wait. Commissioner Apana? Oh. Excused for now. Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No,
Commissioner Papalimu, still excused. Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
No.
the motion does not pass.
Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions from the minutes of October 1st, 2025?
Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Do you have any additions, corrections, or deletions from the minutes of October 1st?
Yes, I do, Chair. And we
Please.
just voted against not following the law. So I'd like to have that for the record and make sure that's on the next meeting minutes. We just voted not to follow the law for the 3rd time.
The agenda item is the approval of the minutes of October 1st. Do you have any additions, corrections, or deletions of October 1st minutes?
Yes, I do. At 3:50, Commissioner Kushney made a motion to form a PIG to investigate HAVA complaints. The chair ruled the motion out of order and said it would be put on the next agenda. Second one, Kahiolani Papalimu asked that her name be removed from the PIG report. I don't know what time that was. And then I would like to see all the opinions from the Attorney General put in the minutes with reference to the law that he cited because it affects the way the commissioners vote. And the last is, well, 2 more. Mike Curtis denied hiding emails, but would not authorize unredacting them on page 24.
So that's a motion to update the minutes of October 1st.
Yes, and then to show responses that Scott Nago made to questions.
Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Discussion?
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead.
So the law plainly requires that all additions that any member want to be put on the minutes be put on the minutes. So there should be no voting on this. This should just pass. Thank you.
Other discussion? There were several parts to that motion. We'll assume everybody got them. I would ask for a roll call.
Mayor, I mean, not Mayor, Chair, can you repeat it? I got cut off.
Okay, sorry. Could the secretary repeat Commissioner Kushney's motion?
There's some background noise. Can somebody eliminate that?
Motion for the election commissions follow the law and comply with HRS 929 when recording meeting minutes.
I think that was voted down.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Kushney, could you repeat
Yeah.
your second motion? I'm so sorry.
So the first motion, I don't know if Mr. Apana heard, but I made a motion to comply with
That
the
was,
law.
that was voted down. The second motion
No,
is
but he
on the
voted
floor.
without.
Could you repeat the motion that was on the floor?
He voted without hearing the question, and we were voting whether or not to follow the law. and he voted.
No, that
against
was the
following
last one that
law.
was voted down. This one is the changes in October 1st minutes.
Yes, so at 3:50, Commissioner Kushney made a motion to form a PIG to investigate HAVA violations. The chair ruled the motion out of order and said he would not put it he would put it on the next agenda.
Okay.
Kahiolani Papalimo asked for her name to be removed from the PIG report. That has not been done yet. All opinions from the Attorney General put in the minutes with reference to the law that he cited, because he's citing laws, but he's not referencing them. So for the commissioner's sake,
But rather than discussion, just make your motion.
that's what I'm saying. Mike Curtis denied hiding emails, but would not authorize unredacting them on page 24. And then showed the responses that Scott Nago made to questions. That's what I like added to the agenda or the meeting minutes.
And it was seconded by Andrian. Additional discussion. Would ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Alpana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes,
Commissioner Cam,
Aye.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No,
Commissioner Papalimu still excused. Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis,
No. I would
the motion
entertain,
does not pass.
thank you. I would entertain a motion for the approval of the written minutes of October 1st, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
We're repeatedly voting down following the law. And we cannot approve these minutes if we're not going to follow the law on how the meeting minutes are done. And it's in chapter 92, section 9, and it tells you all about doing minutes, which includes adding anything that any commissioner wants added. So again, you're voting, this is a sunshine violation, just to put you on notice.
Chair,
Yes. Dylan.
I'd like to hear from the commission, specifically those that just voted no on the amendments, what exactly was inaccurate about Ralph Kushney's amendments to the minutes. Everything he said was factual and true, and they should be a part of the public record. So I'm not sure why we voted no on amending the minutes. And as Ralph Kushney pointed out, any additions that are made by the commissioner shouldn't require a vote, should be added. So I'll be voting, I guess, not to approve the minutes because they don't have an accurate reflection, and we seem to keep going in the same cycle when it comes to simply approving our minutes.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to be
Discussion.
recognized.
Yes, Ralph.
I'd like the Deputy Attorney General to tell us about chapter 92-9, number 5, and the minutes and the requirements of the commission. And I'd like him to tell us about that right now and what the requirements are.
Thank you. No. Any other discussion on the motion? I'll take a roll call, please.
Chair, you won't let the Deputy Attorney General advise the commission on this important issue on having an accurate reflection of
If the Attorney General deems it worthy to chime in, he'll do so. Otherwise, we'll have a roll call on the motion.
Can I ask,
Commissioner,
before we
yes.
do that?
Yes.
No one responded to what Dylan said, and I am also curious about what is the opposition to including in the minutes what actually happened in the meeting? I think the minutes are generally very good, but if there's something missing and it's pointed out, why don't we just add it? I don't understand how it is that that people think it's a good idea to vote against. I don't even know why it's a vote, but to vote against, including things that actually happened. And we had the same discussion a month ago. I said the very same thing. What's wrong with putting in the minutes what happened at the meeting? I'd love to hear from somebody who voted no.
We didn't vote yet.
Additional discussion?
Mr. Chair, let me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess, what is before us is to accept the minutes of our previous meeting. And there's a motion to accept it and a second. And under discussion, if you feel something is left out, you make a motion to add it in.
Mhm.
If the other members agree that's what happened, then
Right.
it's
So,
in or out.
So-
But that's
what-
just
Wait,
what
Lin-
happened.
Lindsay,
Let me
Lindsay,
finish.
Apana.
Mr. Apana has the floor. Please
So the
allow him the
motion on the
courtesy.
floor, the motion on the floor is to accept the minutes as recaptured to their best ability by our staff. And we had a 6-hour meeting. They're not gonna write a 6-hour report. They try to do a hybrid synopsis to get the essence, to make sure that there's a vote and who voted which way for future reference. But everything else is really up to staff to get the essence of what happened. If you feel something is missing, then you make a motion and said, I would like to include this. Then we as commissioners will discuss if that's relevant or not, and you move forward from there. You cannot expect the staff to get every single nuance of everything, because that's impossible. That is why previously I asked for verbatim. Then that way it is what it is. From what I heard, it's very expensive. My question would be, they said that what is Zoom does one, it's not accurate, but it might be good enough because Commissioner Papalimu, who is not here with us, said that she feels that videos can be altered. And it's kind of hard to alter the video and the verbatim, even though it's not spelled accurate, because our Hawaiian words are not, I guess, universal. So they're going to get some difficulties translating certain things. But that is the process. So if you feel something is left out, make a motion to say what exactly you would like to be incorporated in the report. Not, I want everything incorporated in the report, because that is kind of too much. Anyway, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Lindsay, did you have something?
yes. Mr. Apana, thank you. I understand all of that you just said. I know all that. Also, I'm
please
not
address the chair.
criticizing. Okay, I am not criticizing the staff. I have said on multiple occasions that I think they do a very fine job, but we just had a vote. I am referring to, we're about to vote on whether we approve the minutes, but several people have already voted against adding certain things to the minutes. And in the discussion mode, I was asking whether any of those people who voted against adding to the minutes cared to explain what they objected to. That was my question.
Maybe I was disconnected at that time. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to speak.
Yes, Ralph.
I'm going to read the law. 92.9 minutes. The board shall keep written or recorded minutes of all meetings unless otherwise required by law. And then it goes down. The meeting shall include the date, time, place of the meeting, the members of the boards recorded as either present or absent, the substance of all materials proposed, discussed, or decided, and a record by individual members of the votes taken. And then number 5, any other information that any member of the board requests be included or reflected in the minutes. And that's what we're asking to have. And you guys just voted against not complying with the law. So we cannot vote to approve the minutes if you're not going to vote to comply with the law in recording the minutes.
Additional discussion?
Sure, I think we should allow for a revote on Commissioner Kushne's amendments to the minutes, because it's apparent that perhaps Commissioner Apana wasn't aware that that was the actual motion on the floor was adding those things into the minutes.
That would be now. I'm sorry, Chair.
Thank you. Any other additional discussion on the approval of the written minutes of October 1st? Any new discussion? As for a roll call for the approval of the minutes of October 1st as circulated.
Commissioner Andrian,
Nay.
Commissioner Apana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Nay.
Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu excused, Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
I'm here.
Hey,
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I would ask Scott Nago for the discussion of the Office of Elections finding at the cost and timing of verbatim minutes. Scott?
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we did submit our October 22nd letter. We looked into the motion to research the cost and timing of verbatim minutes. We found there were two options for verbatim minutes. One was to use the Zoom transcript. I know that Commissioner Andrian said that there are other AI features out there, AI programs out there that can do transcribing. However, the AI program that we have for use on state resources does not do that. So our two options are either using Zoom, the Zoom transcript, which as Commissioner Apana said, it's not accurate with Hawaiian names. And it also has words such as and pauses. The other option would be to actually transcribe the meaning. We looked up how long it typically would take to transcribe 1 hour of a real meeting. And we found that it can be anywhere up to 4 hours. That's about the average time. It takes 4 hours to transcribe a 1 hour meeting.
Yeah.
And we have our link as to where that's from. But ultimately that, depending on where we are in the election cycle, it's whether or not we have the time and the resources that to do such a thing.
Questions for Scott?
question.
Yes.
Yes.
What is the cost of a Zoom, their version of the verbatim?
There is no cost. It's
Our-
already
Pardon me?
it's already included in our subscription, so there is no additional cost.
Oh, so we can just accept that and it's better than nothing for now.
However, we did attach it to the letter. It is
Yeah.
a hundreds of page document.
I mean, it is what it is because we talk so much. I mean, it's not Zoom's fault. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Hi, just to let everybody know, I'm sorry. I apologize. My question on the Zoom thing is, last meeting, someone had mentioned that the Zoom meeting, the videotape was changed or manipulated. So does the Zoom minutes, would they be able to be manipulated also?
The answer is anything can be manipulated. However, we would just download it, not
Oh.
make any changes.
That's not a very good thing to say. Who manipulates our YouTube videos? Who has permission to do that?
So the only time we do edit the YouTube videos is for obscenities or issues of doxing. And we take those out.
And it was when people had done that when they came in to testify.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I like the Zoom minutes. I think the Zoom verbatim minutes would be acceptable.
I mean, there is a
Yes.
third option, which would be to use the video as the record, as the official record, and that is permitted by HRS.
That's a good idea. Yes, Mr. Osterkamp.
I did not intend to ask to speak.
Oh, okay. Is there any other discussion or questions for Scott?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
I would like to get the Deputy Attorney General's opinion on 92.9.5.
Okay, Mr. Attorney General.
Yes. So, Mr. Kushney, what is your question about 9259?
9295 requires that any other information that any member of the board requests be included or reflected in the minutes be put in the minutes, and we just did not do that. So what's your opinion on that?
So I'll just say that, I mean, you're correct in that, in reciting the law, but just like any board action, the board approves the minutes. And any additions that are brought forth are also subject to the board's approval, which I believe is what was set forth in the vote. And the board needs to approve all additions to the minutes or any amendments to the minutes, just as they approve the minutes as a whole.
So is the board violating the sunshine law by not approving this?
By not approving
Any other information that any member of the board requests be included, reflected in the minutes?
So I believe we're complying with the sunshine law so I think you have a motion, right, to amend the minutes as you see fit, as you recall the last meeting to happen. That comes up for a board vote to approve, to allow for those amendments and approve it as is, but the board did not successfully pass that motion.
It's nowhere in this 92.9 does it say that the board shall approve this. There's nothing referring to that. It only says that it shall be included if a member asks. So I believe you're misquoting the law.
I'm not misquoting the law. You're correct in what the law says, but just like all board actions that require approval, including approval of the minutes, it requires a majority of the board, or in this case, 5 members of the board. I think or a majority vote to successfully pass the motion.
So
Thank you,
like
Mr.
that,
Chairman.
because the board
Any
has
other
to act
discussion
by
on the
something
Office of
quick.
Elections regarding verbatim minutes? In that case, we'll move on. We'll take public testimony. As a reminder to those testifying today, your testimony must pertain to the agenda item. Will the secretary please explain the testimony procedures and announce the first testifier?
If you would like to testify, please click raise hand under reactions on Zoom. If you are joining us by phone, dial *9 to raise your hand. When your name is called, you will receive a notification requesting you to unmute your microphone. Please promptly accept the request. If you are experiencing technical difficulties and are unable to unmute your microphone, we will move on to the next testifier and return to you at a later time. We ask that you clearly state your first and last name at the start of your testimony so that your name is properly recorded. Lastly, to ensure that we will have sufficient time to hear all the testimony, each testifier will have 3 minutes to testify. Once your time has expired, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. The first testifier is James Raymond, followed by Leela Bashan.
Morning, James.
Aloha, Chair Curtis and election commissioners. My name is James Raymond. I'm a retired Deputy Attorney General, but testify purely as an individual citizen and resident of Kailua. I'm submitting this testimony in strong support of mail-in voting. I retired earlier than planned due to mobility issues.
Excuse me, the agenda item is updates relating to the motions of the permitted interaction groups. If you'd like to discuss that, please do.
Today, I want to discuss pretexts from the perspective of a government attorney. Pretexts are designed to hide a bad motive underneath a good one. I fully expected this, but it's outrageous. Government attorneys are well acquainted with pretextual arguments, as you demonstrated, your Attorney General demonstrated in this meeting. We're well acquainted with pretextual arguments because while government attorneys never advance them, they frequently have to defend against them. So we are well versed in spotting pretextual arguments.
Regarding the audit or the request for USPS mail receipts?
Our laws are often described as blunt instruments and are all too easily used in unintended ways to justify all manner of bad actions. Pretexts are well suited to covering over bad motives under the
That's
guise
not
of
on- That's not. on
fact
topic
finders,
for
judges,
this
juries.
Agenda item. If you can return to the agenda item, you can continue. Otherwise, we'll ask for the next testifier.
I can't, I don't have visual on who's speaking.
It doesn't matter who's speaking. The agenda item is.
It does
status-
matter to me.
Status of the audit of the Office of Elections or the status of the commission's request for USPS business reply mail. That's the
It's-
agenda item we're taking testimony on.
And who's speaking?
The chair, Mike Curtis.
And if you don't think my support of mail-in ballots is appropriate for this agenda item, can you tell me what agenda item it is appropriate for?
It may be later. You need to do the research. We'll have the next testifier, please.
Maybe later. That's just not good enough. You work for us. We
That's
don't
all I
work
can
for
offer
you.
You're not talking to the agenda item. I'd ask for the next testifier, please, on this agenda item.
The next testifier is Leela Bashin, followed by Doris Siegel Matsunaga.
I am also calling in or here in response to B, the status of the commission's request. I am a resident of Captain Cook in Hawaii, and for 20 years served as a democracy and governance expert for the United States government, looking at elections around the world. And I can assure you that mail-in ballots have so much integrity, and there's this elevated cause of alarm that there's inconsistencies in them, and that's really inflammatory and not based in reality. And so the request for reply mail receipts still disenfranchises so many people who rely on mail-in ballots.
That's not the agenda item. If you'd like to talk about the status of the audit of Office of Elections or the status of the commission's request of USPS business reply mail, you're welcome to continue.
I understand that, and I appreciate that, and I am responding to B, the request for USPS business reply mail receipts, because by not permitting mail-in receipts, you are disenfranchising the mobile, like my mother, or the people who can't take off work, like my husband, and so you're already disenfranchising most of the people who live in Hawaii. And so regardless of the status, I just highly encourage you to continue to allow mail-in voting, because our electoral system has so much integrity and there's really no concern
Thank
about
you. That's not the
voting
agenda item.
except for inflammatory causes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Michael Calais, followed by Susan Trombley.
Hello, hi. My name is Michael Collette. I am a resident of the Manoa Makiki area, and I was talking to agenda item B about the requirement for mail receipts, which, like others, I feel restricts the ability to conduct mail-in balloting, which I also feel is not a good thing. Mail-in balloting is fantastic, and we should be making no efforts that to do anything, initiatives that restrict the ability of citizens to cast their vote. And mail-in balloting, I can tell from personal experience, definitely made it a lot easier for me to vote and participate in the democratic process. I also think that it also reduces the overall resource burden of having to staff and resource so many polling stations as well. And again, but again, from a practical matter, it makes sense. Also from a matter of principle, anything that I believe it's the Elections Commission job to make the elections, make it as easy as possible for people to vote while guaranteeing the integrity of those votes, and lacking any evidence that mail-in balloting is somehow has less integrity than others. To me, anything that restricts the ability of voters to participate in the democratic process is suppression, and this is not democratic and not American. So again, strong support for mail-in balloting and making it as easy as possible and doing nothing to restrict it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over.
Next testifier. The next
The next
testifier, please.
testifier is Susan Trombley, followed by Jody Weideman.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner Curtis and Board. My name is Susan Trombley. I would like to speak on item 4B. I was born in
Okay, thank you.
I was born in 1955. I have stood in lines to vote. I have voted in every single election since I was turned 18. I have stood in lines when I was younger. Then there was early voting, and I've participated in that. Then there has been mail-in voting, and I appreciate that fact as I've gotten older. There are several people in my family who have medical issues that will not allow them to stand in line. My arthritis is starting to kick up really bad, and I appreciate the fact that I'm able to mail in my vote. I would feel so upset if I was disenfranchised because I could not get a mail-in receipt or go to the post office because of my medical disability. It's not that my mind is not accurate, it's my physical ability. And so I would appreciate the fact to be able to continue to vote by mail, and so would several members of my family. Thank you.
The next testifier is Jody Weideman, followed by Janet Mason.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Jody Wiedemann from Pahoa, and I am responding to agenda item 4B in support of mail-in ballots. As my husband and I are aging, we find the need for this more and more every year. And I give strong support to continue with mail-in ballots and not to mess with what's working. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Janet Mason, followed by Brody Lockard.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Ms. Mason.
This letter contained an extraordinary and very troubling request. It skipped over the normal process of lawmaking, and it feels like a very hasty decision on the part of the Commission. You made it more than 3.5 hours after your last 7-hour meeting. The proposal contained in this motion is very serious and completely unacceptable to the League of Women Voters. It doesn't reflect the will of Hawaii voters. It just reflects the opinions of a few members of the Commission. Let's remember, some form of mail voting has been available in Hawaii for more than 40 years. You can vote absentee in Hawaii in 1983. This approach gained in popularity, and by 2018, before the voting by mail bill was passed, only a minority of people who voted chose to do it in person. In the 2024 general election, our most recent election, only 7% of voters chose to vote in person. Why suppress the voting of the other 483,000 people plus who chose to vote by mail? And hand counting, as also reflected in this letter, it's impossible to count 500,000 ballots accurately and efficiently by hand. It's just not possible. That's why we use scanners and software approved by the Federal Election Assistance Commission. Those precautions ensure that the ballots, the count is both accurate and timely, something all the voters and the candidates deserve. Now, the League supports election oversight, but we want that oversight to come from authorized bodies like your permitted interaction groups or the upcoming audit, which you're contemplating. The oversight should be data-driven, and it should be focused on real solutions, not political distractions. Turning to item 4B in your letter, this motion asks Hawaii County to provide every post office receipt for ballots during the 2024 election. But as explained in the discussion about the Kauai permitted interaction group, these postal records have been mischaracterized. They're never meant to be audit tools. They're not official ballot counts. They weren't overseen by public election observers. We ask that you withdraw both motions, both letters.
Thank you. Next testifier.
The next testifier is Brody Lockard, followed by April Lee.
Unmute, please. Unmute, please. Brody, we can't hear you. Brody, unmute, please. There you go.
Right again. Okay, sorry about that. I'm responding to agenda item 4B. My name is Brody Lockard. I'm a member of the board of Common Cause Hawaii. Good morning, members of the commission. Hawaii's successful vote by mail system is under attack by the MAGA community. They claim with no evidence that vote by mail is unsafe. This is part of their nationwide effort to reduce voter turnout, which includes requiring expensive and excessive personal identification, like passports, and rolling back the Voting Rights Act in southern states. Nothing about vote by mail is unsafe. Kauai voters have enough hurdles without losing this tool that was so effective during COVID and has continued to let many thousands vote more conveniently. I don't know why anyone would want to drive for miles and stand in line for hours when they could vote securely from their living room at their convenience. As a wheelchair-bound voter, I voted by mail for 25 years, and I've never missed an election because I was stuck in bed or my adapted van wouldn't work or it was raining hard. I'm offended by the MAGA community attempts to threaten my right to vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lockard.
The next testifier is April Lee, followed by Ruth Robeson.
There was April Lee. Or April Lee going once. Going twice. April Lee, you can unmute yourself.
The next testifier is Ruth Robinson, followed by Ms. Desi McKenzie.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the commission for allowing this testimony. My name is Ruth Robinson and I live in Hilo. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on agenda item 4, updates relating to motions from permitted interaction groups. And I believe my testimony is related to A, which is status of the audit of Office of Elections, and this part, to request the legislature to return to polling place elections. I am in strong opposition to the commission's motion to request a return to polling place elections. I have been a member of the League of Women Voters for 15 years. I'm not speaking for the League, but as a member in concert with it. Quote, the League strongly supports voting by mail and will oppose partisan undermining of elections. When COVID pandemic struck Hawaii in 2020, the elections office was prepared because the state legislature had passed voting by mail. The League had worked for many years to support this effort. Why? Because the League's mission is to empower voters and to defend democracy. This mission translates into several actions, including working to maintain and increase, where needed, Citizens' access to voting, vote by mail, does this. Some people argue, with consistent evidence to the contrary, that voting by mail increases voter fraud. However, the truth is that voter fraud is virtually non-existent in the US. The New York Times editorial board has stated, states that use vote by mail have encountered essentially zero fraud. Oregon, the pioneer in this area, has sent out more than 100 million mail-in ballots since 2000 and has documented only about a dozen cases of proven fraud. That's 0.00001% of all votes cast. It is more likely for an American to be struck by lightning than to commit voting fraud. If there are concerns that an eligible voter's mail ballots could be lost or uncounted, in-person polling sites still exist to provide a mechanism to correct problems, provide essential services, and ensure that every eligible voter can cast a valid ballot. I have worked in the Hawaii County Elections Office counting center during elections, opening ballot envelopes and as an official observer. I urge anyone who has doubts about the security of the voting system in Hawaii to do the same. One cannot help but be struck by the careful, redundant procedures that are in place to ensure that every vote is counted.
Thank you.
The elections office staff are professionals who care deeply about safeguarding our elections. Do not take voting by mail away from the citizens of Hawaii. We want to have more eligible voters exercise their right to vote, not fewer. We won't go back. Thank you.
Welcome.
The next testifier is Desi McKenzie, followed by Representative Garner Mishimizu.
Aloha, Chairman. My name is Desi McKenzie. I am a senior citizen, and I apologize for the fact that there is a lot of people that do call me from the state of Hawaii. I am the Hawaii Ambassador for the National Down Syndrome Society, as well as the National Down Syndrome Congress. I've been to DC several times over the last 10 years to ensure that the rights of people with Down syndrome are actually respected here in the state of Hawaii. I'm addressing both agenda items. I am a senior citizen who has voted every single election my entire life and taught my own daughter, beautiful Aubrey McKenzie, Miss Hawaii. You can find her on Facebook, who we have actually logged many opportunities that she has had to vote by mail. And the reason why it's extremely critical for our family at this point in time is because we absolutely need to vote by mail, because my daughter's health would be adversely affected. She has something called tracheomalacia, which means that her trachea does not work well. And as a result of COVID-19 and all the other respiratory viruses that exist here in America, we have no choice but to vote by mail. If in fact I contract COVID, I will more than likely pass based on my risk factors at this point in time. I do not want to leave my daughter, sir, as an orphan. I am the only person who is willing to care for her at this point in her life at age 27. I have spent extensive time teaching my child how important it is to utilize her voice as a free American. And I want to ensure that my daughter's voice and mine is still heard. We cannot afford a passport. We want to be able to vote the way that we have in every single election prior. And we thank you for considering our voice and the voices of every single person before me that testified today that did eloquent, exceptional jobs. Mahalo for listening.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu, followed by Kekiulani Ho.
Good morning,
Chair, for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for your and the commission board members for volunteering your important time. First of all, I'd like to just comment that as far as my involvement and observations of these meetings, I don't necessarily view it as a partisan issue. This is purely, as far as I'm concerned, a factual exercise of discussion points where the Election Commission is tasked of sole purpose to confirm election integrity. Members of the commission have brought up valid concerns, which have been really, to me, verified with some substantial evidence that deserves to be investigated. But for whatever reason, the chair and some commissioners refute just opening up the discussion, and these concerns, which I feel are valid, have been dismissed, ignored, and just pushed to the side. And as we experience this commission meeting and the conduct of chair and some commissioners, it is very alarming to me as a public servant and the public at large that open discussion is not being done. And it just leads to more questions of why can't we have an open discussion? Something as simple as amending the meeting minutes for factual amendments. It's not about opinion or what I remember. We can go back to the video and verify what are the facts and what are missing points. And that's why it is important to go to verbatim minutes. I'm not sure if the commission even acted upon that. It was brought up. I appreciate CEO's letter that explained and followed up on the motion that was done in the last meeting to investigate AI tools for verbatim minutes. That was done. He also presented an example of the Zoom AI minutes, which again is not perfect, but it definitely is needed, because when I read, and I spent a considerable amount of time going through the written minutes, and it's summarized, of course, because that's what is humanly possible in the time that we have. But it definitely is incomplete. It sanitizes the whole discussion, and there are errors in there. So when I look at testimony, even my own testimony, or the discussion between what is flagged out for me was the discussion between Commissioners Papalimu and Osterkamp regarding their pig interaction.
Representative, you're off topic and over time. Thank you.
I think the topic is relevant to what we're discussing, and it's
agenda item 4.
Did we have public
and you are out of
discussion?
time, sir.
Did we have public discussion for item number 3? Did the commission take action upon verbatim minutes, which is very important and vital to this
We discussed
whole
it.
essence
Thank
of
you.
what we're trying to
We
accomplish?
can come
Chair,
back at the end if there's more time left. Thank
Chair,
you,
I'm giving you
Representative
the
Shimizu.
opportunity to act as a chair and not.
I'm cutting you off because
I'm just asking you a
3 minutes.
question, Chair, because if you are not going
With
to
respect,
act in the public's
Representative
interest,
Shimizu,
then
I would
as a
ask for the next
elected
testifier.
official,
Thank
will
you.
have to
The next testifier is Keikilani Ho, followed by James Gashel.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Keikilani Ho. During the last Election Commission meeting, Commissioner Kahiolani Papalimu clearly stated she wanted her name removed from the pig report, saying she had absolutely zero input. According to her, the report was written only by Commissioners Jeffrey Osterkamp and Claire McAdams. Yet throughout the report that I read, it says we, as if all 3 members, including Commissioner Papalimu, participated. If Commissioner Papalimu truly had no involvement, then the wording is misleading and unfair to her, and it misleads the public as well. Each commissioner took an oath to be honest and transparent, and the public deserves to know who actually came to the report's conclusions. The fact that this is intentionally misleading and all commissioners took an oath, is this not considered perjury? It's also concerning that Commissioner Papalimu, who has consistently stood for accountability and transparency, appears to have been left out of the process. Meanwhile, Commissioners Osterkamp and McAdams have a record of voting against accountability for
Ms.
Chief
Ho,
Election
you're
Officer
off
Scott
topic.
Nalgo and the Office of Elections. Are we not talking about the pig report? The permitted interaction groups?
We're talking about the status of the audit of Office of Elections and the status of the request for USPS reply mail as it shows.
Okay, let's get to that then. So did Scott Nalgo actually request the BRM receipt records? And the PIG report, when I read the PIG report, it questioned the reliability of the USPS for ballot delivery, saying it is highly questionable whether the data can be trusted. So if that's the case, why continue supporting mail-in voting without addressing those concerns? Where did those 19,000 ballots came from? I emailed Hawaii County Clerk John Henricks requesting those records that supposedly verify those ballots received. And instead of providing them, he replied to me, call me. I don't want an excuse, and neither does anybody else. We want transparency. The people of Hawaii deserve proof that our elections are secure and trustworthy. And until those records are shared openly, the public will continue to have doubts. Transparency and accountability are not obstacles. They are the foundation of public trust. Why do they keep pushing mail-in voting when he himself on the PIG report came to a conclusion that says that the USPS ballot delivery is highly questionable? We use USPS. He said so in the conclusion. Did Scott now go even request the records from them yet, the BRM receipts? And is he going to answer us on that?
We'll discuss that after public.
Yeah, I really hope so, because we keep going in circles and nothing ever happens in these meetings. Nothing ever happens.
Thank you.
The next testifier is James Gashel, followed by Public Trust.
Good morning, Mr. Dashiell. Unmute. You're still muted, James. You're still muted. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. James Gashel here. I am Vice Chair of the Statewide Election Accessibility Needs Advisory Committee, but I'm testifying here as a individual person, and it deals with item 4. I don't know if it's A or B, but it's one of those two, having to do with the motion that was made to send a letter to the legislature asking to return to in-person voting. Now, I understand how you may have issues with whether or not this is on the agenda, but the problem is it wasn't on the agenda for the meeting it was voted on. So it was clearly handled as a sunshine law violation. There was really no public notice that the commission would be considering such a departure from our present system. So let me just say, if you want to get the public's view on whether or not we should return to in-person voting, it would be a good idea to hold a public hearing and do this out in the open rather than the way it's being done. But because we do expect transparency from this commission and certainly compliance with the Sunshine Law. Otherwise, the way this is being handled will become the issue in the legislature rather than the legitimacy of the request to return to in-person voting. And let me just finish by saying it's not the states that have mail-in voting where the allegations of voter fraud have been made across the mainland. It's the states that have in-person voting. And we ought to consider that. I don't think the solution being asked for, which is the return to in-person voting, is a solution to the problems that the pigs have identified. Mahalo for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Gashel.
The next testifier is Public Trust, followed by Judge David Wiseman.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, please state your name.
Public Trust.
No, that's not a voter name.
I'm the public, man. At this point,
You're an individual. Please.
Yeah, and I vote.
Please identify yourself.
Public. I changed my name to Public Trust. What's wrong with that?
Mr. Medeiros.
That's right. The former Mr. Medeiros. My name is Public Trust.
Okay. Mr. Medeiros, go ahead.
Okay. So, thank you to the first testifier. Thank you to Rep. Shimizu. Thank you to Keiki Hall. That, man, this thing is going around in circles. Listen, I'm from Hawaii County, and I've been telling you guys in all these meetings that the county jurisdiction stands above all state of Hawaii. right? The first thing Scott Nago did was what? Cry about how it's county clerks that needs to be pointed at when he was in court. I'm telling you guys. Just put back the county, let the county be the county, the state be the state. Pretty sure most people will just vote in the county level because this circus right here, right, of people not voting, people voting against the minutes. Come on, guys. It's clear that the Sunshine Law is being broken by you guys' discussions outside of this meeting. Okay, because I look, the first few testifiers, besides the three I just mentioned, right? The one I'm thanking, the ones you've been cutting off, right? It's clear that the Democrats had sent out a text message to their crisis actors to make this push. While all these people want everybody to go and have mellow ballots, what about the 14,000 people that will vote in the primary of the last election? The 14,000 people that got their ballots denied because of a signature problem, right? Come on, man. This is just a push to get the Democratic. These guys that all testified before me, besides the three that I mentioned, yeah, they're all Democrats making the push for you guys to push what you guys are doing. Man, everybody's watching you guys, right? The next move is for us to now open federal cases against you guys for failing to do your judiciary duties. It's irritating, man. We take a time out of our day to come to this meeting just to what? Be thrown around. Osterkamp and these new guys, Salas. Man, you guys are part of the push for freaking all this corruption now. Right? How can you vote against something that is right? Come on, man. We're all adults. We all know what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. What you guys are doing is wrong. You guys know that. But yet you guys still push it. It's unbelievable, man. I have more faith. I want to have more faith in you guys, but this process is failing the people. Yeah, I understand. But you know what? There's a lot of people that is handicapped. Yeah, but when you go in,
thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
Voting, they gave you the option to fix your votes. Mail-in ballots does not give you that option.
Thank you, Mr. Medeiros.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Judge David Wiseman, followed by Don Ross.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a retired judge, also former chairman of Hawaii County Board of Ethics. And I'm here to register my objection to agenda item 4B, to returning to eliminating mail-in ballots and returning to polling place and requiring mail receipts. As we know, the mail-in ballots, if you think about it, what happens to it's so critical for people with disabled voters and seniors, working individuals who can't get off work, military and overseas voters, as well as caregivers and parents who can't leave the kids or are caring for someone. And then we have the rural residents. For each of these categories, it's so imperative for mail-in voting. With respect to the concerns raised by the objectors to mail-in voters who want to return to the polling place, they have all their concerns have substantially been mitigated or found not to have much merit. I have a quotation from research I've done on some AI, Google Gemini, October 25th, version 2.5 Flash. And they state, in summary, despite the arguments against mail-in voting in general, Hawaii's experience is consistent with the findings of election experts and officials in all mail voting states. And proven widespread instances of fraud are extremely rare. Security measures like significant signature verification and ballot tracking are designed to designed to detect and prevent such acts, and when minor cases of misconduct occur, they're typically isolated and dealt with through law enforcement. And in closing, I would like to state that we must prevent Hawaii from falling prey to the MAGA voter, the GOP intimidation playbook, which is taking place all around the country now, making it harder for people to vote. On information and belief, they're closing polling sites, attacking mail-in ballots, increasing ID requirements, and sending federal agents to polling sites to intimidate voters and encourage their partisans to challenge voters, including based on racial profiling. In closing, thank you for this opportunity. If there's any questions, I stand ready to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Wiseman.
Nick. The next testifier is Don Ross, followed by phone number ending in 7747.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Dawn Ross. I live in Waikoloa Village on the Big Island. I'm responding to 4B, and I would like to say that voting and the unimpeded ability to vote are at the heart of democracy. Fictional allegations of alleged voter fraud is just that, fiction, not fact. This fiction must be called out for the fraud that it is and must not be a factor in re-examining Hawaii's longstanding use of mail-in voting. Hawaii must retain access to mail-in voting. Too many voters have 2, even 3 jobs. There's limited transportation to getting to voting centers, as well as frequent travel to neighbor islands to care for ohana or for work commitments. I have complete faith and trust in Hawaii's voting process and see no factual reason to change any part of it, particularly mail-in voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
The next testifier is phone number ending in 7747, followed by Vernell Oku.
Hello, can you folks hear me?
Aloha, yes. What is your name?
Yes, I'm Corey Harden from Hilo on agenda item 4A about the return to in-person voting. I first want to thank you folks for your service on the commission. It's a rough ride lately. I'm in strong support of mail-in voting. Little I know about conducting elections. I would say it's right up there in complexity with brain surgery. And if you pick out only 1 or 2 pieces of the puzzle without understanding all the other hundreds of pieces, you may think, oh, I found fraud, when the other pieces would actually indicate otherwise. However, there are organizations that have the background to understand elections, that support vote by mail. American Civil Liberties Union, Brennan Center for Justice, Common Cause, and League of Women Voters who have been represented today. Vote by mail does not seem to increase either party's chances of winning, though the MAGA people seems to think that it will, and that's, I think, why they don't want it. Fraud is vanishingly rare. When you vote by mail, you have time to sit down and research the candidates, maybe some ballot questions. It's great if you have health issues or your car broke down again, or you've got jobs and kids. And it's good if there is an emergency, a hurricane, the power goes out. September 11 was an election day in New York City, and they had to postpone that one. For me, I've got health issues, and I like to have the flexibility. I have an adult daughter with disabilities who votes in every election. She can't get there by herself, and the person that would take her, she is the type of person that ICE would pick up, so he doesn't really want to go out. I would say that there are folks that are trying to undermine trust in elections to lay the groundwork for questioning any results they don't like. So again, thank you for your service on the commission.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next testifier is Vernell Oku, followed by Tara Malia Gregory.
Hi, this is Vernell Oku. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I think a lot of these people are confused. You can still do mail-in ballots. You just have to request it, so it'll be sent to you. So even if you have in-person voting, it'll just give people that want to vote in person a choice to vote in person. It's not taking away anybody else's right to vote mail-in. It's just restoring the right of people that want to vote in person at their precinct, and it also restores the right of people that want to have more transparency in their government. And I also wanted to testify. I also wanted to ask how to remove commissioners that will not follow the law, because I believe that you took an oath to the Constitution, and if you're not going to be following the law, you should be removed. So I hope that we can find out a way that we can remove commissioners that are not following the law. And also, I believe that it is treasonous if you are not voting for integrity in our elections and you're on the commission. So if you are voting against integrity and you're voting for your own agendas, which it seems like a lot of people are voting, I don't know why they're voting against the law, and even to me, the district attorney, I think he should be removed because he's not saying that we should follow the law, that the commissioners should follow the law, which is like that should be the first thing. I don't understand why the commissioners would not be held accountable to the law that they swore an oath to. So to me, I think those commissioners should be removed, and there should be a process for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Malia Gregory, followed by Keone Payton.
Aloha, Chair Curtis and Commissioners. I'm Tara Malia Gregory. Aloha. I'm here to speak on behalf of the people of Hawaii who deserve truth, transparency, and accountability. I'll be responding to Agenda Item 4. Mahalo to Commissioner Ralph Cushney for standing for decency and order with lawful motions that continue to represent the people of Hawaii. You know, since the last meeting, 2 federal lawsuits have been filed against Chief Election Officer Scott Nago. They both cite the failure to produce verifiable records. The expectation set by this commission's October 1st motion that Mr. Nago provide complete USPS receipts from the Big Island still has not been fulfilled. Records obtained through UIPA requests show Hawaii County received 57,553 ballot envelopes, but the state certified 76,595 ballots. That leaves a 19,042 ballots that are not accounted for. So those same records confirm the county has no transfer, manifest, or chain of custody documentation because the statewide voter registration system controlled solely by Mr. Nago replaced county-level tracking. So that means the state now holds all control under no paper audit trail. So at the last federal court hearing, Mr. Nago's attorney tried to shift the blame to the counties instead of taking responsibility. But under his authority, the duty to reconcile these records rests entirely with Chief Election Officer. Passing blame is not accountability, it's avoidance. So according to the PIG report, it confirms data from the USPS and the counties were incomplete. So the failure to produce the same data for Maui, Oahu, and Kauai makes this a statewide issue, not just a Big Island concern. So let's talk about the integrity of our elections. Today, I urge the commission to do 3 things. 1, require disclosure of all USPS receipts transfer records statewide. Hold the Chief Elections Officer accountable for producing them before certification, and then also support the independent audit already moved by this commission and requests of the legislature. I'm very sensitive to those giving testimony today that from their incoherent Google and AI searches personifying nonpartisan issues like this, these concerns are MAGA people talking points. It is offensive because the inconvenience, I'm sorry, it's been working for years. Your data is false data. Mail-in votes do work worldwide and in the United States historically. So I'm sorry to inform you, all the evidence presented here, your votes haven't counted from the comfort of your home. It's a false truth. They probably didn't count for the past 60 years. If this is the system that's been put in place. And I just want to be clear, these failures are not just ethical, they are statutory. Under HRS 11-155 and HAR 3-177-453, prosecutable to the full extent of the law. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Ann.
Need to unmute. You need to unmute. Try it one more time. Oh, close. I don't know what's happening, Keone. Can we come back to you?
Okay, we'll come back to him. The next testifier is
Keone,
Anne.
we'll come back, Keone.
The next testifier is Anne, followed by Anne Bicathley.
Hello,
Hello?
this is Ann, and I am a voter who is blind, and the vote by mail process has guaranteed me both privacy and secrecy, which aren't the same thing, by the way. And the procedure that I used to vote last year in the primary and in the general election worked perfectly, not only in reviewing all candidate materials, reviewing what I was going to submit, making sure that I was submitting what I intended to submit, but also submitting it and the ballot tracks. It was wonderful. It worked very, very well. Why do some of you want to trash this? This is shameful. I'm sorry, but as a person who is blind, and I can tell you the history of voter access. In the 1990s, I was involved in lawsuits to promote access to voting by people with disabilities. I really do know these issues, and there is not voter fraud on any measurable level. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Paul Bernstein, followed by Pearl Besserman.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Commission. My name is Paul Bernstein, live in East Honolulu. Appreciate the opportunity to testify here. Just from personal experience, I will say if the motion were to go forward, namely one-day voting, no mail-in voting, there are a number of occasions that I would have been prohibited from voting due to caring for a parent on the mainland. I've often had to fly out at times during the election or the day of the election, and it's only because of mail-in ballots or expanding from just single day voting that I've been able to vote. So I encourage you to retain the existing voting flexibility that exists in Hawaii now. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein.
The next testifier is Pearl Besserman, followed by Tina Marie Even.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Pearl Besserman. I'm a retired professor from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. I would just like to list the very significant reasons for retaining mail-in voting. Some of them have been personal because we too, my family too, has somebody living abroad, a parent living abroad who requires sometimes immediate intervention. So that's as far as absentee votes, you can't just fly back and forth and be here for one day in-person voting, practically speaking. Not to mention the kapuna who live here, who are disabled. Many of them are living in nursing homes and are completely unable to go anywhere without tremendous amount of difficulty. People living in rural areas with very little access even to post offices. General jobs, people who have, I just spoke to somebody in my building who has 3 jobs. People who are off island, back and forth, very expensive in many cases, who have jobs on different islands to keep flying back and forth. And the distance and isolation of Hawaii itself, which makes it impossible to fly back and forth from places where you have to be for work, or as Mr. Bernstein said, for caring for parent or others. So, and talk to people like the other lady who talks about having been saved from not voting because she's blind, and others who have these physical difficulties. What are you trying to do? To force people to come back in person, to fly around, or to drive? People who don't even have cars? Please keep the mail-in voting. It's the only democratic and decent and ethical thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next testifier is Tina Marie Even, followed by David.
Thank you. I am responding to agenda item 4A, a request for legislator to return to polling place elections. I strongly oppose this. My name is Tina Marie Even from the Big Island. I speak to support maintaining and improving mail-in voting access for everyone. I support methods that increase participation so people can exercise their voting rights safely and freely. I don't even know why this is even a discussion. Any reasons I hear for this are based on conspiracy and not fact. There have been multiple studies showing that mail-in voting does not favor one political party over the other. It does increase participation and fairness, which I think we can all agree is supposed to be the goal here. Many groups depend on mail-in voting: those who work unpredictable hours, live far away from polling locations, people with disabilities, health challenges, senior students, caregivers, or those who just need a little more time to review the issues. Like me, as a small business owner wearing many hats, I like having my ballot in hand while I take time to research each item one by one. I feel I can make better voting decisions this way. Not just my ability to take time off from work, stand in the right line at the right hour on the right day. When mail-in voting is available, more people participate. When they are taken away, fewer people do. The math is not complicated. Now, if your goal is to make voters less informed, less likely to vote, then sure, take it away and make it harder to vote. But I'm sure that's not your goal. I'd rather see discussions in expanding secure drop-off points, increasing polling locations, polling times, and giving more people more ways to participate, not fewer. So let me be clear, the public is watching, and many of us are appalled that energy is being spent on how to make voting participation harder. This should never be the mission of anyone tasked with overseeing the democratic process. I strongly support continuing mail-in voting options and expanding resources that help citizens participate fully, freely, and confidently. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is David, followed by Ellen Carringer.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm going to keep this fairly brief. I live here in town in Honolulu, and I really appreciate so many of the things that have been said before me in favor of agenda item or in response to agenda item 4B. And I want to just remind everybody here of what happened the last time that, and we have a really great example right here that is very prescient for most of us that live here, which is the recent tsunami warning. That was the last time that we tried to get a bunch of people, everybody who lived in the tsunami area, to go somewhere at a certain time or in a span of time and be on the road trying to get someplace. And I think that's what we're asking people to do again with this concept of in-person voting on a certain day, which we've talked at length about the various issues with people's economic statuses, whether you work, whether you can leave your house due to other conditions, healthcare related issues. However, we just saw what happens when we try to have people leave their house at the same time. And if you can imagine, you know, I'm from Portland, Oregon, and God bless our city commission. And, you know, as somebody mentioned earlier, the fact that we started mail-in voting there, we start a lot of things, and we also start a lot of things that don't work very well and have to be rescinded because they weren't thought through all of the way. For example, they recently legalized the use of certain drugs, and everybody moved there and started doing them, which was not really the greatest measure. And it just really wasn't, it sounded cool, but it wasn't thought through all the way. And we had to basically pay for it quite a bit there. So I live here now, and I'm watching the same sort of expediency with this kind of idea that we're going to somehow be addressing fraud that no one has evidence for by removing the ability for people to mail in ballots and have them all try to go to these polling places. And we just saw what happens when we have these traffic bottlenecks that I've watched from my house here. We all know what happened on the tsunami night, so I don't need to say too much more about that, but just want to remind everybody that we don't really have the infrastructure to make this actually viable. It should be very clear that nobody would be able to get there. So our numbers of people that actually voted would go down quite significantly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, David.
The next testifier is Ellen Carringer, followed by Robert Justice.
Aloha, Chair and members of the Election Commission. My name is Dr. Ellen Carringer, and I live in Kapa'a on the island of Kauai. I'm here to strongly urge you to protect Hawaii's vote by mail system. Our system has made our elections much more accessible for those in need. For like our family, we have several elderly members. It allows us to do that ballot from home, where we can do the research and go about our voting more thoughtfully. And that is the kind of democracy I think Hawaii should be standing for, one that gives everyone a fair chance to participate. There's absolutely no evidence of widespread fraud in mail-in voting here or anywhere else. What's happening now is not about election integrity. It's part of a national mega effort to limit voting access and to intimidate voters. When they can't win by persuasion, then they try to win by suppression. Rolling back mail-in voting would take us backward and silence many of our kupuna, our working families, our rural residents, and those with health issues that prevent them from getting in and standing in long lines. Hawaii needs to continue to be a model of inclusion and fairness, not following a mainland agenda of fear and division. I ask you to reject any attempts to eliminate or weaken our mail-in voting system. Please stand with the people of Hawaii with our values of access, our values of fairness, our values of aloha. Those are the values that define us. And I want to ask the members of the commission to really uphold those values. Mahalo for your service and for protecting our democracy.
Thank you, Dr. Carringer.
The next testifier is Robert Justice, followed by Keone Payton.
Aloha.
Aloha.
My name is Robert Justice, and I'm also testifying on agenda item 4. I'm a retired physician and former FDA division director. My wife and I live in Capital A. Due to aging and medical problems, we both have mobility issues. We're both concerned about the unwarranted possibility of returning to voting in person only. Voting by mail has worked well for both of us. And if there are truly problems with voting by mail, as has been alleged, I believe they can easily be fixed. Although I doubt that there's real evidence of that. In my opinion, voting in person discriminates against kupuna, people with disabilities, those in the transportations, those who must work, hospitalized, those who have to travel unexpectedly, and probably others. Voting in person has its own potential problems, especially these days, including voter intimidation by bad actors. I strongly support the continuation of our current practice of mail-in voting with the option of in-person voting for the few that prefer it. I would not recommend adding an additional requirement that voters request a vote by mail ballot. Mahalo for the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Justice.
The next testifier is Keone Payton.
Keone. I need to unmute somehow. I don't know how. You're still muted, Keone. I'm sorry we can't hear you. Can we come back to Keone? Can you try again one more time? Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to Keone Payton.
And then-
Chair, we have a few more testifiers just in person.
Please.
The first testifier is Sue Coing, followed by Susan Young.
Did you want to, yeah, did you want to be in the video?
What?
You want a video?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Sue Cowing. I'm a retired history teacher, and I've lived my adult life in Neo Valley. Banning voting by mail here would be a giant leap backward. Before Hawaii first voted by mail in 2020, we had the worst voter turnout percentage of any state in the nation. But in 2020, 58% of registered voters voted, a sharp rise from the 38.6% in the 2016 election. Similar results have occurred in other states when they adopted this method, though our increase was the most dramatic. Compared to voting by mail from home, having to go back to in-person voting would make it more difficult for thousands in Hawaii to vote at all. And we've had a lot of testimony about the conditions that make that difficult. And where would they vote even if they could? There's been testimony about how the infrastructure is gone. We don't have polling places. We don't have people trained to run them. We don't have any of the infrastructure necessary. And if to rebuild it would be so expensive at a time when our budget is strained to buffer the loss of revenue and programs from the shutdown and from federal administration's budget cuts. So it's unnecessary and it's not practicable. So banning vote by mail would clearly discourage and decrease election participation in Hawaii. Yet just this week, our current president has attempted, he, by the way, votes by mail, has attempted by executive to decree to ban voting by mail nationwide. Fortunately for voters, our Constitution grants the power to organize and regulate elections to the states, not to the federal government. To ban voting by mail for all of us as a fix for as yet unproven irregularities would do us a serious injustice. Shouldn't a free society encourage and enable all its students, all its citizens to vote, rather than create obstacles to exercising that fundamental right? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Young, followed by Tim Hook.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm testifying as a private citizen. I'm Susan Young, and I am a retired educator and elementary school principal. This particular negative impact hasn't been brought up. It does impact polling places held at, it does impact elementary schools where they are a site of a polling place. Back when my school was used, we would have the polling material, those boxes and stands stored on my elementary school cafeteria stage for a few weeks, which impacted my school's ability to have assemblies and performing arts practices and performances. It also impacted the school operation in feeding children. So during a couple of days to set up, our kids would not be able to use the cafeteria to have lunch. So they would return to their classrooms, which then impacted our teachers' ability to have a rest. And we all know how difficult it is for teachers to run a classroom and they need to have time to rejuvenate. Secondly, it negatively impacts working people, businesses, and family caregivers, and that has been brought up previously. When I did not work for the Department of Education and I worked elsewhere, I'd had to take time off. And it's already been mentioned that for some people that work 2 or 3 jobs, it's really difficult to get to their precinct, like someone mentioned, because they might be working an hour away from where their precinct might be located. And for family caregivers, same idea. I did care for my mother, and you've got to be there. You can't just take an hour off to go vote. And sometimes if there's long lines, it might be longer. So I can feel for people that care for family members. They need to be able to simply vote and not worry and find somebody else to care for their parent. Thirdly, it negatively impacts people who are either temporarily disabled or long-term illnesses. 2 years ago, I fractured my right wrist. In January, I broke my left wrist totally. And then in July, I fractured my kneecap, all post-70. And I would not have been able to drive to a polling place. So mail-in voting ballots was amazing. Otherwise, I would not have been able to exercise my right to vote. And then fourthly, keep it simple. You know, someone did mention we do have the opportunity to request for mail-in ballots, like absentee voting, right? But gee, that takes an extra step. Yes,
Thank you.
it's important to vote, but keep it simple. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Tim Hook, followed by Bonnie Hedgingson.
Good morning and aloha. I'm testifying on agenda item number 4. My name is Tim Hike. I live in Waikiki and I'm an Army veteran and a retired police officer. In very strong support of mail-in voting for a number of reasons, which I'll list. The comfort of my own home is very important, and I can vote on my own time. I can look at the issues and go ahead and vote when I'm ready to. I don't have to worry about any bad weather or traffic or any parking issues. Voting by mail increases voter participation, and voting should be as easy as possible for all registered voters. Paper ballots on one day in person is great for nostalgia, which I'm a fan of, but we should be progressive and evolve. There is no widespread voter fraud. Please don't fall for the crazy conspiracy theories and fear mongering where they take extremely rare isolated incidents and say it is widespread and common. There is no form of any election that is guaranteed to be 100% absolutely perfect. One last issue with in-person voting is that it leads to the possibility of intimidation by MAGA people who want to stand around polling places with their camouflage uniforms and weapons and whatnot. This way people can be in the safety and security of their own home. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Bonnie Hendrickson.
Aloha. My
Aloha.
name is Bonnie Hendrickson. I live in Kapolei, and I just want to say I'm not a paid crisis actor. I'm just an American citizen who's concerned about the way of our country right now. So many others have already given valid reasons why we need to keep mail-in voting. So I'm just simply going to say that I strongly support it, and I've done it for years, and I trust it. So please, let's make it easier on everyone to do their duty as a citizen. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair, we're going to go back to the Zoom testifiers. The first testifier is Doris Siegel Matsunaga, followed by Kyle Daniel.
And just for a note, we don't have time for second testifiers that want to do it again. We only have time for one round. Good morning, Ms. Matsunaga.
Good morning. Aloha Chair, Aloha Commission, and aloha staff. I want to thank you for the job you do. It's a really tough one in these very polarized times, as we can see. I'm testifying regarding 4B, and I'm a resident of Waimea on Hawaii Island. And for those of us who live in rural and semi-rural areas, voting by mail is really important. And so I just want to support what a number of the other speakers have said about the importance of this and staying with that system, which I think works. That's it. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you, Ms. Matsunaga.
The next testifier is Kyle Daniel, followed by Michelle S.
Hi,
Good morning.
thank you. Aloha, my name is Kyle Daniel and I'm from Eva Beach. Thank you to the chair and to the board for taking the time to hear testimony from the community on these very important issues. I'm here to provide testimony for item 4A. In the letter to the Senate President and the House Speaker, the letter designated that the Elections Commission pass a motion stating that the commission return to polling place elections and advise the chief election officer to return to in-person voting in the precinct, hand counting paper ballots, one-day voting, ID required, with the exceptions for absentee voting for military and special needs. Votes shall be counted where cast, then reported to the county before transferring ballots. So I'm a working professional. I support mail-in voting. The reasons that mail-in voting are essential in this day and age is that it allows the voting public to take their time to do their due diligence in properly vetting the candidates of their choice. Proper research can be done and voters can take their time in carefully selecting the candidates that represent their interests. The high cost of living here in Hawaii often requires people to work multiple jobs and can find little time to be able to get to a polling place on a single day, let alone standing in long lines. We alienate large swaths of the working population by only allowing in-person voting. I don't know how many of you live outside of downtown and work in town. Those people would be required to commute to their district precincts in order to cast their ballots. Election day is not a state holiday in Hawaii. And even if it were a state holiday, people would still have livelihoods and could possibly need to work. We have people that work in hospitals, in the public sphere. And so they would likely not be able to get to their precincts to be able to vote. It allows people who travel inter-island daily for work and sometimes even interstate and even internationally to vote at their convenience with the best information that they are able to ascertain. I noted that I live in Eva Beach and I work in Aiea. I work in a hospital, and we sometimes have patients who are in the hospital for days, weeks, and sometimes months. Mail-in voting allows these members of our community to cast their ballots and allow that their voices be heard and to participate in the democratic process. Finally, in-person voting also allows for bad actors to intimidate voters in person. I agree the commission should put in place a system by which voters individually should be able to verify that their ballots were received and counted. And as far as item 4B, there should be a chain of custody to ensure that all votes are counted. But I don't think a return to in-person only voting will make our elections somehow safer or more reliable. I request that the commission consider a motion to withdraw the request to the legislature to return to polling place only elections. Thank you for allowing me the time to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel.
The next testifier is Michelle S., followed by Vivian Toliner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Michelle Stefanik and I reside in Waikoloa in Hawaii County. I'm responding to number 4, motions from permitted interaction groups. First, I have a few questions I'd like answered too. 1, if an official audit has been conducted for all counties. 2, did Scott Nago request the receipts from USPS? And 3, I would just like to know the number of participants on this Zoom call, that it be shown like it used to be shown in meetings several ago. Now on to item number V. Voting by mail is not a secure method of voting. I can verify as an official observer in the last election, proper chain of records are not kept, and official observers are not always allowed to watch the counting and processing of mail-in or drop box ballots. As an official observer in the Kona polling location on the Big Island, when ballot boxes were brought in, the votes were processed and counted in secrecy in a storage room where only 2 people were allowed to go in. One was the driver who brought the ballot boxes in, and the other was someone who worked in the polling place. Transparency is one of the most important aspects of our fair and accurate elections. In Hawaii County, there was a discrepancy of 19,000 votes in the number of votes submitted versus what was received. The fact that it has been said that USPS receipts cannot be relied upon is not reason enough to limit the number of is reason enough to limit the number of mail-in voting. It's absurd that the people just accept whatever numbers are submitted without proper receipts. By going back to in-person one-day voting, in addition to moving back to opening all precinct voting locations, transparency and accuracy would be achieved, thereby increasing confidence in our voting system. Precinct voting would allow people to vote near where they live, thus spreading out the number of people at each polling location so there wouldn't be traffic and bottlenecks. The fear that people are saying that in-person voting would limit access to voting is just not true. There would be exceptions allowed for people that are medically unable to vote, disabled, out of the country, military, and so forth. In addition, the fact that people work is also not a hindrance because there is a state law, Hawaii State Law 11-95, that states that employers are required to allow people to take off work to vote in person. Bad actors are also not a good reason because bad actors are not allowed at polling location. People are not allowed to wear things that have their candidate on it. They're not allowed signs at the polling locations. So bad actors intimidating people are also not allowed. We need to go back to in-person voting with absentee for legitimate reasons.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Vivian Tolner, followed by Patty Cook.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Vivian Tolner. I live on the Big Island. I was an official observer at the Hilo location. I did ride in the van to the post office to pick up ballots, and I did watch all ballots being counted, and we went to the county building and dropped them off. Many of the things the previous testifier said, I totally disagree with, but I won't go into that at this point. I just printed out, there's a 99-page report that I just printed out the first 5 pages of it, and I agree with the Scott Nago's reply to the county commission. I agree that there needs to be some more investigation on the numbers. I believe the discrepancy is between what the post office charged for postage versus what the county counted in mail-in ballots. Well, I would think the discrepancy would be what people didn't use the post office for. They went and dropped them in the drop-off boxes. Plain and simple as that. And it would be nice to, in the future, to have a count of what was picked up at the post office and what was put in the ballot drop-off boxes. I would think that would answer this question. I am an accountant by trade. I am very interested in getting the numbers right. So if you want to pursue this farther, and since I do live on the Big Island, and please include me in any investigation group you have, please. Thank you for your time. I like to get numbers straight and understand the process. And let's all work together, not to hurt anyone or to have anyone lose their jobs, but to further things that maybe need to be tightened up and to secure our system. I totally want mail-in voting. I remember getting off work and going and standing in line in the weather and what have you not. Please do not jeopardize mail-in voting. It's a blessing to so many for so many reasons. Thank you for your time. Again, I volunteer my time and my expertise in accounting and and my interest in this to help answer any questions. Could you hear all of that?
Yes, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, please include me in any investigation, I am interested in getting the numbers right again, please. Thank you. Thank you.
The next testifier is Patty Cook, followed by Morrell Hanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Cook from Waimea on the Big Island. Thank you for the time to speak on agenda item 4B. Really supporting a lot of what's already been said. Strongly support vote by mail. Actually incredibly impressed by the number of people who are willing to make time today to speak up in favor of it. Enough said, you've heard a lot. Thank you for your time. Ahui ho.
Thank you, Ms. Cook.
The next testifier is Maura Hanson, followed by Adriel Lamb.
Hi, aloha chair and members of the election commission. My name is Mara Hansen and I am a Hawaii voter and resident of Kapolei on Oahu. I am specifically testifying in opposition to 4A and urge the commission to rescind the request to return to in-person polling place elections in precincts. I lived in several states, including Hawaii, where I grew up. And I know from experience how much of a burden it is to do in person only in your precinct elections. I've had issues in the past where I was properly registered, but maybe a move happened between the deadline to register and voting day. And suddenly I'm having to vote by a provisional ballot that I don't even know if it's going to be accepted. Those kind of issues are just eliminated by the mail-in ballot. In addition, here in Hawaii, we have the additional limitation that so many of our residents work 1, 2, 3, sometimes even 4 jobs. They have children to care for, kupuna to care for. People just cannot make the time, as a previous testifier mentioned, to get off from their job that might be on one side of an island and get to their home precinct, which might be on another side of the island, to stand in line. Vote by mail has increased our ability to have everyone have a say, especially those people who are working hardest to support our system, like the folks who are working so many jobs. To take it away would effectively be taxation without representation, which I know a lot of people on this call do not support. And in addition, many people have talked about that there is no way to cure your ballot, but that's not true. There's a way to track your mail-in ballot or drop-off ballot. There's a website you can check. I checked it daily, religiously, to make sure my ballot counted. And the Elections Commission actually reaches out to people. They make the effort to contact the voter if there is a problem with their ballot. So that is not an issue. If you do wish to go in person and get help with making your selections and making sure you did it right, there is in-person voting available on more than one day. So it's still convenient for you. Maybe it's a little further away from your home, but if you want that, you can get it as it is. All of that. Now I'd like to comment on the issue with the mail-in ballot discrepancy. It is not our fault as voters that the USPS doesn't have good accounting procedures, and we should not be punished for the fact that they don't. We need to keep mail-in balloting, and maybe the USPS needs to be tasked with having better accounting systems. For right now, though, let's just be happy we weren't charged for that mail. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Adriel Lamb, followed by Lynn Ryan.
Mr. Lamb.
Aloha, good morning, Chair.
Aloha.
I want to testify again on 4A and 4B. First on 4A. I hear a lot of people no evidence, but I still haven't gotten a decent reply or response to a registered voter in my district, in my neighborhood. The line ID number ends with 2 Delta 6 Charlie 03 Charlie 1 Delta 4. That's a very unique number. It's never going to be replicated in our voter records. But a registered voter left that residence in 2016, and then the month after was registered to vote under the name United States Hawaii. Now I've learned that, if you want to change your name officially on records, that needs to be a court order. Needs to go before a district judge to get your name changed. But United States Hawaii recorded a vote. I've testified before. United States Hawaii did not live or receive a ballot or send in a ballot from that address that it's recorded at, but still is on record as sending a mail-in ballot for the 2020 general election. And interesting enough, United States Hawaii remained on the voter rolls for the next election cycle and somehow was returned to the original name in 2023 or 2024 for this next election. I believe you need a court order to change your name again, right? On our official records. Where is that documentation for this name change? And that speaks to this whole thing about mail-in ballots, is that I think mail-in ballots are being counted, but I think a lot of other ballots are being counted too that do not belong to actual people or people that actually wanted to vote. As it goes to 4B, I've known a lot of people who've told me that they did not get their ballots in the mail. Who are we disenfranchising now? That they did not get their ballots and they had to drive 50 miles to stand in a crowded line because there are not enough polling co-locations for them. This is a civil rights discrimination against those who choose to vote on the day of the election, and they're not being allowed to do that, or they're going through hurdles to be able to do that. So that's my testimony for today. I'd also like to bring up, the auditor's records. So if they want to look at the records, the cast vote records for Maui in 2022 had split the ballots into 2 files. We actually have more. We have a discrepancy of backside files and frontside files for those ballots. I haven't got an answer to that either. And there's complete mismatch, about 747 ballot files that don't match up to front or backside of that file. So we do have questions and we do have evidence here that needs to be tracked down. And when the commission does nothing about it, that raises more questions. So talking to the integrity of the election process, please have some answers, have accountability to why these records are not, have some questions about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb.
The next testifier is Lynn Ryan, followed by Susan Strom.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
My name is Lynn Ryan. I'm a resident of Kailua Kona, Hawaii. I'm a retired registered nurse. I'm testifying in favor of mail-in voting, mail-in ballots. I can take my time with voting and examine and research issues and candidates. The integrity of mail-in voting has been proven for over 40 years. At one time, it was called absentee voting. One-day stand in line in-person voting is nostalgic at best. Fraud is essentially non-existent at 0.0001% as stated by League of Voters representative. Do not depart from the present system. If you are considering a change away from mail-in voting, we need noticed public meetings to allow people to testify on this issue. We must do nothing to restrict mail-in voting. I'm 75 years old, not always able to travel to a polling place. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Alika Valdez.
Aloha, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm responding to agenda item 4B. Voting in person is a privilege that every registered voters should enjoy and families enjoy, and has been, as it's just a historical standing in Hawaii and other places of the United States as well. And, you know, creating a holiday for that would be something that would remedy the pressures of people on the job. Expanding polling precincts is another way to do that. So there's a lot of options that are open to that. The fact that we have election anomalies across the board clearly indicate that we do not have secure voting. Just in Kauai County alone, at least 2 occasions, the USPS numbers do not match the numbers recorded on the county center chart. The county recorded after the fact 3,004 return envelopes on October 22nd, but the USPS receipt is for only 2,279. That's a difference of 725. November 5th, the county recorded 985 ballot envelopes from USPS, but the receipt was for 655, a difference of 330. These numbers can throw an election or selection. So I don't know why people are pushing so hard for, you know, standardized across the board mail-in voting. Yeah, I remember we have I'll just reiterate this, U.S. Senator Mike Lee of Utah and other senators have blasted recently the mail-in voting ballots and demanding the end of them to protect election integrity. Our president also recently posted his pledge to limit the misuse and abuse of mail-in ballots and the quote, you know, the highly inaccurate, expensive, controversial voting machines, which cost 10 times more than the accurate and sophisticated watermark paper, which is faster and leaves no doubt at the end of the evening as to who won and who lost the election, unquote. So much so that will probably be at EO forthcoming in the future. With all that we know now concerning election anomalies today, it's hard for many of us to fathom why there has been such a defense here in Hawaii in persisting to utilize these high-risk voting methods, while many other states are reporting and suing over the same anomalies. There are provisions for absentee voting for those who cannot appear in public to vote. However, in light of the difficulty of receiving accurate receipts from USPS, I would say mail-in voting is anything but secure and accurate. So I don't know how people can quote that when the numbers don't lie. The COVID lockdown was also an effective tool to establish a statewide mail-in voting in order for, you know, certain agendas to anchor themselves. You know, and if people were really explicitly aware of that, we'd probably all be on the same page. So, you know, I do not stand in support of any kind of extensive mail-in voting. We do have in place, you know, the absentee voting and other provisions for people who cannot make it to the polls on a timely basis. And, you know, a lot of people can choose not to travel at that time if they're not wanting to miss an election.
Thank
So
you.
there's just, like I said, this is such an important thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Alika Valdez, followed by Tamro Mackay.
Hi, my name is Alika Valdez Ruiz Mora. I am a resident in Honolulu, Liliha, Nuuanu area. Please retain mail-in voting. Why? Because first of all, I heard Michelle saying that, oh, there's an excuse that, oh, we can go, I have to make an work exception that I have to go vote. No. Dick, like, if we have family matters or anything else, mail-in voting is an option. Second of all, like, transparency or no transparency, it's right in front of you, Dick. Like, you wanna eliminate mail-in voting? Trust and believe. Third of all, again, trust and believe. Transparency at its best. What goes around comes around. Retain mail-in voting. You guys are all doing a great job. Remember, trust and believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Alika.
The next testifier is Tamra Mackay, followed by Banner Fanine.
Thank you, Commissioner and board members. I'm Tamara Mackay on behalf of the Aloha Conservative Alliance. If we're talking about transparency, and I want to kind of put a couple things out there that might be helpful to the commission, then we also need to look at the fact that there were many ballots that were mailed in of people who were still not alive, who were 130 years old, or there were duplicate ballots at residents that no longer live there. And we received 2 of them, and at our own address after living, my husband's family living at our address for 7 generations. So let's talk about lawful conduct and transparency. I want to also address Commissioner Kushney lawfully requested that the factual corrections be added to the minutes and reflect actually what occurred at the previous meeting under HRS 92-9. Any board member has a right to have that information included. So it was brought up by Vernella Koo, what can be done? Well, under the Office of Elections, the citizens have a potential legal action right under HRS 9211 and 9212, which allows citizens to void actions taken into violation for open meeting laws. In today's world, transparency is simple. And I would encourage the Office of Elections to look into tools like Fathom. I use it for several meetings that can record, transcribe, and summarize meetings accurately so the public record is complete. Another concern that is repeating is the herd voting that I continue to see with the Office of Elections, where the same commissioners vote identically regardless of the motion's legality or merit. This is not deliberation, it is coordination, and it undermines the public trust. Beyond procedures, Hawaii people have lost confidence in the way we vote. For decades, we had one-day in-person paper ballot voting elections that were conducted by hand accurately and transparently. Today, mail-in ballots stretch the process for weeks, confusing, and causes mistrust. We do have absentee voting ballots, which are important purpose for military, elderly, and disabled. We were told that mail-in ballots were inclusive and make voting easier, but let me point out, after looking up statistics, Hawaii experienced its lowest voter turnout since statehood by only 32.1% of registered voters participated in the 2024 primary election, which is down 39.8%. If we can show ID to travel, drive, or enter a government building, it's not burdensome to show ID to vote. Voting is a sacred right, and verifying it protects every honest voter. It's time to return to what has worked: one day in-person paper ballot voting with verified hand counts, absentee ballots for those who need them, and full compliance with Hawaii Sunshine Law.
Thank you.
Mahalo for your time in standing for lawful transparency and trustworthy elections. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. McKay.
The next testifier is Banner Fanine, followed by Charlene Mata.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Name is Banner Fanine. Regarding agenda item 4, letters A and B, I fully support both letters A and letters B. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fanini.
The next testifier is Charlene Mata, followed by Victor Muck.
Good morning, Charlene.
Aloha, everyone. Great testimony. I want to testify on 4A and 4B. The status of the audit of the Office of Elections. It seems that there's discrepancies, not only in data and people testifying, but also between the county, the state elections offices, and USPS being able to authenticate mail receipts. So I really don't know what the status of the audit is right now, but I suggest that there be an investigation and or an outside audit, because it seems this topic of discussion has gone around and around and around. And people have also testified that they have seen documentation and evidence of discrepancies. This is a good segue into 4B, where the status of Commission's request for USPS business reply mail receipts for Hawaii County's 2024 general election. I'm not quite sure if I'm missing something, because everybody used that to say that they support mail-in voting. So, and I didn't hear you, Chair Curtis, once say, you know, that is not an agenda item when they talked about mail-in voting. So I will use this few seconds to say, I don't think anyone is against mail-in voting. I think Ms. McKay just outlined it very well, where we want more integrity, we want transparency, and we want accountability in the elections process. And I don't think any of us would be on this call if we were not questioning that. And someone also asked how many folks are on this call. The call went up at one time to 218 people. So there is a big concern. So I would share this mail-in voting. Sounds like something went out, a good effort to get people to say, I want to discuss 4B and we want mail-in voting. We've always, the absentee voting was always available for people that could not vote in person. And I know somebody also talked about the infrastructure. Well, it worked. Today, we have more schools, we have more neighborhood centers. It can be done. Votes can be counted that day, and our counts could be in a day. So I just want to say we need an investigation and or audit. And Chair Mike, I'd like to know how does the mail-in voting for 4B fits into that agenda item, please? Thank you. Thank you,
Ms.
everyone.
Mata.
The next testifier is Victor Mo, followed by Lance Ryan.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Mahalo for giving me the opportunity to testify. I just want to reiterate, because a lot of people seem to be making or getting mail-in ballots with absentee ballots confounded. They don't seem to understand that they are two separate things. So in my previous life, I spent a lot of time overseas, and I have voted by absentee ballot from Beijing, China. All right. And I'm on the move a lot, but you know, if you know you're going to be in a spot for a little while, you can get an absentee ballot sent to you. You have all the time in the world to do the research about which candidates and what you want to vote for. And then you put it in the mail and it gets counted. All this talk about same day research, voting is a privilege. All right, it's a privilege. It's not an afterthought. So do the research before you get to the polling location. It's that simple. Don't get to the polling location and start looking on your phone or whatever and trying to figure out who and what you're voting for. That is ridiculous. And actually, quite frankly, maybe you shouldn't be voting if you're going to vote like that.
You can if you like.
Absentee voting still exists today, even with mail-in ballots. And again, they are not the same. Absentee ballots force you to confirm your identity. As far as reopening the precincts, yeah, let's do precinct voting again. During the primaries, the precinct voting locations were open. I took Kapuna and Friends Without Cars to these polling locations personally. So stop making all these excuses. Voting is a privilege. It should be a state holiday. Make all the public transportation free. Let everybody vote. Make it a celebration. If your elementary school has to be discomforted because they're taking up space or whatever, make it an event. Learn all about voting, how privileged we are to have this voting process. I've lived in countries, I just said Beijing, China, where the voting system doesn't work. All right. All right, that's pretty much it. thank you very much. Mahalo nui for giving me the time to testify.
Thank you,
Aloha.
Hector. Aloha.
The next testifier is Lance Ryan, followed by Brendan Cabral.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I've noticed some of the brand new testifiers who introduce themselves with some fancy authoritative titles. And I just wanted to say that the most important thing to know about me is that I've actually been a participant and an observer of the Hawaii State Elections Commission for many, many years, including way back to the previous chair, and have knowledge of the topics and the problems and the history of this commission. We have witnessed open admission by the commission that, as part of our election process, folks had no clue about the technology involved with the voting systems. They were relying entirely on the vendor. I quote, we know diddly squat was one of the quotes, uttered by the commissioners in the past about the voting systems. They admitted to doing no penetration testing of the systems, meaning you're not checking to see whether the systems are being, infiltrated, whether there's external access to the systems. Meanwhile, we just had Scott Nago here earlier saying that, oh yeah, anything can be manipulated. Well, interesting that we're not even checking to see if anything is being manipulated. They have admitted to having no air gap system, another security measure. So I would like to bring up some information and facts to counter some of the emotionally driven talking points of the testifiers that have shown up here today all of a sudden. We've never seen their faces, never heard their names, and it's very clear to me that they don't know any of the issues that we have with our elections here in Hawaii that have been brought to this commission for many years, and they gave many false statements. So, the biggest thing here is because we're hearing all of this emotional stuff about why and the conveniences of mail-in ballots, but the bottom line is that mail-in ballots were brought in Hawaii to increase voter turnout. And I know there was a lady who mentioned that, we had increased voter turnout in the 2020 election. The 2020 election was a huge anomaly, due to other things, and we had COVID and a lot of suspicion around what happened in that election. I'm not going to get into there, but when you look at the data that we have for election turnout in Hawaii, 2022, which was after the implementation of mail-in ballots, had the lowest voter turnout in the past 5 election cycles. And I know we had a lady mention earlier, the math is not complicated. Yeah, the math is not complicated. What gives was this whole investment. And I think somebody else mentioned the enormous cost of transferring your processes. Well, did we put all of this money and all of this effort into transitioning to the mail-in process so that we would have one election, the 2020 election, that has a higher turnout, but then the magic of mail-in ballots that's all of a sudden allowing so many more people to have access, and it's so much more convenient to drop to the lowest voter turnout that we had in 5 election cycles? These arguments are just not making any sense, and I don't think that folks that are speaking, with these arguments actually have looked at any of the data. They're talking points, right? But that's not what we've seen here in Hawaii, and that's what this commission concerns itself with. Then somebody else stated that the voting is not a state holiday. Voting day is a state holiday in the state of Hawaii. And I think somebody else mentioned as well that you can actually take the time off to go and vote in person. We've had massive long lines of people who wanted to vote in person. Talk about inconvenience, where people were standing in the rain just because it's not being made available to the people who don't have confidence in the mail-in process, who want to cast their vote in person, and we're completely disenfranchised.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Brendan Cabral, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Mr. Cabral, you need to unmute. Mr. Cabral, you need to unmute. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, sorry. I have a hard time checking words, and I have a disability. My name is Brendan Cabral, and I'm a registered citizen as a disabled person. How can I be sure that my vote is something? I don't know what, and you know what, the thing is, I can't trust and believe the system. If I, and if you look at the book, there's no flaw, it's a conspiracy. Yeah, I want transparency. I want people in the system that I can trust. Because I don't know, I can usually sign my ballot in the mail. How can I know it helps? You know, and if you got about feeling such a better, yada. It's just about transparency. I can't I trust the system. I can't trust the system. That's why people out there, they don't vote, they don't go out there and vote. They say, they're not seeing red. That she got to get, and that's the other trust the system. That's fine. It took me a while to understand. And at one point, I didn't vote at the elections and vote. But I wanted to get information on the side of all functions. And as I said, yeah, there is knowledge. But we like transparency. We like see. And I say that it's just like a conspiracy. There's no voting response. I like to see then. I like people like Ralph and Stardom. I like people like that. So they say, oh, you guys are probable. And I said, transparency is everything. And like I said, I thought I was skeptical, but I wanted to come out here and see what I have to see. And it took a lot for me to come out here and do this. And I thought I did. And I just looked at the elections get better, the more transparency, that we can trust it. Because I want justice. All right? Thank you for my time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Cabral.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay.
Afternoon.
So, are we going to have time to talk about the PIG report? Is that a separate testimony period?
That's another item, yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to talk about item 4, return to polling place locations. So there's a lot of people on this call that seem to have shown up today to talk about the benefits of mail-in voting. And I want to thank them for that, but I want to invite them to continue to come to these meetings and not just come one time, because I think there's a lack of possible understanding about the inherent weaknesses of mail-in voting that they might not be aware of. They say a lot of things like there's no fraud. There's absolutely no fraud. They say that a lot. And, you know, frankly, the system is designed not to allow us to see any fraud. And when we go outside the system, like what Mr. Kushney was proposing we do and look at USPS receipts, all of a sudden 25% of the envelopes have disappeared. And we're not supposed to ask why, because it's outside the system. This system has also been centralized. The control of the mail-in system is centralized. So just the state now controls it. They've taken the power away from the precincts and the district levels, and we don't even, as a county, we don't even count our votes anymore. They brought in these machines, et cetera. So I would just invite those people that are so, you know, convenience, like I've got to have the convenience. I love the convenience of mail-in voting, but there are certain things that are more important than convenience. And that has to do with whether or not our systems are secure and trackable and auditable and traceable. And I hate to break the news to you folks, but mail-in voting is none of those things. It is a porous system that does not allow any type of auditing or any type of third-party verification. So please educate yourselves before you come up and say that there's zero fraud and it's the best ever and whatever. So please just come back to these meetings and listen to the concerns that the public have, because these are viable concerns and we've been doing this for a long time and we're uncovering a lot of problems. So just a few things about mail-in voting is there's absolutely no chain of custody. And you cannot have a certifiable election without chain of custody. And you're probably not aware of this, folks that just got on that think there's no problems with mail-in voting, but Hawaii does not have verifiable chain of custody. And Scott Nago he's the chief election officer, and I'm going over, I'm sorry, is certifying elections without chain of custody, and that's a problem. So please come back and please educate yourselves, and that's all
Thank
I
you.
have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Ann Picathley.
Aloha, Chair Curtis and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jamie Detweiler, lifelong Hawaii resident, Hawaii born and raised Kanaka, and retired federal civilian. I served as an official election observer in Honolulu during the 2024 primary and general elections. I am testifying in support of agenda item 4A and B. I am in 100% support of the letters in both A and B. And I'll let you know why. As I said, I've been an observer, and I've observed inconsistencies in the ballot custody. And as Anne Marie so greatly explained in her previous testimony about that, I've stood in line with the last person at Kapolei on election day when they voted right after midnight. I also observed them emptying the scanner machines, and they literally let the ballots just slide on out. And there were only 2 workers, employees that were allowed to touch those ballots. It was a very unorganized process. I also previously stated that I raised concerns regarding operations in Signature Verification Center at the County Signature Verification Center. What I am strongly recommending is that you comply with HRS 3-177-453, accountability and security of ballots, as well as HAR 3-177-61, security of ballots. There were logs that we, as observers, had to sign that we observe the ballots in mail trays in cages that were locked. When I asked the question about the number of ballots in the mail trays here in Honolulu County, we were just told to verify the number of trays observed. So that's what we did. That's what we signed that we observed. I thought that was very concerning because the number of ballots during the chain of custody were not accurately recorded. I filed a formal complaint in February 2025 and have not received a response initially until I refiled it just before this meeting about 3 days ago, and they just acknowledged my testimony. I asked them to correct the acknowledgement, and Office of Elections did correct. And I do have an official complaint number now, and I hope that it will be tracked and responded to. Let's return to what works. And what works is in-person voting with the option for absentee ballot voting. And that was also eloquently described by a previous testifier. He was overseas and knew that he was going to be working in another country, and he successfully requested his absentee ballot and was able to vote.
Thank you, Jamie.
I've been doing this for 5 years, and I just would like everybody to come back and listen to these testimonies and do your homework. Mahalo.
Thank you, Jamie.
The next testifier is Ann Picathley, followed by Clayton Kubo.
Aloha. My name is Ann Picathley, and oops, I'm speaking as a private citizen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Ann.
Anyway, I am in favor of mail-in voting, but this permitted interaction group investigation revealed a lot of issues, significant ones regarding integrity and transparency in the last election. Like none of the 4 county clerk offices provide a compliant chain of custody records. They didn't have a count of their ballots. And then you saw I think it was mentioned before, Hawaii County elections, they had to count 19,000 votes received by the state, more votes by the state. And then Kauai County had 661 more votes received by the state versus a county. So I totally believe that we need to audit USPS. I mean, get those records, get the the count. And what the PIG group said is that these were related to mail-in ballots, including those deposit boxes people would put their mail-in votes in. I totally, like I say, I support mail-in voting. I actually like to go to the polls myself. I feel it's like really patriotic, and I feel it's safer too. But we need to have auditing, and it should come from an independent source, not within the elections office. And I believe the PIG group was bipartisan. I don't really believe that this is part of a MAGA national conspiracy to abolish mail-in voting at all, because it was a bipartisan group. And I do believe that Scott Nago has just kind of dismissed all these discrepancies. And we need to address this. That's all I have to say. So let's go for the USPS mail receipts, calling for those, and have it be an independent audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
The next testifier is Clayton Kubo, followed by Daniel M. Gabriel.
Clayton Kubo, Waimea, Kauai. It seems like to me there's a lot of agenda item 4. Seems like to me there's a lot of backdoor kind of stuff happening here. If the numbers is correct, the discrepancies, then why not check on them? What you guys doing? You know, I was basically ready for leave this so-called commission meeting because of you guys was grumbling about that minutes. That was just blowing my mind. How can you guys vote no to something that had actually happened? Major corruption. Again, Clayton Kubo, just like the state capitol, Waimea, Kauai. Aloha.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Daniel M. Gabriel, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes.
Chair, committee members, commission members, I am in support of item agenda 4, A and B. There is, as many of the testifiers have brought to light, there are a lot of people that do not understand that absentee ballot voting, as well as disabled absentee ballot voting, has been a thing since at least 93, as back as far as probably 1984. That is not going to be changed. Able-bodied American citizens need to be in the polling places, and they need to be coming informed, as testifier Victor has said. It's not procrastinate and go that day and research something. The candidates and the ballot measures are known 5 months, at least 5 months before election. To say that you don't have time or you're too busy is an excuse. I run 2 companies. I have 2 children. I coach T-ball. I've run for office. I'm there every single time there's an election since I was 18. So get there. That's your civic duty. The USPS is in a deficit. They have been for decades. Why are we using our tax dollars to float them? My mail carrier can barely get my mail to my mailbox. Why are they handling our votes? We're in 2025, in the age of technology. If I can file my taxes online, why aren't we doing this through an online venue? Huh? Why isn't this being done? If I can file my taxes, why are we doing this online? Don't tell me that it's not secure. It can be secured, and we can eliminate the mail, all the nonsense. First and second of all, the ballot boxes that we can just drop in at a park is not secure. What's to stop me from tying it to my vehicle and dragging it down the road? What's to stop me from throwing a match in there and making all those votes null and void? I've seen with my own eyes from Neighborhood Board 35 deceased individuals receiving mailed ballots. As a trained accountant, I've been taught to make extensive Excel spreadsheets, very elaborate sheets, and there's always been one thing that we're told. The problem is always human error in data entry. Accuracy trumps convenience. The reason why people have to wait in line so long is because our precincts no longer allow us to vote in our precinct. We are given 2 polling places for an island of a million people
Thank you.
because of the draconian lockdowns and different type of control measures. Thank you very much. I yield.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Robin N.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I know the format has changed on how we go about this, and I think it will be really drawing these meetings out even longer, but that's okay because we are all here. With all sincerity, I would like to say I'm actually embarrassed by some of the people testifying because they're coming to this meeting and they are like throwing around numbers and math and statistics and whatever, but they actually don't even know what they're talking about. And so it's really important that people be educated on this. Now, without the emotion involved, it's really important that the people running our elections follow the laws that are put in place and their purposes for doing this. So on this agenda item, I am testifying on this with the idea that well, 2 things. First of all, again, the law. HRS Title II, Section 16.1. I have not heard anyone mention this. This is the law that basically allows the chief election officer to have voting by mail. Okay, so voting by mail says here, the chief election officer may adopt, experiment with, or abandon any voting system authorized under this chapter. Okay, the law goes on, but basically that means the legislature has given permission to the chief election officer to use this method and abandon it without the legislature doing it. And obviously this isn't working because within that, there are certain rules that have to be followed, including a chain of custody, a verifiable paper trail of each vote that's cast. And that's not happening. So people coming in here saying there's no fraud, maybe there's no fraud, but there's a lot of incompetence then. We're looking at HRS-154, that's 11-154. It basically talks about the fact that there needs to be official observers at every moment that ballots are being handled by workers, and that does not happen. The other one, HAR 3-177453, is clearly not being followed. It's not a matter of emotion. We have the ability for people to vote by mail with a ballot. I'm blanking on the name. It's where they have to request it. Ballots are sent to everyone who's on the voter rolls, but the people don't get to look at those voter rolls and verify whether or not those people actually exist. And so there's a huge problem here with the idea that the UPS, who they basically handle registered mail, they have to have a chain of custody. They know how this goes. They're not going to miss out on money. We need to have those records. That's the only thing that we can verify that everything is on the up and up. Thank you.
The next testifier is Robin N., followed by Brett Colbus.
Aloha and good afternoon. My name is Robin Nagasako, and I'm born and raised in Hawaii. I live on the west side. And I am here to say that, first of all, I think that concerning number 4A, we need to have a complete and thorough investigation of the Office of Elections. And in regards to B, the fact that the USPS mail receipts, that there are discrepancies and the numbers don't add up, is of grave concern about mail-in ballots. And I'm just completely floored to hear some of these testimonies here today that are so concerned that they're going to lose their mail-in ballots. I would like to see preferably where we can vote in our precinct on voter day. And yeah, we can make it a celebration, like somebody said, and have it a holiday where we could go back to the way we used to do it before, where we would vote in our precincts, schools were closed, it was a holiday, and people had 2 hours off to go and to vote. And we're not eliminating the absentee vote. They would still have the option to do so. And but just as Tamara McKay shared, our last voting, our registration here in Hawaii was at an all-time low. So we cannot say that mail-in ballots are actually helping that. And there is definitely discrepancies with the mail-in ballots, and there's always room, there's so much room for error. And so I would like to go back to the way it was before and give people like me the opportunity to vote in my precinct. Come in person. Yes, it's inconvenient, but it is our privilege and an opportunity to take time out of our day, and we make time for what's important, and to go back to in person with absentee ballots as well. And so thank you for your time. And yeah, one doesn't cancel out the other. We can do both. And so have a good day, and thank you for hearing my testimony.
Thank you for your time.
The next testifier is Brett Colbus, followed by Thorne Silverberg.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. My name is Brett Colbus. I'm a 26-year Navy veteran. I live in Ewa Beach. As a veteran, I see Hawaii's elections issues as a direct threat to the freedoms I serve to protect. Honest, transparent elections matter to every veteran. And right now, too many reports of ballot mishandling, poor chain of custody, and election officials refusing accountability have undermined confidence in the system. This is why I strongly support returning to in-person voting in Hawaii. In-person voting ensures strict chain of custody, real-time witness of ballot counting, and fewer opportunities for fraud or technical failures. Veterans and all citizens deserve to see their votes securely cast and counted on election day. No loss, not lost in a confusing, opaque process. Hawaii must act now. Restore in-person voting, conduct real audits, and ensure election officials are held to the highest standards. My service was for a free and fair democracy. Let's make sure every vote in person is counted and trusted. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Colbus.
The next testifier is Thorne Silverberg, followed by Donald Sakamoto.
Aloha. My name is
Aloha.
Thorne. Thank you. I'm testifying on number 4, A and B. Live here in Kilauea in Kauai. I'm a Navy veteran and retired from healthcare as a registered nurse, retired from the VA medical care system, working in hospitals there, and familiar with many veterans and people in nursing homes that have difficulty getting out and voting on one particular day because of their disability. And I am in support of mail-in voting. If absentee voting is acceptable, I don't understand why mail-in voting is not acceptable as well. We pay our taxes by mail, we get verification. There's definitely room for improvement with the mail-in voting system, as with most of our voting systems right now. And we can work on that, but we don't need to throw out mail-in voting just because there's been some issues. There's still room for improvement. And I support continuing mail-in voting. I know there's a lot of families here that I live around that work multiple jobs, have kids, and it's oftentimes difficult to get away. I know when I was working in the hospital, lots of times things change quickly and you don't get time for a lunch break all the time. And if you do, sometimes it's 20 minutes, not enough time to run out and vote. If you live far away from a polling station. Anyhow, that's my 2 cents. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you for your 2 cents. Aloha.
The next testifier is Donald Sakamoto, followed by Debbie.
Mr. Sakamoto.
Good afternoon, Chair Curtis, other members of the committee. My name is Donald Sakamoto, a longtime Kaneohe resident. Voted since 1980 when I graduated from Castle High School. As a blind individual, I like the absentee ballot before because it's convenient for when I could see, I could fill it out. As the years went by, I lost my eyesight. And when Act 136 came out in 2018 by the legislature, it was a mail-in ballot. Concerning the mail-in ballot, I asked Glenn Takahashi, head clerk at Hano City, when you have a X mark, you can put an X mark on your mail-in ballot and you can put a witness. If they drop off their ballot in the drop-off box the same day they collect it, do you get able to check that verification of the witness? He said, no, we just take it for granted that it is legit. And if they do a fraud thing and we find out, it's a penalty, So my concern is we have electronic ballot that we use now for the blind and disabled people. And it's very convenient, very secure. Somebody testified, why can't we do it online? It is accessible. But concerned 4A, I think there should be an investigation on what is going on at the elections. For mail-in ballot, it probably is good for some people, but not for others. But like some people said, there's absentee and, just to have ballots go out and then people are no longer live there. And we have this ERIC system that Scott Naga put in place. We need to update our register. So, I have some concerns about mail-in ballot, but for me, it works out with electronic ballot. And so I don't have to go in person, but in a way, those who want to go in person and want to show the ID, and I fully agree with what they say. I've been to these meetings since folks started, and I listen to everybody. So I'm very much neutral, but I just want to express myself for my side, as well as those who oppose mail ballot. So thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakamoto.
The next testifier is Debbie, followed by Keone Payton.
You guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'm in favor of number 4, A and B. And this is just to kind of help others that I've heard testify in regards to, the mail-in ballot, because I do believe the right to be able to go in and vote, that we should go back to the old way because it was more accountable than the mail-in ballot way. As you can see, there's a lot of discrepancies that they're talking about. So before Act 136 transitioning to all mail voting, Hawaii did offer early in-person voting before Act 136 was passed in 2019. And the locations were typically open for 10 business days prior to each election. So that was one opportunity for people to vote if they could not vote on the one day. Also, Hawaii, prior to this law, Hawaii did allow mail-in voting as well as absentee voting. And you can actually sign up for a permanent absentee voting, meaning every election, the election forms would come to you to go ahead and vote by mail. And there was no justification required, meaning you didn't have to prove that you were disabled or you were traveling. You could just go ahead and do it. And the reason why I say that is because I actually was using that method of voting. I was, I just was like, you know what, this is the way I want to do it, right? So for disabled voters, they were explicitly supported. Hawaii's election system aimed to be accessible, and voters with disabilities could request mail-in ballots or vote in person at accessible locations. The thing about concerns about people not be able to take off time, Hawaii's revised statute 1195, employees are entitled up to 2 consecutive hours off from work on election day to vote, excluding their lunch or rest periods. Time off must be paid, so the employees would be paid, and employers cannot penalize, reschedule, or deduct wages because of the absence. So when you're seeing people are working, they can't get off. I mean, the employers are required to do so. And I work in human resources. And let me tell you, we just request for backup to show that they actually went and voted in person. And then we pay them the 2 hours that's required by law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of information, we're going to be taking a short recess somewhat after 1 o'clock.
Okay. Good.
Next testifier.
The next testifier is Keone Payton, followed by Ilana L.
Keone, let's try again.
No.
You're passing through it. I don't know what's happening. Maybe hold the unmute button down. I don't know what's happening, Keone. Do we have the next testifier, please? Sorry.
The next testifier is Ilana L., followed by Margie Merriman.
Hi, my name is Ilana. Today I'm testifying to do away with mail-in voting. I noticed there was a lot of new people that I've never seen in these meetings before. I've been to multiple of these meetings before, and once did I see any type of anything good happen with this whole meeting. And it's just sad that we're still going on and on with this thing and nothing's good is happening. I've voted in person myself every time. I got kids, 3 kids, I go sports, school, and I still make the time to go and vote in person. Everybody else who just somehow popped in randomly saying that they don't want to do away with it, they don't have time, excuses. They're excuses. You guys can go in and vote. Like other people said, there is absentee votes. Just make the time. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Margie Merriman, followed by April Lee.
Merriman. Merriman going once. We can't hear you. Going twice. Next testifier, please.
The next testifier is April Lee, followed by Arthur Hanneman.
Thank you for having these public forums, really, and letting us view the subject matter, because I don't know that we would do it unless we had the opportunity that you commissioners offer. I'm from the Big Island and I have been an officer in the ACLU. I've been a notary and I've been at the polls and I've watched how this whole thing has transpired in here. I was born here, but I did live in another state during a lot of my business life, which I'm still in business. But I think that the fact that we don't have chain of custody is a huge issue. And what does every judge demand in their courtroom, which is evidence? We have not been able to provide the evidence. And for this commission to sit and argue about things that really are not important. They are matters of your format and your etiquette and everything. And I appreciate you're trying to maintain order, but that should be done outside of the public forum. Because we know that you're non-elected, and Scott Nago is non-elected. And Scott Nago has done, since the governor we now have, made changes, and he's written 96 directives. So the changes that have gone through this county, this state, moving the jurisdiction from the county to the state has had a huge effect. And I'm sorry to the innocents that are on this and have testified previously. If you don't think there's fraud, then you have not woken up completely to what's going on in so many avenues of our life. This one is key for the people we put in office to elect us, change everything when they're in office. And if we don't get those votes right, and any discrepancy or anything that is a question that doesn't have an independent audit and doesn't have physical evidence that doesn't tell a lie, then we need to have our voice heard. And that needs to be your job. We are trusting in you to make this happen for us. Because, you know, in California, they go, no, the governor even approved. No, there's no way that our voting machines are being tampered with. So they had a hearing in a court, which I would love. And do you know what they found out? The person, group that was coming in to say you have tamperable machines demonstrated the tamperability and the fraud that went on the machine right in the courtroom. It took them 4.5 minutes to get into the system. This is the kind of thing that's going on here. And we cannot rely on a postal employee. We must have absolute chain of custody. And if that means that we have absentee ballot and no mail-in ballots, then what's the difference? And I absolutely have voted early, and I think that should come back because it is difficult to stand in line for 4 hours due to your patriotic responsibility and due to your research and wanting to know that your state is representing exactly. I love this state.
Thank
I
you.
love where I live. Thank you.
The next testifier is Arthur Hanneman, followed by Dennis Lezkovic.
Mr. Hanneman.
There we go. Can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay. Hey, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commission. Thank you for taking the time to listen to both sides of this very, very, very important issue that's very concerning to many of us here in Hawaii. My name is Art Hanneman. I have seven children. I have 25 grandchildren, and I vote. And I have always voted in person. My wife and I have always gone to Honolulu Hale or to Kapolei Hale to vote in person. Why? Because we trust the process. I believe also that no one is talking about banning mail-in voting. There's definitely a need for that. But mail-in voting has always been a part of in-person voting, which we strongly support. I also support Ralph Kushney's findings in his report, 100%. We as a community have a responsibility to our families, our friends, and others to get out the vote. That's our responsibility. And your responsibility is to make sure that our vote is protected. And we're really concerned regarding the protection of our vote each election cycle, at least currently. People talked about MAGA, that this is a MAGA movement. If Hawaii had a MAGA movement going on, there would be more than 3 Republicans in the House, in the Senate of 25, or more than 9 Republicans in the House of 51. We're concerned about protecting the vote because 11/3/2026 is a big voting time for all of us here in Hawaii. All 51 seats in the House are open for vote. 25 seats in the Senate are open for vote. The governor's seat is open for vote. The lieutenant governor's seat is open for vote and 2 congressional seats. So we're very concerned regarding the integrity that is needed during our election cycle. And again, we would hope, Chair, together with your commission, that you would take into consideration all testimonies, especially those regarding in-person voting with the highest integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanneman. We're going to have one more speaker and then take a 10-minute recess.
The next testifier is Dennis Leskovic.
Aloha, Chair.
Aloha.
My name is Dennis Leskovic II, a retired U.S. Air Force veteran with more than 20 years of honorable service. I began on the flight line, advanced through logistics and operations, and finished at Pacific Higher Headquarters advising senior commanders on accountability, compliance, and mission execution. Those same standards must guide this commission, because democracy, like the military, collapses when accountability dies. After retiring, I made the decision to stay here in Hawaii. I could have gone home to the mainland, but I stayed because I saw too many Native Hawaiians and Kofa residents struggling on the streets. People who have served, worked, and contributed, yet been abandoned by the system meant to protect them. And here's what hit me the hardest. Many Hawaii's homeless are veterans. Federal, state reports estimates that between 11 and 13% of our homeless population once wore a uniform. That means roughly 1 in 10 people sleeping on a sidewalk once swore to defend this country. These are not numbers. They are brothers, sisters, and fellow warriors. Over the years, I lived and served across Oahu, from Hickam to Waiwa, from Kailua to Kapolei, from Pearl City to Honolulu. I've worked alongside educators, guardsmen, and community leaders in classrooms, clinics, and neighborhoods. Every corner of this island has taught me something about aloha, resilience, and how easily government forgets its own promises. For 15 years, I've called Hawaii home, currently living as a Kaka'aku resident. I walk past the fire station at 7-Eleven where our houseless neighbors sleep right in front of the department of the fire station. That sight reminds me daily, the aloha is not comfort, it's responsibility. A culture of control, not collaboration. For 60 years, Hawaii has operated under one-party dominance. When a single political structure controls both legislation and oversight, true accountability fades. It becomes easy to confuse loyalty to party with loyalty to people. At the 2025 Elections Commission meeting, leaders debated grammar and edited videos instead of addressing transparency. That's not democracy at work, that's bureaucracy protecting itself. Hawaii's Sunshine Law, HRS 92, promises open government, but loopholes and selective summaries have replaced full disclosure. When meetings are edited and testimony omitted, trust dies. And when trust dies, citizens disengage and control solidifies. After more than 6 decades of uninterrupted control, Hawaii's democracy has lost its balance. When one side holds power long enough, it stops listening to the people and starts managing them. It's time for a change, not just a party, but of principle. Hawaii needs renewal, competition, and culture of integrity that puts people before politics. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Dennis. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Could you put a 10-minute timer on the screen, please? And we'll return to the next testifier in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Massive caffeine.
We'll have the next speaker, but I also anticipate if we go much beyond 5 o'clock, I would anticipate a 1-week recess and re-adjourn next week, Wednesday, if we go much beyond 5 o'clock today. Here we have the next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Laura Nakanilua, followed by Tara Rojas.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nakanilua.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair. I simply wanted to echo, sorry, I was not aware that I was going to be called upon so quickly, and I barely got back to my phone after you all went into recess. Can you folks hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So the thing that I wanted to mention goes back to the beginning of our call this morning when Commissioner Kushney was trying to emphasize the importance of the law as it pertains to having the minutes adjusted as is allowed by law, not requiring a vote. And it was
You're talking
disappointing.
about item 4?
I'm sorry?
You're talking about item 4 on the agenda?
Well, I believe it's part of item 4. I think it
Okay.
last meeting's minutes. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble with my phone. So last meeting's minutes were in question this morning, were they not?
Yeah.
As it pertained to the added verbiage that Commissioner Kushney wanted added into the minutes, which was voted down by those in opposition on the commission. I guess what I want to say is whether that verbiage was included in the meeting minutes or not, it is all captured on video. And I just think it's important to caution everybody on the commission to be aware that everything that you say and everything that you do, including Mr. Ching's actions, are being recorded and will be revisited as is allowed by not just our members here that are testifying, but also the Republican National Committee, the legal department on the Republican National Committee, and the election integrity group active at the national level as well. As everyone is aware, and as I know folks that are, all the new people that are on this call today, they seem quite indivisible by nature. So it's really interesting. You know, it's very akin to the activities supported and funded by Act Blue, that they would all show up en masse with the same message instead of sort of listening, as others have suggested, to what has happened previously and the things that need to be corrected. Commissioner Kushney has pointed out that over 10,000 ballots, I want to say the number is 16, were not accounted for properly. Our chain of custody is at risk, is non-existent actually, and those are the things that we need to address. So whether we do so in the minutes or not, everything is recorded and can be revisited, and those people who are either testifying in bad faith or flouting the law can and will be held accountable. We don't even have to
Thank you, Laura.
go to the extent of tracking people down. It's kind of all evidenced right here. So I just want to caution everyone to
Thank
be
you.
very aware of how they're testifying and following or not following the law.
Thank you for the warning.
AKA threat.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Andrew Aker.
Ms. Rojas. We're only allowing testifiers one time, by the way. We don't have a whole lot of time. We have too much time already. Ms. Rojas? Going once. Ms. Rojas going twice. Next testifier.
The next, the next testifier is Andrew Aker, followed by Michael Goliak Jr.
How's it? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, guys. Aloha. What a day today. I'm Andrew Aker with Maui Freedom TV, Hawaii Freedom TV, and Maui for Trump. I prepared a few notes here. I'll try to go fast. I am a MAGA Republican, and I love all of you. That's why I'm doing this. I love humanity, and I am for in-person voting. Let me repeat. I am for in-person voting. I'm a MAGA Republican that is also aware of and recognizes the usurpation of ko Hawaii Pai'aina. I also recognize the usurpation of the will of the people through corrupt players within the judiciary, as well as within the Elections Commission, within the Office of Elections. We did have a court hearing, actually. Ralph Kushney had to go pro se. You guys can find out more about that on your own. Let me go back to my notes here. Yeah, I think we can all agree that we want full transparency. There are convincing arguments on both sides of this thing, and this is a big opportunity for ho'oponopono. I'm learning here, this malahini here in Hawaii. This is a big opportunity for us to have reconciliation and a teaching opportunity. I heard one kumu, one teacher, me, kumu as well, 18 years. What an opportunity, a teachable moment to bring all the families together to your local schools and to teach the children how to ensure that their elections are legit and real. And if you don't agree, I wonder what kind of kumu you really are. Anyway, back to the point there. Let's include the kids in the vote counting process. Let's declare a week of public holiday. The systems in place, the unlawful taxation without representation that you're all paying right now is designed in a way to make it hard for you to vote, actually. So yeah, let's all go back to in-person voting. And you know what? I'll give you maybe one more day, 2 days, 3 days, but in person together. Let's make it a celebration. Let's make it educational. We can do this. Thank you all. I love you all. And I think I speak for all the MAGA Republicans that I've met around this archipelago, that we love you guys. And we just want to sit down and have a conversation. Aloha, ahui ho. I yield my time. Malama pono.
Thank you, Mr. Aker.
The next testifier is Michael Goliak Jr., followed by Patty.
Good afternoon, Michael Goloyu Jr., he, him pronouns. I'm here in my personal capacity today, focusing on the letter to the legislature. Really not a lot to say since it's there. There's been no response from the legislature, which I didn't expect to see one, but I do. It's like you put the cart before the horse. You ask for an audit and then you tell them, oh, by the way, we want to go back to all in-person voting because of one vote. As we've heard today with the ad nauseum testimony, both for and against the reasons, that there was no consensus on that. So my one hope for today is that a commissioner will make a motion to rescind at least the portion of the letter calling to go back to all in-person voting. All in-person voting does a disservice to so many of our working families. There's been a lot of privilege thrown around this room today saying, if you care, you'll show up. If you can make a sacrifice, you'll show up. Oh, they have to give you 2 hours off. Yes, they do, but they don't have to pay you for that. If you're working 2 or 3 jobs, you don't get those 2 hours because you're not working that entire period where you can vote. So hopefully these people that keep on up here saying they care about people and they love us and this and that will actually care about their fellow individuals and realize that we live in a service-based economy where, yeah, you might get the day off, but your friend working at the hotel or the restaurant doesn't get their day off, doesn't get the time off, and doesn't get paid time off. When people are surviving paycheck to paycheck, 2 hours does make a difference. So I hope people will remember that people will care about those less fortunate than themselves and check their privilege when it comes to issues of accessibility and availability when it comes to voting, because that is what mail-in voting has done. So again, I encourage you to rescind that vote when it comes to calling for all mail, removing all mail-in voting. I'm going to raise the red flag again, like I did last month, about the audit, because we've heard it today that goalpost has been moved by so many different people. We want an audit. We want it done by this person. I only trust these people. And so you're going to get an audit. People are not going to be happy with the outcome because it's not going to tell them what they want. And therefore they're going to question everything all over again. So hopefully as we move forward, that this commission will be able to move forward in unity versus whatever it is we've been seeing. And I encourage everybody to actually, if you care about people having access to vote, that you'll support all mail-in voting, right? Aloha.
Thank you, Michael.
The next
Can
testifier.
we have a quick roll call again? Make sure we have a quorum.
Yes, of course. Commissioner Andrion?
Here.
Commissioner Apana?
Here.
Commissioner Kushney?
Here.
Okay. Commissioner Kam? Commissioner Kam?
Sorry, here.
Okay. Commissioner McAdam?
Yeah.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu? Commissioner Papalimu? Excused for now. Commissioner Sabas?
Here.
Chair Curtis?
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The next testifier is Patty, followed by Jen C.
Hello.
Aloha.
Aloha. I'm Patty, and I'm a resident, and I really love Hawaii, but I'm so disappointed with what's going on in Hawaii, and that's why I'm testifying on this election commission committee. And I am the mail-in voting would be valid if I could trust the process and had transparency. At this time, I am against, and I agree, we have to keep it simple, is right, which means back to in-person voting and take away those machines. Doesn't anyone know how to just know how to count again? You know, simple addition. Let's make places accessible for people to vote instead of we are obstructed by no parking, no voting polls. How about those conveniences? School principals that don't participate with voting polls are not prioritizing what is important. Are not the kids of importance on what we vote for? And the voting commission committee should have duties to relieve schools facing any after voting obstruction to school activities. And if schools don't want to participate, we can find churches that would open their doors for voting with transportation to voting polls. You all who are for mail-in voting, there in person testifying, why wouldn't you have time to do in-person voting when you're there right now? I'm here on Zoom for convenience because we wouldn't have this conversation if we resolve transparency first. That has been postponed time after time. Resolve transparency and removing those that do not allow transparency, so we don't waste any more taxpayers' time and distractions. Make it simple so we can make things more efficient and trustworthy, as a lot of Hawaii departments are not known for. Let's start with the Election Commission Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
The next testifier is Jen C, followed by Jackie.
Hi, this is Jennifer Caban, testifying on behalf of an audit for Honolulu County. I don't believe that any of the audits that were previously done by the any election has been properly audited because the paper ballots are never sorted out by precinct. They're all dumped into bins, and any audits that have been done have been run through the machine again, run through the machine again. No such thing as counting paper ballots against the ballot cast records at all. So we need a proper audit counting paper ballots. My second point is about the post office receipts. I believe that the post office does have error. There was an instance in 2024 where two women, one was a United States Postal Service employee charged with stealing ballots in Colorado. And in 2025, they both were they pled guilty and they were charged with identity theft and also forgery. So to say that the United States Post Office is completely legit is wrong. Also ballot boxes, there were different 4 attempted ballot boxes in 2024 that had arson in the Western United States. And what happened was it was a week before Election Day. So there was an incident of a smoking ballot box October 8 in Washington. There's also a United States Post Office box in Phoenix, Arizona that was set ablaze with 20 ballots inside. Another fire was at a ballot box in Portland, Oregon on October 28 of 2024. I've also personally witnessed, we had a stolen United States Post Office box missing from Longs in Kaneohe. And I've seen ballots that are sticking out of the ballot box where nobody has pushed them all the way in. So you don't know if that ballot flew away, you don't know what happened to it because nobody pushed it in, it was sticking out. So, and I'd also like to remind everybody that the federal election coming up next year, the Trump administration is going to make changes to the federal election. So I hope that the state is ready to come alongside with these new procedures that are going to be done. They're going to require voter ID. And a little note that COFA residents in Hawaii are not United States citizens and they are not allowed to vote. So I don't even know if they're on the voter rolls or not because they all have
Thank you.
licenses.
The next testifier is Jackie, followed by Robin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you everyone for showing up for this Zoom. Thank you, commissioners, for your time. My name's Jackie Nelson. I'm a registered voter on Kauai. I've been voting since 1984. I've never missed an election, and I have lived in multiple states. I was a student for a lot of years and had to vote absentee. I was working for a company that sent me all over the United States for a while. I had permanent absentee voting status, so I'm not opposed to absentee voting at all. However, I'm here today to advocate for in-person voting at local polling places. Like somebody said earlier, it's a day to be celebrated, very much so. And we need to go back to that. We took something that wasn't broken, in-person voting with easy to obtain absentee ballots, and we decided to fix it. And we haven't fixed it. I reject the notion that was brought up earlier that there's not enough time to research. If you're voting in person, you know who's going to be on the ballot months in advance. If you're not doing your research until you get your ballot, you're not doing it right. I also reject the notion that was brought up earlier that there are apparently camo-clad, gun-toting intimidators showing up at polling places. I've volunteered at polling places here on Kauai multiple times. I never saw anything even remotely resembling that. I also reject the notion that it would be too hard to train in people to go back to volunteering at in-person polling places. I've done it. It's not rocket science, and it's great to be involved in the process. So I'm here to advocate for in-person voting. However, I'm not saying that we should take away absentee voting for people who need and want it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
The next testifier is Robin, followed by Craig Spencer.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Robin.
Hi, my name is Robin McCreary. I'm in District 26, which is Makiki, Lower Punchbowl, Tamales, and Papakalea. I am not, I would like to bring back the voting. We used to 30 years ago. We used to have to come in, show our ID, and then we would sign to allow people to vote. I think we should bring that back where you do see the IDs and you sign that you voted. Also, I am aware that people cannot get there, such as my mother-in-law. However, am I still there, guys?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, my sister was calling me. I apologize. Anyways, so I think that they can sign for, get the mail in to that place to let them vote. However, I think all the ballots that are voted offline, that are mailed, I think they should be brought to the place where they're counting the votes. And that day, I think that they should run it through the machine without any internet going on anywhere. And I think that's how it should be. I also think we should make it a state holiday, and maybe Trump will make it a federal holiday. But let's say that the people still can't get off. I think they should be paid for 2 hours, and they have to choose one of their places that they're working, if they're working 3 jobs, to get paid on that. So this is my thought. I am for walking in and having votes. And the other thing is I don't think that we have enough people to volunteer for the polls. So I'm in the Rotary Club of Waikiki, and I will get a gang of people to help. Thank you, Adrian. Sorry, Adrian's King's right here. Anyways, I think that it should be, we would come and volunteer so that we have enough people running the polls in those areas, and then we can either hand count them or run them through the machine without any internet in the building at that time. And this will bring back a sense of community with people coming together and voting. So thank you very much. Have a great day. Oh, wait, I forgot. Also, the Rotarians, we have a 4-way test. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it bring goodwill and better friendship? Is it beneficial to all? And in our club, we have, number 5, is it fun? And again, with these people at the polls, I think we would follow all of those and keep the polling on track. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
The next testifier is Craig Spencer, followed by Akua Kea.
Hi, Commission, and mahalo to the Commission for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Craig Spencer, and I testify as a voter in Hawaii County. I live in Kailua Kona, and I'm here to testify with regard to Agenda Item 4B. And I want to start by saying that I very much appreciate everyone who is participating today in the democratic process. I think it's great that we are seeing an increased amount of engagement from the public on this topic, as it speaks to the importance of the topic and to the engagement of our people. I do think it's notable that more and more people are getting engaged as everyone on the call perceives various threats to our state elections. Although we disagree on this call, many of us disagree on many things. I come forward to the Commission and present things that I think we can all agree on. First, I think we can all agree that the Commission has very real operating problems that cannot and must not be ignored. Second, I think we can all agree that the reported discrepancies in voting and ballot numbers are very real problems that cannot be ignored and must be addressed. Third, I think that we can agree that democracy is at its best when all legal voters vote. I think it's best that the voice of every citizen is heard and they're represented across all political parties, all geographies, all ages, and other demographics. I think every last Democratic voice should be heard. Every last Republican voice should be heard. Every last other party and non-party affiliated voice should be heard. And all of those votes should count. the rich and the poor, and every other vote should count. And lastly, I think that we can all agree that democracy works best when all legal voters have a high confidence in our voting system. So with those broad agreements in mind, I present my testimony rejecting restrictions on voting, whether those are restrictions on in-person voting or on voting by mail. And I am in favor of measures to increase voter confidence in our elections. In my view, the commission must take efforts to increase voter confidence in elections. Primarily, I think this should be done by reforming oversight structures. At the same time, in my estimation, restricting voting to just in-person voting is not the right way to solve the commission's biggest problems, as that move would disenfranchise far too many voters, up to 400,000 or more, who voted by mail in the last election. This is completely unacceptable and should be rejected by all citizens who want fair representation. Mahalo to the commission and to the commissioners for working to solve these important issues. These are complex problems and they require complex and nuanced discussions and decisions, and not blunt force decisions that disenfranchise most of the voters in this state. Mahalo again, and I look forward to continued participation in this process.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
The next testifier is Akul Kea, followed by Margie Merriman.
Yes, hi. My name is Kevin Hill, Big Island of Hawaii. I'm echoing many other good testimonies that were affirming the current movement to move towards in-person voting, and primarily in-person and by paper, and I'm for that as well. Many really great testimonies, and I'd love to echo some of those, but mostly I just wanted to say that in just a modicum of research on voting methods worldwide, if you do just some searching about, well, what are typical methods of manipulating mail-in voting? What are the weaknesses in that? What are the weaknesses in electronic voting? There's a really long list of established methods worldwide for that sort of manipulation. The gold standard of elections, which I think is the right to vote, is like a sacred duty. It's a sacred right. It takes some inconvenience, always has. We had a system that worked fine in the precinct system. It's not that we don't have the infrastructure or the know-how to do this most sacred duty and to do it well. We have that infrastructure already. We just need to move back to using it. And there's many great points about chain of custody and verifiability. The last speaker, I agree with his comment that he's all for equal access to voting. I would just simply add that it needs to be only voting methods that can be absolutely verified to the nth of the degree that we can verify that everybody's vote is lawful and legitimate and it is the right person voting. And the best way to do that, the gold standard of voting, has always been in person and by paper. And it's inconvenient, but freedom is not convenient necessarily. And our ability to maintain that is our duty. And I don't think anybody is advocating for people who are ill or have reasons that they can't get to a voting station that we don't want to accommodate and make methods for that. That just makes sense. I would suggest that we, instead of just having it mail in, that another method of adding integrity to that would be to actually have pre-assign someone who, if I'm a shut-in, that I would pre-assign someone that can show ID and can actually hand deliver my ballot on my behalf. And again, maybe a little bit more cumbersome, but the integrity of this process is so vital that it's worth the energy, it's worth the effort, it's worth the inconvenience. And the one testifier earlier on this call said that it's more likely to be struck by lightning than to have voter fraud in America. And I wish that were true, but the instances of voter fraud are frequent. I know personally of at least a dozen lawsuits, calls that I've been a part of in election years in Hawaii, where people have filed lawsuits to challenge various outcomes on, it's a nonpartisan issue, either side of the voting.
Thank you.
Pendulum, and where they simply were not heard by our judiciary. So that's another thing that needs to be addressed. But again, in person, paper ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Margie Merriman, followed by Lorraine Hinaga.
Aloha, Mr. Chair and commissioners and the citizens who have lasted this long in the meeting. My name is Margie Merriman, and I'm on the island of Kauai, and I have attended many of these meetings. I'm talking to you about the agenda item, and I agree with Michael of asking the letter to be changed to remove requesting the legislator to return to polling place elections. I have trust. And yes, can we improve? Absolutely. Can we look at streamlining how the ballots are counted and the post office and the ballot collection? Of course, there's always room for improvement. But I also know that as a voter, I can track my ballot. And if we educate every voter to know that they can track their ballot to see if it got received, that's another way to make sure that their ballot got counted. And that would help to eliminate all this distrust that I'm hearing being spoken about. I think that by being able to go in and vote by mailing your ballot in, that it makes it more accessible for more people. You know, you can vote early, you can, the Kapuna can vote. And, you know, if we wait to say we want you to show up on election day, what if we had a hurricane coming? What if we had weather that would prevent us from being able to get out there? I just really feel strongly that we should continue with what we have. And also, I know here on Kauai, I went and I took the training to work at a polling place, and I worked the last election, and I watched it. I watched someone come up at the cutoff time. They were a minute late and they were turned away. And I watched them adhere to the rules about how you're supposed to manage your polling place. And I also, when I went to the training, I asked a lot of questions because I was concerned about the machines. I was concerned about the ballots. And I was satisfied with all my questions. After a while, I thought they were thinking, who is this crazy woman? But I was just really wanting to make sure that I could trust the elections here in Kauai. So basically, I feel that we're always going to have room for improvement. But I really feel strongly that we should go ahead and continue with what we're doing. And economically right now, we don't even have the money for SNAP. So where are we going to get the money to pay for an investigation or to staff at the polls? I mean, economically, it also works better to just let the ballots go by mail. And I just feel that let's just keep doing what we're doing, and then we can work to make it better. And I thank everybody for being here. And I also believe in the power of community and unity. Aloha. Thank you.
Aloha.
The next testifier is Lorraine Hinaga, followed by Tara Rojas.
Hi, my name is Lorraine Hinaga. I'm in District 49, and I'm one of those people who have first time coming on like this, or maybe it was the second time. And I think some of my friends too were just learning, and yeah, because we are concerned about what's been going on and we want to know more. And so thank you so much. It's been very educational being on this call. And I think I am for just making sure that the elections are secure. And I prefer for myself to be in person as well. That's how I remember it for many years, unless you're really not able to go in person. And that option should be available for people who cannot. But I think that we should really make sure that our elections are secure. And with regard to costs, I mean, if we can spend billions on the rail, how much more important is our election integrity and for that to be secure, and that we can have confidence in our elections. So I'm just going to be praying, and my friends are also going to be praying for the solution to these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Pam Elders.
Aloha, Tara Rojas.
Aloha.
Aloha. Testifying for the audit. Yes, we do need the audit. As I'm listening to the testifiers, there is no trust, because if you've been coming to these meetings for the past year and more, you will be hearing exactly why there is no trust. there is no trust in the mail-in ballot system because one, it was supposed to be only a trial, and as we're seeing, there is a lot of things broken and wrong with it, so fix it. Go back to what the previous testifier said. It was working before, so don't, you know, we try to fix it. So I'm for in-person, going back to in-person voting. Why? Because there's also the issue in previous meetings that have been brought up about signatures or supposedly not matching. So how many, yeah, if you can track your ballot, but then you don't know what happens once it gets there. In addition to it not being counted and the chain of custody and good record keeping and with that information being shared with the public, in addition, people's ballots could have been thrown away because of the signature matching. So you have that to think about too with all this mail-in ballot procedures. So not going to repeat like everything we mentioned in all the other meetings. Just to reiterate again, yes, I need to go back to in-person meeting. Yes, we need the audit. Yes, there needs to be full, complete transparency in this process. And what are some solutions? So I heard the other testifier saying, these are things that we can agree on, and these are some of the solutions. One really big one, as he mentioned, we can agree that this process is not working with the current board structure and commission. So one, I will repeat this one because it's very obvious and what the people want, for the current chair to step down so that a new chair, you know, can be appointed. That's the first one, because a lot of what we're seeing here, just the mismanagement of the meeting itself, the inconsistency and zero transparency, zero trust in the people who's supposed to be overseeing this election process. It's not there, it's obvious, it's blatant, and this is what needs to change and needs to stop. So with just a few more seconds left, I just want to see if, I'm not sure if I'm the only one seeing it, but yes, the commissioners need to be on video. However, I'm not sure if the one commissioner, if, you know, Apana, if you can maybe fix your video. It's
I'm not on.
blinking.
I don't know. Something is bad about it.
Yeah, so just kind of blinking as they, so I didn't know if you knew, but I don't know if it might help to turn it off, turn it on. Maybe that might help. And on top of that, the last 20 seconds I'm going to say, for the record, yes, people's voices have been left out. As you notice, you know, Palala Keone, Peyton have been trying to go on, and he hasn't. And however many people testified, but yet when it came to his, it didn't work. So that and other inconsistencies, and just kind of, again, the chair shutting down people's voices when it should be heard. And I really, really strongly suggest, again, for the commissioners to listen to the people and not to vote for your own, your own wants. You're listening to the voices of the people you represent.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas.
The next testifier is Pam Elders, followed by Junya Nakoa.
Ms. Elders.
Yes, hold on. Yes. My name is Pam Elders, and I live in the county of Hawaii, and I am a registered voter here. I've already sent in a letter to the commission, but I'm here to make public testimony as well. So one of my impressions about this process is that it is not to say there aren't, certainly aren't problems, but overall it seems that a lot of the solutions are solutions in search of a problem. And there's a lot of the testifiers today have, you know, talked about all these various problems. Who knows whether they're in Hawaii or not, or in our election system that cannot really be verified. I've read the PIG report, and the authors, to me, are proposing fairly drastic remedies of eliminating vote by mail, firing the state elections chief, and initiating a very expensive external independent manual audit of the 2024 general election. The authors claim that the report will increase transparency and trust in our election results. But I really, frankly, doubt that, since I don't think there's a fail-safe way to satisfy the objections of election deniers and election skeptics. I just don't think that's ever going to happen. If you went to walk-in only, you'd have a whole new raft of issues and problems, which has been shown nationwide. I think the PIG report has undermined any transparency and cooperation state and county election officials might have extended, which where are they in this process? I would like to hear from them. Since the commission seems unable to conduct a unified examination of how the system might be improved, the county wagons are circling. Fanning the flames of suspicion seems to have pushed commission members to consider this expensive audit, which I don't think will really quell the suspicions of election deniers. I oppose voter suppression methods such as the elimination of mail-in balloting, passport verification of identity or / citizenship, and other like proposals. I think only 32% of eligible voters voted in the last election. So it seems like we shouldn't be considering methods that will suppress voters or make it harder for people to vote. I also hope that in the future, commission members will find a way to eliminate partisanship, which seems to be rampant on the committee, and work productively to identify goals, agree on outcome measures, and effectively delegate fixing problems to the state election chief with fair standards to verify his compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elders.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Junior Nakoa, followed by Magaso Dennis.
Oh, there, you guys can hear me?
Aloha, yes.
Yes, okay, first thing first, the amount of people coming in 2025 wasn't as much as supposed to be with this mail. Mailing idea is not working. It's actually scaring people away. I talked to plenty young people, talked to plenty Hawaiians that no vote because of this mailing thing. They all would rather go to the civic center, well, that's where we go, or go to the other polling places in person so they can feel trusted that, again, somebody not the signature number match. Yeah, because here in Maui, yeah, I'm from Lahaina. Here in Maui, the numbers was all screwed up. Yeah, numbers was all screwed up. A lot of people, again, when they find out that their ballot number get counted because the signature number match, then we try to get our council situated because it's only by a couple hundred, or I don't know how many votes that could have made a difference. So the system is broken, guys. Yeah. So we got to go back to the in-person voting again. Yeah. So look how much people came out and vote last year in person. Hey, Joe. Had so much that they went all up to midnight like that. So people like walk-in. People ready. They're ready for do the walk-ins, yeah? And again, I think it's been repeated plenty times in this meeting. We're not taking away the right to mail-in vote or whatever. The absentee vote, Yankee. Baga was there forever. It's not something new. It's been there. Hey guys, if you guys are going to try to get creative and do this mailing and now we don't get them. So let people walk in, sign their name so the people can say, hey, yeah, that's your signature. And they vote. And then we have a computer, the mail guys screwing them up. Because again, it's not their responsibility, bro. You know what I mean? So I say, and then you know what? We gotta go get this audit elections freaking thing, office of election. There's so much wrong. The whole guy, oh, I tell you, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna screw up, and you get to pass them through. Okay, mahalo.
Thank you, Junior. Aloha.
The next testifier
Yeah.
is Magaso Dennis, followed by Mandy.
Hello, aloha, can you hear me?
Aloha, yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Miguel William Dennis from Kauai. I support in-person voting with voter ID, precinct level, with the exception of military and the completely disabled, with same-day counting of the votes as well. I believe it should be a state holiday, which is the only proper way to conduct a safe and secure election. As far as the people working 2 or 3 jobs, there is a simple solution that requires dead entities like corporations, which the unlawful state of Hawaii is, that prevents people from doing their civic duty. Corporations and businesses get a lot of government benefits and tax breaks, and they should allow their workers to participate in their fundamental and civic right to vote. If necessary, we could give an additional tax break to allow their employees to vote. Working 2 or 3 jobs to survive already shows that government is not working for the people, and the wrong politicians are being elected or selected. People are living souls and not slaves to dead entities like corporate state governments. So I support in-person voting with voter ID, same-day counting at precinct levels, with the only exception being mail-in votes by the military and the completely disabled. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Magaso.
The next testifier is Wendy N.
Hi, I've been on many meetings. I stayed on that one that was 7 hours the last time, and I've just listened, but I gotta say something this time. People keep saying that we're disenfranchising people who are handicapped. My mom is 80 something. Her hand shakes. She doesn't like going to vote in person. We get a absentee ballot. Why do people keep saying that there's no absentee? There's no way for disabled people to go get their thing. Plan a little. You know you can't go down. Just request that absentee ballot. At least that one is secure. You're requesting it. You're not shipping ballots out to everyone, every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And the people that say that they're going to, they're worried that they can check their ballot if it got counted. We're not only worried about that. We're worried about all the extra ballots that are being thrown in because we don't know who the ballots are going to. So the people that keep saying, oh, that people don't want to go down, that's fine. If you want to be lazy and you don't want to do your civic duty, and that it's a privilege. It really is. We live in America. You are lucky that you can vote in a supposed country that I guess you have the right to, but we don't trust that anymore. And yeah, I'm just appalled that people keep saying the same thing when several people have already said that it's been for years you can request the absentee ballot. Okay, well, thank you for letting me air my grievances.
Thank you, Wendy.
The next testifier is Tali Tafai, followed by the Royal House of Hawaii.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I appreciate the chair and commissioners. I didn't intend to testify, but I am just testifying that just like the woman prior to me said to plan a little, that goes for those people who don't wanna stand in the line, because you can still in-person vote. There's early vote, you can still go in. However, I do recognize that there are issues, and I'm not naive to see that there isn't there aren't issues. But I am against anything that would minimize access for people to the ballots. However, I do believe that on voting day, there should be more service centers available for people who would like to. I think that would be a great medium, is to provide more service centers around the state for those who do choose to want to just vote on election day. But just like those, you wanted them to plan, you could plan to vote early if you don't want to stand in line on election day as well, because they're not taking away that for you to vote in person. I appreciate the time, Chair Malo.
Thank you, Mr. Tafai.
The next testifier is Royal House of Hawaii.
Aloha.
Aloha.
So like with voting, I'm here to testify about all this. So wouldn't this be considered like invalid because America is illegally in Hawaii, and the people that are being selected and voted for don't have the qualifications of this place to be considered like leaders or whatever, or elected officials, right? And yeah, even when like voting for Hawaii to become a state, that was all illegal. You guys, there wasn't even all the correct options that were on top of that, so that's invalid. So this is all invalid. And when will the Kingdom of Hawaii be electing back our people into office, because you guys, or none of you literally have the qualifications by kingdom law. And
I think that's a question for the courts.
Oh no, it's simple. You should know. I mean, you should read history books. I mean, you would read history books. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Ali Archangel.
Ali.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm testifying. My name is Ali Archangel. I'm 30 years old. I'm from Kihei, Maui. I'm testifying in support of going in and voting. I'm not against mail-in voting, as there's many others that need to do that. But for people my age, I would say that we should be doing that. And we used to do it all the time. Our parents used to tell us, like, go and vote. And it wasn't something that was forced upon us. It was something that was your choice. And if you don't want to choose to do that, then do what you choose. But a lot of us are saying that we would like to go in and vote. So that's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Thank you. We'll open discussion up to the commissioners.
Chair, could we hear what the status is before we have a discussion, please?
Certainly. Mr. Nago, what's the status of the office audit of the Office of Elections?
The Chair, we've written a letter for the audit to the Senate President and the Speaker of the House. Basically with the motion saying that the commission has requested an audit. And basically it stands with the legislature right now.
So you've received no response?
No.
Lindsay.
As I recall, the motion was that we, the commission, would make that request of the legislature. And so I would like to ask you, why did you hand it off to Scott Nago to write on our behalf?
He's our administrator.
Does that mean that we cannot send a letter?
I believe we're open to that also. I don't think that restricts our opportunities.
Okay. Because it was not a very compelling letter. And I also don't think that it served us that both of those topics were folded into one letter. I think they should be, the request should be, we had two requests, that one was the audit and that should be a separate letter from the other one about the in-person voting. And I think that we should write that letter to the legislature and explain why we are requesting it, because the letter that Mr. Nago wrote was more like a report. It just said this was voted on and this passed and we're passing it on to you. It didn't make a case for what we decided, and I don't think it's going to go anywhere. So I think we should separate the issues, and I think we should write a letter. And I don't know how to make that happen, but I could.
You could make that a motion.
I'll make it a motion then
that we write two letters.
Two letters, and that needs to be decided. Who is we? You, a committee, that we write a letter that makes the case and makes the request. That's my
I think I can do that clearly, referring to the report. Ms. Papalimu. Okay, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Well, we don't have the motion yet. What can we clarify?
The motion is to break the issue up into two individual letters issued by the commission over my signature, indicating the need for an audit, as well as the recommendation to return to in-person voting. Is that correct, Lindsay?
A compelling letter, I think is.
Yes.
It'll be a formal request and I'll refer back to the report. Ms. Papalimu, I'm sorry, there was a second to the motion?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Papalimu.
Are we discussing this now that we have a motion and a second?
Yes.
Yes, I am deeply concerned that you passed this off to Scott Nago to write to the legislature. I don't know if that was an individual decision you made all alone by yourself, but when the commission votes for something and the commission passes something and the commission wants this done, it should come from the commission. You see, this is oversight. This is our job. This is what we're compelled to do. That's what the rules say. And so when you give it to the person or the office that you have oversight of, then it makes it seem like it's nothing. It takes away our responsibility. And that's what you did. You gave our responsibility and oversight to the person that we're overseeing, and the Office of Elections that we're overseeing. And I just don't understand how you would come to a decision on your own without speaking to the commission that was a good thing to do. Because you had an opportunity to say, hey, guys, I'm going to pass this on to the Office of Elections to do. And I'm sure we would have said, no, we can write that letter for you and all you have to do is sign it. And so this is what the people who sit in these meetings get absolutely crazy frustrated about. And this is what the commission is not performing to the level that we need to professionally. We're voting against laws. I'm not going to do that. I'm glad I missed that vote because I'd have had a lot to say. And for the Attorney General to say, yeah, it is the law, but he should lose his job. And if we sitting together are doing that, voting to break the law of the state, we should all lose our positions. And so when you do this, when the commission is acting as its commission, doing the duties it's supposed to do, and you say, oh, we're not going to do that, we're going to give it to somebody else to do, go home. You don't want the job, Mr. Curtis. You don't want the job. I'm really upset. You don't want the job. And so that's what I would like to voice on this. I think you're very, very right that they need to be compelling letters. I'm in full support of that. I believe they need to be separate. I believe the people who participated in their pigs should write that letter for the two pigs that we're talking about, Peter Young's one, the first one, and Dylan's one. I think those are great. And so, yeah, that's my stance on this. I'm going to vote for it. I think it should be redone. I think it should come from the commission. And if you need help writing it, I'm sure there are people sitting right in front of you that can help you do that, right on your commission.
Chair?
I believe he lost connection.
Okay.
That scared me for a minute. I thought
Perhaps we should go on a recess until we reestablish connection with the chair.
Please.
I think he's trying to log in. I'm not quite sure.
We still have quorum, right? We can continue to conduct business as a commission. Was there a motion on the floor?
Yes, there is.
This continued discussion. But I'd like to discuss if anybody, if that's all.
Well, if we're talking, I have a question for Mr. Nago.
Go ahead.
Which was, your letter is dated October 6th to Ron Kochi and Nadine Nakamura. Is that in fact the day that it was mailed or sent?
Yes.
Okay.
I just got a message that Chair Curtis is requesting a 10-minute recess so he can log back in.
Okay.
Are we active?
While we are on this recess, Mr. Apana.
Yes.
Brother.
I was going to ask you, earlier, somebody said you wanted your name removed from the TIG report.
I sent an email to Commissioner Osterkamp that I did want it removed, yes.
But according to what you just said, that you would not be able to participate in the writing of the letter. Is that what you want?
The writing of the new letter going out?
To the legislature. Because you said that, the people that were on the TIG should write the letter. That's what you said.
Well, that's a suggestion. They're the ones that were involved in the investigations.
But that would kick you out of the process.
I was involved in the process of my pig. So that was my point, is that whole report that was turned in, I was never consulted on any of it except the first letter. And the first letter, when I spoke to my pig chair, and he said that he had help with that letter from someone else. And I said, why? You have a pig. You have us. Why would you do that?
You guys supposed to sign off as a group. That's what you guys put forward to the commission.
I sent him a request to remove my name from that report. And I have a copy of that email I can send to Chair Curtis.
Because they said that in the media going, I never heard of that. but then you should write one minority report.
Oh, absolutely. I don't mind doing that.
The things that you feel is not accurate or fabricated. I don't know. You don't agree with.
That I do not agree with. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that's what our minority report is. Yes, I was part of the group, but they're only telling one side of the story or whatever.
Yes.
You know, I mean, I believe in fairness.
I know you do. By the way, brother, you're looking good. Nice to see you.
Yeah. When I seen your name, oh.
I saw you coming on. I was like, right?
I know in high school we were loud, but I didn't know you were
brother,
passionate about stuffs.
Politics is my passion. I've been that way for years.
Yeah.
Years.
I thought the only other one in our class was Graham Bush.
Oh no. You know, she's still one of my dearest friends. I love that girl. But we beef all the time.
When she became a senator, kind of a little bit went.
Oh, we're being recorded, by the way.
I better stop.
I apologize. You can blame Hawaiian Tel.
No, we classmates from high school. And I didn't know when was the proper time to say hello because might throw everything out of sync.
We're in a break.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can. I can.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for Hawaiian Tel. Lost me. I'm on my phone hotspot.
No,
I had the motion on the floor.
I think that was my friend.
Chair Curtis, before we start the motion,
unreal powers.
Can we do a roll call?
Okay.
Excuse me. Yeah, can we have a roll call again, please?
Yes. Commissioner Andrion?
Here.
Commissioner Apana?
Here.
Commissioner Kushney?
Here.
Commissioner Cam?
Here.
Commissioner McAdam?
Yeah.
Commissioner Osterkamp?
Here.
Commissioner Papalimu?
Here.
Commissioner Sabas? Commissioner Sabas? If you could unmute.
Here.
Thank you. Chair Curtis?
And I'm back. And I apologize for Hawaiian Tel dropped me. So could you read the motion on the floor again, please?
The motion to break the issue up into 2 individual letters with Chair Curtis's signature for an audit and return to in-person.
Question.
So I don't think it was to 2 unless it was moved since I was off.
No, it was.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So the one motion is to write a letter regarding the audit. And the second issue was the voting in person or otherwise. So we'll take them one at a time. So the motion was to have me write a letter requesting an audit from the legislature. Discussion. Yes, Lindsay.
So I noted that Mr. Nago's letter to the legislature was October 6th. And while you were away, I asked him if his letter was in fact sent on October 6th. And he said, yes, it was. So I don't understand the conversations that you and I had on October 14th when I sent you a possible draft of that letter, and the next day. And I was led to believe that nothing had been done and that we were having a discussion about how it should be done and what we should say. And it turns out that the letter was written a week before that and already sent. So I don't care to comment. Why did we have those conversations?
No knowledge of that.
Excuse me?
You asked for the floor, Ralph? I gave the floor to Mr. Kushney.
Lindsay was asking you a question.
Oh, Lindsay, you had another question?
No, did we just have a disconnect there?
No, I think I ended that conversation.
I'm lost. I asked
asked
you
me
a
why.
question, and it
Yeah,
seemed like
and
your
I
picture was
and I
frozen.
and I said I don't know.
Right now, you're all
In answer
broken
to
up.
your question,
I can't understand you.
I'm sorry. The question was why we had that conversation,
Yeah.
and I said it was to satisfy our curiosities. I'm sorry if I have low bandwidth.
That is
I'm
very
on my hotspot.
insulting.
Ralph, you asked for the floor.
Yes, Chair. I'm in favor of this motion to write to the legislature to conduct an audit. And I'm very pleased with the turnout and that everybody that turned out. And I'd like the public to know that this wasn't a sudden decision. We've been talking about chain of custody for several years. And in the 2024 election, the county of Kauai had a several thousand ballot count difference between the number of envelopes received and the number of votes counted. Their transfer records were there, but they did not allow observers to verify the number of envelopes being transferred from the county to the state. The Big Island had a 19,000 ballot discrepancy. There were 19,000 more ballots counted than envelopes collected. The Big Island had no transfer records from the county to the state. The county of Maui had no records at all for collections or transfers. The city and county of Honolulu had records of going to the drop boxes, but did not record any numbers of envelopes collected. And their transfer records, as Ms. Detweiler said, they were allowed to only view how many trays of envelopes, not the number of envelopes. So we have no chain of custody documentation for our mail-in ballot system. Commissioner Osterkamp's report, he discredits the post office as having poor records, but yet we are told to rely on mail-in ballots. So if we can't trust their records, how can we trust their delivery? And we need an audit on this. So I'm in full support of Lindsay Kam, and I really appreciate the public being here. And I hope that everybody was here this meeting can attend all the meetings so they get the background and understand that this was not sudden. This has been in the works for years. And Scott Nago has not demonstrated the ability to keep records. And that's what we're discussing. He says everything is kept in the SVRS, which is the statewide voter registration system, but we're not allowed to verify anything that's in there. All he gives us is a one-page printout of a summary report of the results and a one-line printout of the over-under report with no backup information. And we need verifiable elections. And that's what this whole discussion is. So thank you. I will be voting in support.
I can see it. Can you hear me? Mr. Apana.
Yeah. You know, I was one of the commissioners that voted for this. I'm the new kid on the block. One of the first issues that came in front of me was the vote count is off. And then the state office election said, we can justify everything. Recently, they sent us a letter on October 24th, 2025, with their explanation of all except 10 balance discrepancy, which is a pretty good track record. I keep hearing from commissioners as well as the public, this is not true. So I think an outside audit will put this to rest one way or the other. That is why I'm supportive of this. In fact, I believe audit should have been done every election so that we can make it better, cleaner, safer, more transparent, whatever word you want to use. It's about giving the voters confidence that they're taking the time to do their civic duty, that it's not all for waste. And that is why I'm in favor of an audit. Long overdue.
Would anyone speak in opposition to the audit?
Yes.
Please, Jeffrey.
So first off, audits are authorized by law.
Sure.
And I think that to the extent that a letter is written calling for an audit, it should be in that vein. It should be a statement that's a good time-to-time process to undertake an audit.
Point of order, Chair,
What rule am I not following?
or point of information rather. The body has already
Well, wait,
deliberated on
you'll
making.
you'll get your chance.
I'm just saying
Jeffrey
this is
has
not
the
about the
floor.
motion. The motion is about
You're
the
asking about a
letters
point
being
of order.
drafted.
And the only way you can interrupt is if you have a rule that I'm not following. Point of information, you'll get your chance. Right now, let Jeffrey complete it.
Yeah, so again, I think that it can be phrased in a way that we believe, and I'm still going to be voting against, but in a way that we believe that it is helpful for the system to undergo a checkup from time to time, and that is why we are asking for this right now. The reason that I'm voting against it is because that's not actually the reason that we're doing it, at least not the reason that most of the people are citing as the basis. The very unfortunate reason that we hear again and again are, conspiracy-based theories of fraud. That's what it all comes down to. It's Project 2025 stuff that has unfortunately arrived at our shores, and we are all the worse for it. And when we're going to be adding to that by writing this letter. So I'm going to be voting against it for that reason.
Thank you. Dylan.
Yes, Chair. I was just pointing out that our commission has already deliberated making the recommendation to the legislature for the audit. That's already been passed as a motion. That's not what we're deliberating. The motion on the floor is to have the letter come from the commission itself. So I was pointing out you were asking for a argument against the motion, and the motion was to have the letters written, not to have the audit take place. We've already passed that as a body. And you instead let him make an additional argument in front of the commission and the public as to why we should not have an audit. And
Thank
further,
you.
I want to make a comment. Commissioner
Sure.
Tam was asking, why is it that you still had a conversation? Your response to her was to satisfy our curiosities. I think that's highly insulting to lead on a commissioner who thinks that they're a part of the process of writing a letter when a letter has already been written. And I want to point that out to the public, because there has been calls for the removal of the chair and to find a new chair to lead this commission. And I know there's been commissioners who've been expressed keeping you on a tight leash. And to me, that's an example of failed leadership, where you're going to lead someone on to believe that they're a part of a
Thank you.
process and they're not.
We're talking about the letter.
And you're cutting
Please.
us off.
I am. Other discussion? I would ask for a roll call vote for the commission to write a letter directly to the legislature requesting an audit of the 2024 Kauai election.
That's not the motion.
No. That's
I'm
not
sorry,
it.
what is the motion?
Motion.
It's the same motion that we passed last time. It's not changing the focus of that. That stays exactly the same. All we're saying is the letter should come from us. That's all. And that it should be
Okay.
separate from the other.
Okay,
Okay, so don't
Agreed.
change the wording of
I'm
what we
sorry.
already passed.
I'm sorry.
And I'll also say that Mr. Osterkamp, I
Are you
feel like
talking to the motion?
I am, that what Mr. Osterkamp just shared, that he believes is the purpose for the motion, is he can talk about his purpose, but to put words in my mouth, for example, that's not my purpose for wanting to have this motion. I would like everything to be confirmed. I would like everything to look terrific. I am not trying to do any sort of political anything here. So just wanted to respond to that.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote on the motion?
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
I
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Kam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Pampalimu,
Aye.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
Yes.
The motion passes.
So the second motion would be a letter from us suggesting that the legislature can consider reverting to in-person same-day voting. Is that correct? Well, I would entertain a motion to that effect.
It was one motion that those were both in.
Yeah, we've already
We
taken care of it in the
we-
first motion.
The motion since then divided the two. We'll vote on the we need a motion for the commission to send a letter to the legislature to reconsider mail-in voting, essentially. Is that correct?
No, I thought we just did that in the previous motion. We were
The
saying
previous
send it-
motion was regarding an audit. The second portion of that was recommending to the ledge that we go back to mail-in voting, or not mail-in voting, in-person voting.
It was all one motion.
Can someone reread the motion?
There was one motion
Secretary.
that we decided to divide into the two issues.
I didn't vote to divide anything.
Vote to divide it.
You just voted for the one portion of the initial
When
motion.
did we vote to separate the motion?
Mhm.
I didn't vote for that.
Chair, can I just chime in?
Please, Mr. Apana.
Chair, you took the initiative to say, I'm gonna separate it. Let's take one at a time.
For discussion.
And that's how the motion was made for the commission to send the legislature. From the commission to have an audit. And the audit, he said Kauai. I believe it's statewide, I think what we voted on originally.
Correct.
So it's statewide. Some commissioners said yes, some said no, but the motion passed. So now the chair is saying, okay, part A is done, let's do part B. Because I might have a different opinion on part B because my vote was different. And that's why he separated, because it wasn't identical votes. And that's one of the prerogative of the chair. And that's what he said before we started, and nobody's opposed it, so he went with it.
Oh, it was my understanding he separated it for discussion, not to change the motion.
The motion was made separately. Only that one section was in the motion.
I agree with Kimo. I'd like to make a motion to have a letter sent by the commission. Now, the motion was already made and approved to recommend going to mail-in voting, but what we're making a motion is to have the commission send that letter for mail-in voting, and that's what we should vote on now.
Correct.
So that's your motion. Is there a second?
Oh, I'd like to, yes, I'll second it because I want discussion.
Okay, discussion, Ms. Papalimo.
So what we are asking is that we go back so that we have absentee voting, precinct voting.
No, that's already been decided and we voted on it. The motion is to ask from the commission, not from the Scott Nago.
So the letter for this backup.
Correct.
Yes.
Got it.
Question.
Discussion, Mr. Apana.
Just for process, when this letter is written, do I get to read and vote on it before you send it out, or do you guys just send it out, whoever writes it?
No, I think we
If you
should.
want to wait, if
I
you
just
want to
want to
wait
know
for the
what the
next
process
commission,
is.
if you want to wait for the next commission meeting to review it and approve it, we can do that. Or you can trust me to send it out to the legislature saying that we want to go back to in-person voting.
If we say nothing, what is the process?
Then I would do it, and you'd have to trust me to indicate to the legislature that the commission would choose to revert back to in-person same-day voting.
We already did that.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Can I ask a
you-
Chair?
Okay, go ahead.
So if we
Yes,
wanted,
Dylan.
for example, for Lindsay, Commissioner Cam to be a part of the process of drafting that letter with you before you put your signature on it and send it out, are you saying we need to embed that into this motion?
Or you can accept my promise to do that. I'll run it by Lindsay before I send it,
About a
if
minute.
the motion's approved.
Well, what if you
Other discussion?
what if you just share it on a Google Drive and we can all mark our names that we
That'd be a sunshine law violation. I can't share with more than one of you at a time. Outside a meeting. Other discussion?
And Chair, given that at least one of us is going to be opposed to whatever the letter says, can we add wording to that that states that a divided elections commission or is recommending that, or that over opposition from some members, the elections commission?
No, we voted in it.
I can refer to the minutes that are online and available to everybody. And I'd like to do that. I would refer to the election commission meeting that we voted to suggest to the legislature that we revert back to in-person same-day voting. It's
Well,
part
but
of our minutes.
referring back to the meeting minutes would assume that the individual legislators are going to be looking back at that, which they won't be. So I think at a minimum, you'd want to state what the vote was as opposed to just referring back to a vote.
That's the good thing about majority rule and majority vote, is that if the majority of the commission voted for it, then it's a commission mention. The commission says, period. That's how it works.
Sure, I would like to add that to the letter. That's nobody is contesting that that is the vote of the commission, but it doesn't wipe away the fact that other commissioners voted differently.
You can amend the motion to include that information, instruct me to include that information in the letter.
Okay, I will ask for that to be done. Procedurally, I don't know how to go about that, but
well, just that I'll include the vote in the letter to the legislature with
Scott Nago did
under
that.
Lindsay's advisement.
Scott
Pardon,
Nago
Lindsay?
did that as well.
Okay.
Oh, interesting.
I'll second his motion.
Well, it's a motion to amend the motion, and Jeffrey made the amendment instructing me to include the vote of the commission on that action.
So
There a
you'd say
second
the
to the
commission,
amendment?
so it'd be something like the commission voted 6-3 or 5-4 for this. No
Yes.
name, just the number. Yeah, that's fine.
I would refer to the commission meeting that they can look up the minutes if they want.
Yeah, it's factual.
There any other discussion?
Yeah, did we, just a question, did we do that when we sent the recommendation against Eric from the commission? Did you include the vote count?
I don't believe so.
See?
So the amendment being considered is to add the vote of the commission meeting that we asked the ledge to consider reverting back to in-person voting. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Andreon,
Aye.
Commissioner Opana,
Aye.
Commissioner Kushni,
Aye.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
Yes.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Nah, we didn't do it on the last letter to the legislature. I don't know why we're gonna do it now.
So
Commissioner
that was a
Sabas.
no.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Just to clarify, Commissioner Papalimu, was that a yes or a no?
It was a no.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis,
Yes.
the motion
So back to
passes.
the main motion, that's that I write a letter to the ledge asking that in-person same-day voting be reconsidered to include the commission's vote. Any other discussion on that one?
And I thought it included me as well.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, it does. I'll run it by you first.
And that's in the motion.
That's my promise.
Oh, I like it in the motion.
Okay. We could amend the motion that the chair will consider Lindsay Cam's opinion prior to sending the letter to the ledge.
I
Is
prefer
there
the chair and Lindsay Cam commissioner will be writing a letter to the ledge together. And having the vote count on there. I think that wording is appropriate. Commissioner and chair.
Well, Commissioner
Is there a second to that amendment? Is there a discussion?
Yeah.
Have a roll call
Wait.
on that vote, please.
Commissioner Cam, do you want to be part of the writing process?
Yeah, yes, I do.
I just want to make sure somebody not just volunteering, just
Oh, no,
fake
no, no.
witnesses.
I would speak up otherwise.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Opana,
Yeah.
Commissioner Kushni,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
Yes.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis,
Yes.
the motion passes.
So the motion is that Lindsay and I write a letter to the ledge declaring that the commission has requested a reversion to in-person same-day voting to include the actual vote of the commission on the motion. Is there any other discussion? In that case, I'll ask for a roll call.
Say that again, Chair, please.
Are we voting on the main motion as amended twice? Is that what's going on?
Yep, we've amended it twice. The main motion is that Lindsay and I write the letter to include the actual vote of the commission recommending to the ledge reversion to in-person same-day voting as opposed to mail-in voting.
Discussion on the motion.
Okay,
as
discussion.
amended twice. Chair?
Yes,
Just for other members, although it is a good thing that the commission always get their first point in the way we want it, I will be voting no because I do not believe at this point we need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. But I know you have enough votes to get this through. I just want to reflect my opinion on this particular issue. So I will be voting no. Okay.
thank you.
Discussion.
Other discussion?
Discussion.
Other discussion, Dylan? Is that you or
No.
Mr. Sabas?
Sabas, yes.
Sabas, sorry.
I'm voting in favor of this motion simply because I think the legislature is the proper venue for this discussion. We're advisory in nature. I think having heard all of the testimony that was presented today, as well as those that were sent in written form, there's much to be heard, and I think the proper forum is at the legislature. They created the law that allowed us
the system that we have now, we can vote at home. They can change it.
I apologize. I misstated that motion. This motion is requesting the audit, not advising the reversion.
We've already
Isn't that
done
right?
the audit,
No,
Chair.
we did that already.
I thought we're still talking about the letter that we're writing requesting an audit.
No.
Was the first portion? Okay, I'm sorry.
Part 2.
I thought that was.
If I may continue, and I'll cut it short. I'm voting
I'm
in
sorry.
favor of it because I think the legislature is the proper forum to continue this discussion and for decisions to be made. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Discussion?
Yes, Lindsay.
I don't think we need to make another amendment, but I do want to say that I think we should ask, in both cases, we should ask the legislature for the legislators that we write to, we should ask them for a response, at least to know that they received the letter and that they are considering it. I don't want it to just fall into a black hole somewhere.
Then
So
we can
is that
massage our
okay?
letter.
That doesn't need to be another
I don't think we
amendment,
need a
does it?
motion. You and I can massage that, and I agree on that.
Okay.
Could you reread the motion, please, Madam Secretary?
Like to discussions, Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Ralph, go ahead.
So again, I appreciate all of the public turning out on this. This is not a sudden thing that we're discussing. Scott Nago has proven that he is not following any of the laws put in place to protect mail-in voting, and that's why this vote was taken. Now, as far as getting the public's trust, when the commission starts off the meeting by voting against following the law, you're creating mistrust to the public. And this is the problem with mail-in voting. None of the laws required for mail-in voting are being followed. So chain of custody, and I'll say it again, Kauai had a several thousand ballot count discrepancy. Their transfer records were not verifiable to the observers. Maui had no records collecting ballots or transferring ballots. The Big Island had a 19,000 ballot discrepancy. They had no transfer records. These are all things to verify the number of envelopes that they claim to receive. Now, we have no indication we don't know if these envelopes even exist. And we don't.
That's our next item.
Oh, I know. So we're voting to go, the reason why we voted to go to mail-in, go away from mail-in voting is that these
The
laws.
votes for the commission to write a letter rather than Nago.
Right, and the reason, and I'm explaining to Mr. Apana, because he's only been here for one meeting, is that these things have been discussed. The laws that allow mail-in voting are not being followed. So if we're going to continue mail-in voting, we need to have a new chief elections officer that's going to follow the laws. So we can't have the laws not being followed and do it. There's no accountability. So we need to get accountability in the system for the public. And half of the crowd that testified today has been testifying for years now, and they're very frustrated. They're not getting any accountability. So I'm voting for this motion. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Ask for a roll call.
Commissioner Andrion,
Yes.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papaliamu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
Yes.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion passes.
Hey,
So the next status of the commission's request for USPS business reply mail receipts for Hawaii 2024 general election. Have we received those, Scott, at all?
No, so we did write a letter to the clerk dated October 6th requesting that information. We have not received anything from him.
I'd like to be recognized, Chair.
Yes, Ralph.
Mr. Nago, has anybody reached out to the post office?
No. Not from our office. I'm not sure. I can't speak for the clerk.
So the whole discrepancy is on the not having receipts from the post office, and nobody has reached out to the post office to get their side of the story to find out why they don't have receipts. I find that just a little bit troubling that we've been discussing this for almost a year on this particular subject of 19,000 ballot count discrepancy on the Big Island and a couple thousand on Kauai, and nobody has reached out to the post office to find out why we don't have receipts. So I have a motion, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I move to have a group of volunteers from different parties count the number of envelopes from the County of Hawaii and determine how many envelopes came through the Postal Service and determine the total number of envelopes collected by the County of Hawaii. And this be completed before the end of this year. The envelopes should be arranged in stacks of 10 and then stacks of hundreds and then stacks of thousands. The stacks shall be separated by whether they came through the Postal Service or via Dropbox.
Is there a second?
I'm going to second that because I'm really worried about
Thank
the fiduciary side of this.
Okay, discussion.
Yes, Chair.
Go ahead, Ralph.
In Mr. Osterkamp's report, he discredits the post office as not having valid receipts. We're being told that we need to have mail-in votes through the Postal Service, but we can't have it both ways. And the public needs to know whether or not these envelopes even exist or if they were created electronically and do not exist. So number one, this would put the rest if we even have those envelopes. And we're just going to count the physical pieces of paper and see if they came through the post office. There should be all the envelopes less 27,000 should be run through the post office. And there was 27,000 that came through the drop boxes, and we have accounting from the Big Island on how many came through the drop boxes. So this would go a long ways to start answering some of these questions, and this can be done ahead of a audit by the auditor. So I hope that everybody passes this motion. It's a simple count. This shouldn't take more than 1 or 2 days with a bunch of volunteers. Thank you.
Chair, can I mention something?
Certainly.
I just want to mention that there is a 22-month requirement that we keep everything sealed.
Yep.
Just want to put that out there.
Except for audits.
Correct.
Is that correct? Scott?
God said it.
I do not believe that is correct.
Sealed subject to audit. So this is an audit of those. Any other discussion? Yes, Mr. Apana.
Mr. Chair, I am a firm believer that an audit is necessary and preferably an outside audit. If we are to go in and open boxes that are sealed and other things before a third-party audit, we have the opportunity to taint everything. And again, the public gonna be leery of what we trying to accomplish. If our goal is to make it as clean, as non-political as possible, don't touch these items that are sanitized at this point. Because now we're gonna open ourselves up. Oh, they did this, they did that. We're gonna be accused of the same thing some of our members are saying going on. And I don't want to be a part of that. So I will be voting no on this motion.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to be
Especially volunteers. Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah, so Mr. Apana, if I agree with you, will you help
Address the chair, please, with your items.
So Chair, will other members help us lobby the legislature to get this done? And I will go along with what you say and retract my motion.
Just for your information, Chair.
Individual commissioners can act on their own. Yes, Mr. Apana.
Commissioner Cushing, I am the very
Please address the chair, Mr. Apana. Please
sorry.
address the chair.
a commissioner asked me if I would lobby the legislature. I mean, that's part of our unwritten job to things that we believe in and we agree as a group to make sure it happens. Otherwise, we just lying to everybody. So I will do my hardest to get an outside auditor. I'm also hoping that the state elections office do internal audits. It only can help the process to ensure the public that they're not wasting their time and everything is up to snuff. So I will do everything within my powers to make sure to satisfy the public's anxieties, to settle their anxieties.
I withdraw my motion.
Other discussion?
I withdraw my motion.
Chair.
It's been moved and seconded. You can, it belongs to the commission. The commission can move to table the motion or move it off the table. The motion belongs to the commission right now.
Okay, Chair, I like a discussion. I will vote no on this and run with what Mr. Apana said.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Ask for a roll call, please.
Commissioner Andrion,
Nay.
Commissioner Apana,
Nope.
Commissioner Kushney,
No.
Commissioner Cam,
Sorry, no.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Is there any other discussion on 4B, the status of the commission's request for USPS reply?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, go ahead, Ralph.
We asked Mr. Nago to reach out to the post office before, so I moved to have Mr. Nago reach out to the post office to try to figure this discrepancy out before the next meeting.
You gotta be a little more specific, because I think the post office answers to the Hawaii clerk.
Correct.
So my
Is there a
motion,
second to the- Is there a second to the motion?
Second,
discussion,
Who is
Chair.
that, Lindsay?
yes.
Go ahead, discuss.
Yes,
I'll
Chair.
ask for Dylan. Dylan, what you got, Dylan? You got your hand up?
Seconding the motion.
I beg pardon?
I was seconding the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you, Dylan. Ralph, what you got?
Yes, Chair. So we've been talking about this since January, and no one has reached out to the post office to get these receipts. So I think that's very telling that these envelopes probably don't exist. And again, the fact that nobody's reached out, it just boggles the mind. And I know we have auditors in the group, and I believe one of the things that auditors ask for is receipts. And the fact that we haven't gone to the source to get the receipts is the public's jaw has got to be on the ground that 9 months, not one person has gone to the post office to ask for. Now I have, and I delivered a mail, personally delivered a letter to the postmaster in Hilo, and they have been uncooperative. So if they're not cooperating with the Elections Commission, again, we got
You're
bigger
not the
problems.
commission.
Huh?
You're not the commission. You're one commissioner
Well,
demanding.
we were representing the commission on a pig that was authorized to investigate it, and I
In
took that.
January, not in January. You did that before that.
Wait. Please.
Didn't
Ralph
do-
has the floor.
It's a part
And
of
you'll
our,
address the chair.
as a part of our pig to investigate all of the islands. I delivered a letter personally to the Hilo post office and asked about this discrepancies and if we could get the receipts. They were not cooperative. Now, again, I was authorized by the commission on the pig to investigate this. So I was on behalf of the commission. So I would think as a commission, to get the public's trust, somebody would reach out. So Mr. Nago would be the guy as the chief elections officer, because everything's run through the mail and you're saying we can't do it. It's just not acceptable. The public's watching this. We need to take this vote and pass it. Thank you.
Chair?
And that's the motion. Other discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Osterkamp?
So this is just fiction. This is something that Mr. Kushner created in January, long before these pigs. And he created this in a manner that has sown distrust in the process since then. We have heard probably every meeting 10 or 15 times about a supposed 19,000 vote discrepancy on the Big Island. Over and over and over, we hear this. And yet, the reality is that the Big Island complied with the law. The law says that they count and they cross-check votes in a certain manner using the statewide voter registration system, not using USPS receipts. It's not the law for them to pay any attention to those in this process. And there's not even any evidence that it was ever suggested before Mr. Kushner introduced all this, that anybody regarded the USPS envelope receipts as being relevant to the process. So nobody was on notice that these receipts were something that should be collected. They had no reason to compile them, and they didn't do it. Why would they have? It wasn't an idea in anybody's mind until Mr. Kushner came up with this after the fact. And the result has been, unfortunately, sowing distrust in the process. And this has been repeated over and over and over. And you hear from the people in the audience that they are picking up on it. And they believe that the system is broken because we keep hearing these same words over and over and over. And we as a commission are at fault for allowing this to happen. We're going down this road further and further and further, and more people are talking about it. And that is bad for democracy. It's bad for our system. We are at fault. We shouldn't be doing this because we know it's wrong. This is not something that is based in fact, because the USPS receipts are not the way that we measure under the law, not the way that we measure the number of ballots received. There's not a discrepancy. At least there's no evidence.
I'm sorry.
At least there's no evidence of there being a discrepancy. Today, we heard one person say, mail-in voting would be great if I could trust the process. That's what she said. And you know what? She should be able to trust the process. But unfortunately, human beings, being what we are, we often operate on where there's smoke, there must be fire principle. And so the pushers of this claim, they've achieved the goal of creating the smoke. So a lot of people, unfortunately now, are more and more suspicious. They believe that there's fire out there. So I would urge the commission to step off this and stop creating more smoke needlessly.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Ms. Papalimo.
I am sure that the accounting office is incredibly interested in the receipts from, since that's how the post office gets paid per ballot. So the accounting office, I'm sure, has to have the receipts of what we paid and how many ballots we paid for. I think it's an easy ask, right? The only way that the post office gets paid per ballot is then the post office is authorized to withdraw that money from the account. So there has to be an accounting for the money they're taking out of the state account. The only accounting they would have would be their receipts. That becomes
Ralph?
a fiduciary thing. And I'm telling you, as a commission, as the ones that sit on this elections commission, and these are election ballots that are being paid for, that the US Post Office is pulling out of a state account. We better know how much it was, how many there were. We better know. That's our obligation.
Thank you. Ralph?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the old adage, where there's smoke, there's fire, is come from a long time of realizing that where there's smoke, there's fire. So I have requested from the county their records from the state voter registration system, and then it's buried in the pages of the it's in the documents that were submitted. But I have a
The motion is to ask for the post office.
Yes, I'm explaining this. Let me finish, Chair. So I requested
a
a
yes or no thing.
county SVRS, and the county said that they do not keep any records in the SVRS. The state does. So that goes directly against what Scott Nago says, is that there's checks and balances. We are checking Scott Nago's records against Scott Nago's records in the SVRS. And there's got to be a third way to check the records, because the county does not keep any records in the SVRS. Now, to the county's credit, they would never know, everybody in the county office, if they handle 1,000 ballots, and Scott Nago reports that there's 1,200 there, nobody in that office would ever know, because they don't keep an independent count separate from Scott Nago's count. And so this is the only way that we can check up on that count. So I'm voting yes, and this is a valid way. Any auditor worth their salt would ask for receipts to prove where these came from. If they didn't come from the mail, who put them in there? Because there's only two legal ways to get into the system. You put them in a Dropbox, and they have 27,000 ballots accounted for coming through the Dropbox. The rest of the ballots have to come through the Postal Service. They have 29,000 records coming through the Postal Service. They're missing 19,000. So who put them in? Where'd they come from? You're just saying the post office didn't send them, forgot to send the receipts. So let's go ask them and say, check your records. You forgot to send this to us. And that would go a long way. But
That's the motion.
Yes, thank you.
Is there other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Apana.
I'm trying to look through my minutes meeting. Are we asking the same question we asked last meeting to do the exact same thing again?
No, we're asking to go to the post office this time.
This motion, previously we asked the county clerk to get the records from the post office. This is to ask Scott Nago to go direct to the post office for the information.
I thought the what is his title? Election officer, whatever.
Chief Election Officer.
Chief Election Officer said that he does not have the authority to request that of the post office. Somehow that I remember. Is he on?
Is that correct, Scott?
That is correct. I am not the account holder, so they would not provide that information to me.
Yeah, that's what I remember he said. So we're going to ask him to do an impossible task.
So who's the account holder?
It would be the county of Hawaii.
Wait. Mr. Apana has the floor.
I just want to understand what the motion is. I don't want to give a guy an impossible task and then chop his head off because he can't do it, because it's impossible. So I'll be voting no on the motion.
Maybe we
Other
need
discussion?
to. Yes, who is the account holder?
The
Who has the authority?
So how do we do mail?
Wait. The question was, Scott, who's the account holder? The clerk of Hawaii?
Each clerk is the account holder for their county, for the postage.
So the person that we asked to get the receipts has refused to get the receipts, or is on vacation, or what?
Hasn't
Like I said,
complied yet.
I can't speak for what their actions.
But this is your employee, am I correct?
No. This is the
Not your
county.
employee. This is crazy. The funds are county funds,
Yes.
Yes.
so the state distributes the money to the county.
No, it's a cost sharing. So it's a 50-50 cost sharing.
So you,
So the motion on the floor is to ask Scott to obtain the records from the post office that he doesn't have the authority to ask for.
Yeah, so the motion is moot. It's moot.
no, wait a minute. Let's drill
Yeah.
into the 50-50 cost sharing. So can you show us what you paid for postage? Half of the postage?
The motion on the floor is to ask Scott to ask the post office for information. We can
Right.
discuss the motion for Scott to ask the post office for information that he doesn't have the authority for.
We're trying to
We can
understand
vote this
that.
down and we can consider another avenue of obtaining the information.
Or the motion just becomes moot because he has no authority.
Okay, then knowing that, we should all vote no. I would ask for a roll call.
Disagree.
Commissioner Andrion,
Hey.
Commissioner Apana,
No.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
Commissioner Cam,
No.
Commissioner McAdam,
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp,
No.
Commissioner Papalimu,
No.
Commissioner Sabas,
No.
Chair Curtis.
No.
The motion does not pass.
I have another
Okay, how else
question.
do we get this information? Wait. We're still looking for the information from the post office. Can we could perhaps subpoena the clerk of the island of Hawaii to obtain that information if he hasn't received it already. Or if you have some other ideas, let me know.
I like that. I'll make that into motion. Let's subpoena the County of Hawaii to produce the receipts.
From the USPS for the 2024 election.
Yes.
Is there,
So
a
that
sec-
has
is
to be-
there a second?
Chair, before there's a discussion on this, I'd like to speak to
Okay.
the commission's
Please.
legal authority to issue subpoenas.
Please.
So the commission
Green.
is formed under Chapter 11, does not give any specific subpoena power to, Chapter 11 doesn't afford any specific subpoena power to the commission. The only authority to issue subpoenas would be under Chapter 92, specifically, I believe it's HRS 92. I don't want to misquote it. I believe it is 17. No, it's not 17. 16. Which states that a commission and a board can only issue subpoenas in connection with evidentiary hearings. We can't just issue it by motion of a commission. It has to be connected to an evidentiary hearing conducted by the commission, which is not happening here.
Isn't our PIC report an evidentiary hearing?
There's no evidentiary hearing being conducted now. This is a public meeting, so there's no legal authority to issue a subpoena in connection simply with a public hearing. It has to be in connection with an evidentiary hearing that's been authorized by the board.
Okay, let's vote to have an evidentiary hearing.
No, I have a question first.
Mr. Apana.
I have a question for Mr. Nago. When did you ask the Big Island clerk for this post office thing?
October 6th.
Yes, correct.
October 6th. What would be deemed
3
a
weeks ago.
reasonable time for a response? Like, we working on it, we go put in a request, or, don't bother me, go away.
Yeah, I don't know what the clerk has on its plate. I don't know what the clerk has done.
what you work with them every election. What is like a normal response? You guys give each other a month's time to get things done, or
No, it'll be a lot quicker than that.
okay. So maybe by next meeting, we might have the answer already.
Yeah, like I said, but I don't want to speak for the
Yeah,
clerk
yeah,
to
I
say.
understand. I mean,
Okay,
I don't want to tell the person, go fix my house, and the next day go, how come it's not fixed? You know, I told you yesterday, I'm not that kind of person. I give people reasonable time to do the job right. I'm trying to figure out what is a reasonable time. You said you gave it to them on October 6th. Today is the 20-something.
Been over 3 weeks.
2 weeks, 3 weeks. I just want to find out what is reasonable. Your answer is, I cannot speak for them. Mr. Chair, I think if we don't have some answer by next month, next meeting, maybe we should draft a letter to the Big Island clerk on behalf of the commission requesting such information. I'm not sure if they
Thank you.
respond to us, but that's all we can do.
Thank you. Lindsay?
I want to ask Mr. Nago, you said something about cost sharing. Does that not make you also, or your office also a client or a
no.
whatever the word was?
So the cost sharing is after each election, we would add up our expenses and balance it against their expenses and divide everything 50-50. It would not make us the account holder for the postage permit number.
So has that been done?
Yes, but it doesn't go into the detail where it would break it down by postage.
Okay, but somebody has that detail.
It would be the Big Island
Okay.
County
Okay.
clerk.
And I mean, is it normal for him to ignore you for 3 weeks?
No.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Mr.
Mr.
Nago, did
Sabas?
you reach out to him and said we got our
Wait,
commission?
Mr. Sabas. Mr. Sabas.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Sabas,
Chair.
please.
Thank you. Scott, can you just call him tomorrow and ask him what the status is of your request?
Yeah, I can do
So
that.
that by the next meeting, we'll know and we can take actions then if we need to.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Ralph?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. You would have thought that call would have happened before the meeting. But tomorrow's fine and we'll bring it up in the next meeting.
So is there a motion on the floor?
No.
Is there any other discussion on item 4B?
I have one additional question for Mr. Nago regarding this account.
Yes.
The account. Generally, large accounts like that are in dual. Is there only one person on that account, or are there 2 people on that account?
I don't know who is on that account, but our office is not on that account.
Okay, so we could request to know who is on that account.
From the County of Hawaii.
Right, because then probably 2 or 3 people are on that account. And any one of those people could give us the information, could get the information or request the information. Correct?
If there
You
is
would think.
more than one person on the account, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Chair, one more thing.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to say for the record that for us not to know anything about the post office and not be able to ask these questions just creates incredible doubt with the public about mail-in elections. And to not have any kind of, I can't do that, but we're forced to run the elections through the mail. I think that's entirely unacceptable, and we should be able to have communication. Scott Nago should be able to communicate with the post office. And I believe that was on one of the legislature's mandates to have accounting. And I believe you're involved in one of those letters, Chair Curtis, on getting accountability from the post office for receiving ballots. And there's the Ballot Tracks app that's out there. None of that stuff's being looked at. And I think there's a lot of resources that could be tapped into, but I think that there's a desire not to look into those things to get accountability. So this is...
You're just confirming Mr. Osterkamp's allegation.
Yes.
You're the next one on the communication and correspondence. It was your communication and correspondence that is here with your additional information. Would you like to address that, Ralph?
Yes, Chair. So if you look at it, I hope the commissioners can look at my communication and correspondence. And in there, I detail out how many ballots were collected via Dropbox. And I got that. All of these records are requested from the Big Island and they're available online through the state website. And I got the records from the Big Island on how many ballots they collected. They collected 29,000 ballots and change. And then I requested their mail receipts. They collected 27,000 mail receipts. That's all there for you to see. Then I also requested that the daily SVRS counts, which are said that are relied on for following the law. Well, the counties told me in the UIPA responses that they don't keep any records in the SVRS, only the state does. So HAR 3-177453 requires that the counties keep records. In his March 17th letter to the commission, Scott Nago said that having different, the county and the state having records creates a check and balance. But all we have is Scott Nago's one-page report on who won the election compared to Scott Nago's one-line report on the over-under. There's no underlying information. And if there is, the county does not have it because I've requested it from them. So we're asking the public to believe a printout from a computer, and we're just saying, trust it. There's nothing else in there. So I hope that the commissioners would look at that and understand that. And please reach out to me. I'll talk to you individually, Mr. Apana, Mr. Savas. I'd like to go through those records and show them to you, and you can get my contact information through the Elections Commission. I'd like to walk you guys through those records on what they say. It's all from the counties. So I got a point of order, Chair. So under HRS 11.7D, the Elections Commission acts only by majority
Sorry,
vote.
Commissioner Kushney,
Yes.
we lost Chair Curtis again. Just a moment. It looks like he's coming back now.
So Mr. Apana, Mr. Sabas, I hope you reach out to me and I hope I can run through those reports with you.
Okay.
Explain them.
Hey, I apologize. That's Hawaiian Tel. What did I miss?
I got a point of order, Chair.
Yes, sir. What rule am I not following?
Under HRS 11.7D, the Elections Commission acts only by majority vote of its membership. Can you confirm this for me, please?
That's it. You just read it.
Okay, is that true?
Huh. Now that's a stupid question, Ralph.
Okay, I assume that's true. So under Robert's Rules of Order, Section 23, a member may raise a point of order when any rule or law governing the body is being violated.
So what rule am I not following?
Under what authority are you withholding or redacting emails to and from the official Elections Commission address, which is elections.commission@hawaii.gov, without anyone voting as the Elections Commission? These are emails sent to the Elections Commission to and from the email, and you're withholding those emails from the commissioners and the public.
Yes.
I'm asking you under what authority you're withholding those.
The emails that I receive addressed to the commission are processed as a complaint, which gives the Office of Elections an opportunity to respond before we bring it to the commission agenda, similar to the last items on today's agenda.
So you've
I'm
redacted.
I'm not obligated to share with the commission everything I receive. As a matter of fact, it's a infraction of the sunshine law for me to share with more than one other commissioner, other than in a meeting like this.
So the emails are being sent to the elections, to and from the Elections Commission official email address, elections.commission@hawaii.gov. And you're withholding those emails from the commission and the public. Under what authority are you withholding those emails sent to and from the commission email?
The sunshine law.
No, the sunshine law says that you cannot.
It
withhold.
precludes me from communicating with more than one other commissioner at a time, other than at a meeting like this.
No, the
emails will be coming as appropriate.
The emails
The point of order is overruled. And we'll move on to the next topic.
Can I just clarify something as well, sir? Because
Dylan,
we've taken a motion as a commission and it's passed that any and all communication that comes to that email is redistributed at that time to all of the commissioners. And just talking with constituents, there's things that are getting sent that, you know, they're sending directly to me and saying, can you confirm that you received this from the Elections Commission? And I'm going, no, I didn't. I never got that from the elections, the office of.
I can only communicate with one other commissioner at a time, other than an open meeting like this, including forwarding email. I would ask the Attorney General for his opinion.
Can I get a clarification as to what the question is?
Why I'm not sharing all the emails with all the commissioners in real time?
Let me ask the question. The commission votes by majority vote. The commission emails that are sent to and from the election commission are being withheld from the commissioners. So the commissioners cannot do their jobs correctly because they don't have all the information. Letters are being withheld and redacted and kept out of the commission's view. I sent a letter on yesterday morning to be submitted to the commission on the supplemental meeting materials. That was not included. We got an email at 2:35 yesterday with a whole bunch of letters on it, but mine was not on there. So you guys are redacting, and we want to know what else you guys are hiding from us. The commission acts by majority vote.
Your point of order is overruled.
I appeal the ruling of the chair. Do I have a second?
There's no appeal.
Yes, there is, Chair. I appeal.
No, there's no appeal on rules on point of order.
I appeal.
The chair has the discretion. We can go ahead to your letter and your attachments that you want to, on item 5 on the agenda.
The commission has not acted to redact those emails. So the commission has to vote.
You're overruled, Ralph. If you want to continue, you're out of order.
The commission has to act to withhold those emails
Ralph,
from the public.
You can address item 5.
No, Chair.
You can be out of order.
The commission has to vote to redact those emails. You cannot withhold. You cannot withhold those emails.
You're out of order.
You cannot withhold
If you
those
continue,
emails.
I'm going to eject you from the meeting.
Chair, you cannot withhold.
Could you eject Ralph from the meeting for obstructing the agenda? We're on item 5, Ralph's letter and attachments. If anybody would like to discuss them and make a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you know, I am so grateful for the staff for doing minutes from the last meeting. We had this conversation about what to do with complaints. And the commission voted that we would send it to the state commission, to the CEO Nago, for them to solve the problems. If our constituents or the constituents are not satisfied, they can always rewrite to us saying they tried that step and we're not satisfied, and then we'll take it up. The vote was to send everything to us, and what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 don't send it to us. And in my comments, I said I do not want to take on every single complaint that can be solved by the the state commissioners. I mean the state election office, because sometimes it's just, where's my ballot? I mean, we wouldn't know. So we said if there's like a big argument, they're not satisfied, come to us, but let them try and solve it first. That's
Thank you,
what we
Mr.
agreed
Apana.
on
We've ruled on that
last-
point of order. We're on item 5 on the agenda, including Ralph's letter and attachments.
I mean, that's what
Let's
he's
keep to the
talking about.
agenda.
That's what he's talking about, that he
Right.
wants all complaints to come to all of us.
No,
I
I'm
don't-
not. I want to release to the public.
Ralph, you've been ejected from the meeting. Mr. Apana, you wanted to,
I just want to say, we voted on this. I don't want all complaints coming to me. That is nonsense. The
No, we'll-
ones that
we'll-
are not
we have a-
satisfied, we'll look into it.
thank you. We have a process for complaints now. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone want to discuss item 5, including Ralph's letter and attachments that are included in the agenda?
You have to open it to public testimony, right, for this agenda item?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. We do have a public testimony on Ralph's letter and attachments.
Could I ask you a question before we get into all
Certainly.
of that? It
Certainly.
seems like we blew right past item 3, the minutes. We heard Mr. Nago give his report, but we didn't take any action. And I'm just wondering, what is the future of the minutes? Did we decide?
The A was approved. Election findings at the cost and timing of verbatim minutes was discussed,
Right.
but
And
the
what
approval
about-
of the minutes was passed.
Yes, but what I'm asking about is what Mr. Nago wrote his letter about, giving us the report that doing it by hand would be, way too much. And so is there a decision to make? Are we going to have the Zoom transcript and regular summary minutes, or what is happening going forward? We didn't discuss it or decide anything, so that's why I was surprised that we moved right on to number 4 without.
Mr. Apana came up with a couple suggestions
Yeah.
and there were no motions.
Yeah.
So we moved on to, and now we're on item 5.
Okay. Well.
Any discussion on Ralph's letter and attachments? And public testimony. We need to accept public testimony on Ralph's letter and attachments.
Okay, the first testifier is Propel Positive Change, followed by Anne Marie Hamilton.
Aloha. My
Aloha.
name is Victoria Thompson. I am a United States citizen and resident of Hawaii since 2023. I did work intricately with the elections process in 2024 in West Hawaii County of the Big Island. I'm actually making testimony regarding the mail-in receipts and the postal account of those. I actually know how you need to go about to do that and get those, and it's not hard. And personal experience being involved, it was disclosed to me that by a retired postal worker that they were required to attempt delivery whether they knew that the resident was there or not. And if they were not, they then had the returns, and that those returns were then kept in the postmaster's office in either a box or a bag and later discarded some unknown way. So the fact that we're paying for that then makes it a federal concern of we're paying for something, we're not actually getting it. You would actually just need to call the postmaster's office and ask how to obtain the amount of returned ballots that were discarded. I know that they do not keep track of those numbers, so you can assume that when you reach out or go through that rabbit hole, that it's going to kind of end that way. I also know Ballot Tracks does not actually track your ballot. It tracks it if it was got there or not, but it does not account for if it was recorded correctly or not. If you have any questions for me, Ralph, Dylan, and Commissioner Kim, do you know how to reach me?
Yeah.
Any questions, or I can yield my time?
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Anne Marie Hamilton, followed by Tara Rojas.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I read the report about the 19,042 envelope discrepancy Mr. Osterkamp and Ms. McAdams wrote. That 19,000 number not accounted for in the USPS records is actually 25% of the entire 76,595 mail-in envelopes received by the county on the Big Island. 25%, folks, that's no small number, especially compared to the nationwide official USPS lost mail percentages from investigative audits, the Postal Regulatory Commission filings, and consumer complaint statistics. Lost mail not delivered nationwide by the USPS is between 0.01% and 0.05%. So the determination by this report that the USPS somehow lost track of 25% of our election envelopes, which are barcoded and go through an even more strenuous tracking mechanism, is simply ludicrous. Instead of investigating that huge discrepancy, the authors of this report chose to defend the broken and porous election process, which allows these types of blatant chain of custody issues to continue in Hawaii. And instead, they prefer to blame the USPS and Mr. Kushney for even asking the question of what could have happened to those envelopes. And I know Ms. Papalimo was not involved in this report because she said Mr. Vanderkamp did not want nor solicit her input. So I'm assuming it was written by the two commissioners who routinely vote against audits, investigations, and other concerns about our election systems the public consistently brings up in these meetings. What Mr. Vanderkamp and Ms. Adams did was defend an election system that has no obvious chain of custody, as was effectively proven not only by the Kauai Pig report done recently, but also by the fact 25% of the Big Island barcoded envelopes with ballots apparently were not delivered to the counting center by the USPS. Not once did either of these commissioners, one is an attorney and one appears to be a professional auditor, who completed this report, not once did they entertain the prospect of doing some type of audit or any type of inquiry to try to understand how 25% of the Big Island ballot envelopes just mysteriously never arrived from the post office. They told us to be good little citizens, be quiet, quit questioning, and trust the system, even though the system is obviously engineered to not allow transparency or stand up against huge discrepancies found through the third-party queries like this one from Mr. Kushney. Since 2020, Hawaii has been an all mail-in voting state. And frankly, the system is not trackable, not auditable, has no chain of custody, and is the perfect system for fraud to occur if it was going to occur. The fact remains, Mr. Nago is certifying elections with no chain of custody in Hawaii. And we need to get rid of him, and we need to get rid of Mike Curtis as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tara Rojas, followed by Jennifer Hunt.
Aloha, Tara Rojas. Speaking on communications and correspondence and what we're all hearing, going back to what Ralph was trying to express about if the public is writing to this Office of Elections email and it's not reaching everybody, and you, Mike Curtis, are you saying due to Sunshine Law, I only can do one at a time, then what's the purpose of this one email to reach the commissioners? So you had said during that discussion that you were going to ask the Attorney General, and I was watching, waiting for the Attorney General to speak up and say something. And then you decided to go and attack Ralph and say, no, just remove him from the meeting because you're out of order, out of order. So we're seeing this every meeting. You know, we've seen it, you already threw him out. So I was waving like, no, don't you throw him out. You know, you have like a control issue. I'm just going to say that you have like a control issue, and thus the public wants you to step down if you're not going to remove, you know, you remove yourself, or that the commission somehow move you. Speaking of communication and correspondence, I noticed during some other points of the meeting, other commissioners were actually raising their hand. So I just want to just encourage, the commissioners to speak up. Speak up. Don't be like overridden or like forgotten because I seen something like, raising hands. So speak up because we do want to hear what you have to say. Yeah. So that's about the communication. Other things I'm hearing that I'm trying to remember as I was listening, trying to capture everything. So one, the Attorney General should respond to what even the chair had said that you should respond to regarding communication to all the people on the board. What was I going to say? Another one. Let's see. Sorry, there was so much going on, trying to remember it all. Speaking of, my final one is this. When we are having a meeting, I've mentioned this before and how many times, unless some of you on this commission are actually writing and taking notes for the whole meeting, you see all commissioners listening. You're intently listening to the people and your own commissioners' concerns. So your focus should be like straight point blank to the camera. Every time we do this, attention goes. And then when it is really distraction and frustrating during the whole meeting, not only this time, for the past years, where not all commissioners are really just listening to the meeting. If we're having a one-on-one and I'm just, like this, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna make like I'm listening. That's right there. That's why the trust issue is happening. We know, you're not listening to what the people want, and you actually really don't care because what we're saying, you always vote exactly the opposite. So if you're in this commission, you're here because you're representing the people of the island that you represent. Pay attention. Don't have control issues. Really have and build the public trust for this HEVA election process in this fake state of Hawaii.
Thank
Doing
you.
what we can do. Mahalo.
The next testifier is Jennifer Hunt, followed by Daniel Gabriel.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. This issue that Ralph brings up about the post office, it is very interesting because it is federal. It has to do with the chain of custody. We are supposed to have that with the drop boxes and a chain of custody following the ballots that get dropped in, as well as the post office, so that we can account for all of the ballots. I mean, this is part of the process of allowing for mail-in ballots. It's part of the requirements that there's a chain of custody record, that there's an auditable paper trail. The post office handles registered mail all the time. And in that process, they have to have each person sign off on when that envelope is handed over. Okay. There has to be records that are there. I mean, this isn't rocket science. This is easy information to get. If they don't have this, there's something deeper here, and it is touching on the federal. This, it's not state crime; it's federal crime. So somebody needs to get to the bottom of this. This is what Anna Marie, I believe, said is 25%. That's a big number. So anyway, this is all just very disturbing, and I wish that you guys as commissioners would do something about it and not continue to have this circular conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Daniel Gabriel, followed by Janet Mason.
Mr. Gabriel.
Chair, Commission, this is Daniel Gabriel. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I am in support of agenda item 5. I think all commissioners should have the ability to view emails, communications sent to the commission. Otherwise, why have a commission? Why not just have one guy, one chair? It is pointless if they're not informed. Doesn't mean you need to discuss it and infringe on the Sunshine Law, but every commissioner should be able to view it. And then it could be then put to an agenda meeting where it can be discussed under the Sunshine Law. Second, you said that Commissioner Kushney was out of order, but it was in fact you that was out of order, Chair Curtis. You said that I quote, "That's a stupid question. Where is the decorum?" I strongly suggest you step down from your position as chair and learn proper Robert's Rules of Order. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Janet Mason, followed by Michelle S.
Thank you, Chair. The league is already on record saying that we do support an audit of the 2024 election, a statewide audit. But Mr. Cushnie's letter, which is being discussed now, to the post office requesting records, receipts for ballots is not appropriate. For one thing, it was not an official request. It was Mr. Cushnie's personal investigation. More importantly, the postal records do not form a basis for ballot counts. The ballot count procedures are set out by law. The Postal Service records are merely records for billing, and it's really mischaracterizing them to talk about how they should be used to reconcile the ballots. They shouldn't be used at all for that purpose. The auditor will not agree that these are quality records for purposes of counting the ballot. I'm quite confident that you will learn this when this gets to the auditor's desk.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason.
The next testifier is Michelle S., followed by Alan.
Yes. So in regards to Mr. Cushing's letter, I do believe that there should be some way that we be able to get some type of receipts from the USPS. They can't bill for ballots that weren't received, and they can't, I mean, they wouldn't bill for ballots that were received. Anyway, there has to be some checks and balances. The fact that people are saying, oh, just take whatever and not ask for receipts, that's ridiculous. Anyway, going back to what's transpired over the last several hours, I believe that the commissioners all should have access to the email. It is the election commission email. It's not just the chairman's email. Everybody needs to have access to that. I mean, there's no reason why everybody can't have access, not just it be forwarded on, but literally have access and be able to respond if necessary or whatever. Anyway, I believe that I would like to see that the rest of the commissioners put a motion to, I don't know how the procedure goes, but put a motion or something to fire Mike Curtis from being chair. I don't know if they can all vote to say, okay, we want to make him not be chair again, or how that works. But that's what I'm asking, because he was letting Mr. Osterkamper, I'm sorry, I can't remember your last name, but anyhow, he was letting him talk about something that was not the item of topic. But then now he's ejecting Ralph from the meeting. He's basically silencing my voice by rejecting or ejecting somebody out of the meeting. You shouldn't be ejecting any of the commissioners out of the meeting, because they are the ones that are speaking for the other. Like, no matter what side of the aisle it is, none of y'all should be ejected from the meeting. I'm like so frustrated with how this is going. I hope that Mr. Curtis gets ejected and removed from his position, and Scott Nago gets removed from his position, because he's not following the letter of the law either. And something needs to change, because we just keep doing the same thing over and over and over with no results. I yield.
Thank you, Michelle.
The next testifier is Alan, followed by Michael Goliak Jr.
Is my volume okay?
Yes, sir.
I was a postal worker for 9 years in maintenance. I was an electronic technician. I used to maintain the optical character readers that would actually read the envelope face and then route it to the correct place. So back then when I worked there, they were already using electronics, and these machines would generate enormous reports. So I can't imagine them not being able to tell you something about the mail. Well, I can. I would say I could picture a lazy manager. Just, I don't want to look it up, or I don't know how to look it up. I can picture that. But if I were to get an answer like that from such a person at a lower level, you say, well, we'll talk to the postal inspectors, because the postal inspectors get involved with criminal type stuff. What's going on? How did you bill us for this? But we can't explain it. Or you can say, I want to talk to the postmaster general, go right to the top. So I wouldn't stop at your local post office. I would go up. Thank you. Oh, I'm Al Hungs from Derby, New York, if I didn't say that already.
Thank you, Alan.
You're welcome.
The next testifier is Michael Goliath Jr., followed by Jamie Detweiler.
Good afternoon. It's quite clear that several of the commissioners and a lot of the public need to learn the Sunshine Law. And just because you think something doesn't make it true, I encourage you to go to OIP's website. They have a great training on what the Sunshine Law is and what it allows you to do, what is not permissible under the Sunshine Law. So well, the Sunshine Law is a great thing. There also is a huge hamper when it comes to the running of meetings and the running of commissions. You are able to have those one-on-one conversations, but you're not allowed to do email chains. And that is what you're all asking for when you're asking for the chair to send out an email to everybody when it comes in. That's not how this process works. That's not how the Sunshine Law allows it to work. So I will say I've been listening to most of the conversation this afternoon, and there are a couple of commissioners on here who speak like they know everything, and then they didn't even know who actually controls the postal box, who's actually in charge of the accounts. When they come out here and they're like, oh, there's fraud, there's this, you got to trust us, we just know it's there. But they don't even have the simplest answers to things that they've supposedly been discussing for years, and this has been a long time coming. So I encourage all the commissioners to back up, learn exactly what your role is, understand the Sunshine Law. Don't just do something because someone tells you you can. Make sure that it's there. It's there because it's legal. And question your sources, because I've heard that multiple times. Oh, I've heard of this person tell me that. I've heard that person tell me this, and that's where you get your fraud from. And everybody who keeps on repeating one commissioner's name like it is a godsend. He wrote the textbook on voter fraud, has no background in voter integrity. He already had a preconceived idea before he was on this commission, and he's been driving it home ever since. And he has poisoned the well to certain people that are just listening to that. And you can see it in his letter that we're discussing here. And that just because a commissioner does something, it doesn't make it an official action of this commission. You guys haven't voted for it and you didn't approve it. It's not an official action of this commission. That is a commission, and that is an individual resident going off and overdoing here. And just because the postmaster doesn't return, or somebody doesn't return a phone call to you, don't get all upset, because you're just an individual person the way the rest of us all are, unless it's coming directly from the commission. So I encourage you, do your homework, and thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
The next testifier is Jamie Detweiler, followed by Junior Nakua.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. There are two items that I want to focus on with regards to the letter from Commissioner Cushney. First of all, the items that he's requesting on his 4 bullet points are all items that make sense to the voter. These items are looking for accountability and transparency. So why wouldn't we move forward with the items in this letter from Commissioner Cushney? These all make sense. These all lead to confirming that things are in order or detecting if things are not in order. The second item I want to address is something that I addressed at the October 1st meeting. The gaslighting by commissioners has got to stop. You interrupted Commissioner Cushney, Chair Curtis, and you called him out of order, and you have the right to do that as chair. Now, when another commissioner is putting down people who testify, who have experience as election observers, as fellow commissioners, how can you allow another commissioner to go on and call it conspiracy theories? I'm sick and tired of the gaslighting. We all are. I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Detweiler.
Next testifier is Junior Nakoa, followed by Pam Elders.
So, you can hear me?
Hi, Junior.
Okay, how you guys there, bro? Oh well. You guys know that this is sickening. Okay. You guys really like do this job? Because again, you guys not getting paid. You know, you guys didn't to be there. You guys didn't ask to be there. You know what I mean? And are you guys actually for the people? Because that is what this thing is for, gang. This is all for, and I keep saying them every time I come away and testify. I'm getting sick when I'm trying my best just to get everybody to register to vote and vote. Just watching this, I hope the guys that I asking will watch this because you turning away the voters, gang. Okay, everything you're doing over here, just turning away the voters. Okay, Curtis, dude. I mean, we the people of Hawaii, especially Maui, especially Lahaina, want our voices to be heard. And you is stopping that from happening. And you know, and it's killing us right now. It's just killing us. Hey, go look in the mirror, brother. Go see if you really want to do this job. Okay? Because it seems like you in it for another reason. Because all these other guys is asking you about the people would like to happen. We like go find out that 19,000 votes. We like know where that bugger went. We like know if the male guys is screwing us up. So we're not using them again. You know, we like know all this kind of stuff. And you're not letting it happen. And Kimo, I say, brother, you say, you know what I mean? When you was in the council, yeah, you know, there's the kind. Your rules that
Yeah. I got cut off.
Junior, I can't hear you. There you go.
email.
There
Okay,
you go.
not one guy. Not one guy. So what we need, you know, I only been on these things 2 times. But figure out where all the kind, all the commission can get them, you know, so you don't need to worry about, oh, I can't send them to this guy. I cannot send them to this guy. Go get how you can get. That way, each commissioner can work out everything out there.
Well, lost Junior.
The next testifier is Pam Elders, followed by Susan Strom.
You need to unmute. There you go.
Yeah. Oh, I can't. Wait a minute.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, I want to say that I appreciate the testimony of Janet Mason. It's the first kind of seemingly correct information that's been given today. And also the testimony of Michael. And Michael, I'm sorry if I'm, anyway, I'll just say Michael G, because I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I'm concerned or troubled by the amount of evidence and opinions that are given in the meetings that really can't be verified. I think that creates a lot of distrust and suspicion of the commission's actions. So I would encourage you to maybe get together and find somebody who is, maybe Janet could be the reference person to, inform commission members of the actual processes and, mechanisms of the election process. Also, I think commission members would benefit greatly from some pretty in-depth training about meetings. And I'm assuming you're using Robert's Rules of Order, and just to know how that works, the amount of motions and I think you're right to be concerned about that it's very sloppy. And I think, it would be worth it to ask the county to provide a professional facilitator to you, which you could all agree on, maybe select from a slate of people who know about Robert's Rules of Order. And it would take a lot of the personal aspect, because there's a lot of, personal kind of attacks going on here, and which isn't very productive. And so mainly around the chair and a couple other members. So it would be helpful to have somebody who really knows how to facilitate a meeting. The fact that you have spent 7 hours in the meeting today I was on a school board and we never had meetings longer than 3. And so it just seems like that's just excessive and exhausting and certainly frustrating to members. And it doesn't provide very much transparency for the public, since, we have to sit here for, set aside basically a whole day to listen to the business being conducted at your meeting. So I really, think that professional facilitation and neutral facilitation would help streamline and create some trust and respect among your members, because that seems to be really a barrier to getting any work done, and to have it be respected and accepted by everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Elders.
Mm-hmm.
The next testifier is Susan Strom, followed by Patty.
Aloha, can you hear me okay?
Yes, aloha.
You. I stand in support of Commissioner Cushnie's letter. I do have some questions, as far as the numbers and the inconsistencies. I think it's insulting to assume that we should just settle for that because there's not going to be any kind of verification. If that is the case, why are we even using that system? It's ridiculous to use a system that cannot guarantee us full transparency and accountability. So that's something that we need to eliminate right away, because it doesn't make sense. We want our votes is sacred. It's a sacred trust, and we want accountability for this. So, all these other questions about, well, you're not going to get this equitability and it's because of why, it doesn't matter. There shouldn't be any explanation for why we can't get accountability. So if you can't get the numbers, then change the voting system to another system that is completely reliable, because this has to stop immediately. The discrepancy is just far too great. And when you talk about drop boxes, there was a whole video documentary out there by Dinesh D'Souza, I believe, 10,000 Mules, that had real life data, real life videos of Dropbox malfeasance all around the country, and including stories from Hawaii. So you can't tell us because the USPS has this, just because it can't mention numbers. We should just be satisfied with that, because there is malfeasance out there. And you can't prove there isn't if you can't get the numbers either. So if you want to solidify yourself, then I suggest we get to this and we get that accountability, find one or the other. You know, and Jeffrey Osterkamp, you and Claire McAdams seem to tag team each other consistently and voting against the people and gaslighting and just insulting our intelligence. You know, for something as sacred as our votes, we want complete accountability. And so the whining and gaslighting has got to stop, like the other testifier mentioned. You know, what this does with your behavior towards us, all it does is create more distrust of you in particular. You, Miss McAdams, and you know what, Chair Curtis, you know, the insults that you're, you know, and just the bending of the rules there, that's really interesting. So, you know, and why are you here if you're going to do this? If you're not going to all be on board for full accountability, then people need to step down so we can get people on here that care about the will of the people and will give 100% accountability. It should be a no-brainer. It should be something everybody wants. It's a nonpartisan issue. Let's get this straightened out, please. So we don't keep going in these ridiculous circles. And I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Strom.
The next testifier is Patty, followed by Robin N.
Oops. I'm addressing Commissioner Jeffrey Osterkamp on my comment when he was discrediting Ralph Cushne's conspiring against the election committee integrity. And you left out a very important part of my when I testified. Mail-in voting would be valid if I could trust the process and had transparency. You left out transparency. And if you can just Commissioner Austin, you only said it. You said the first part, but the transparency part is the main issue. If you guys can just get this done, this would be settled. Why are you guys dragging this on? It just really seems like there's so much things you guys are hiding, and you guys can't get anything done for the people. So, yeah, resign or correct your mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
The next testifier is Robin N., followed by Terry Bullock.
Aloha and good afternoon.
Aloha.
I just want to share that this is very disheartening, and the fact that this meeting is going on for so long. I missed last month, but I did hear that it was 6 hours, and I cannot fathom having a meeting for so long. And so just the lack of professionalism and the lack of you need more training to be able to run a meeting so that it doesn't run this long and that we don't go in circles. It's pretty obvious that the chair has difficulty in even knowing what motion is on the floor. And that happened too many times. And the people have been asking for a while for Scott Nago to resign. And I think that you should really all consider listening to the people and start that process, as well as Michael Curtis, because and maybe as well as others, they should just resign. The comment made by Jeffrey O about conspiracy theorists, right there, that just shuts the door, and you're closed off to really listening and finding out what the problem is. If you're really concerned, you would want to find out if there really is a problem or not, because this is what the people want: transparency, responsibility, accountability, and that's not happening. And so you guys need to get your act together, because this just causes more distrust of the people. And I hope that we don't have another 7-hour meeting next time around, and that, yes, you all learn and get some training so that you can behave in a more professional, adult-like manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Terry Bullock, followed by Tamara Mackay.
Hello.
Aloha.
Hi, my name is Terry Bullocken, and regarding correspondence and complaints, it states that it's placed on the agenda and forwarded to the Office of Elections for to respond. But what if it doesn't have to do with the Office of Elections? It's a urgent request for investigation by the commission. And the reason why I submitted mine and it's not on the agenda for the last two meetings, it's the number 004. I placed an urgent request to investigate McAdams for having a serious conflict of interest, being that she's an auditor for the office of the mayor for Hawaii County and duly serving as a commissioner on this commission. In addition, she's been assigned to a pig to investigate the Big Island. That is some serious conflict of interest, and that needs to be investigated immediately. So why isn't that on the agenda? So that the commissioners and the public can see. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Tamara Mackay.
Thank you, commissioners. I'll keep this, slightly brief. I just wanted to echo a lot of what has been said in regards to what we see as citizens and organizations in the state of Hawaii. We have people all over the nation who gets clips of the performance and how we interact here in the state of Hawaii, and it really doesn't represent the state properly with the spirit of aloha. Each commissioner here, from Osterkamp to Apana, Dylan, Kihiolani, and everybody, you should be nonpartisan in your conversations, and the last thing you should be doing is attacking the citizens that are watching this and that are looking for you for resolve. And the bickering back and forth, it is really disturbing. And again, like other people have said, that is where the distrust comes. We can't just sit there and go and believe you because you say, well, take my word for it, I promise. How can we believe it when your behavior is so embarrassing for the state of Hawaii, and we're supposed to be known as the Aloha State? Mr. Curtis, I've mentioned it to you before regarding Robert's Rules of Order. You cannot remove Ralph Cushney or any other officer from the meeting. It's in a violation of Section 41 of Robert's Rules of Order. If you believe he is doing something that is inappropriate, then you take a vote from your body and they vote on whether or not to remove him. So having a nonpartisan parliamentarian to attend your meetings in the future probably would be an appropriate move in order to handle a more professional meeting. And also I wanted to add that in regards to, sorry, I wanted to pull it up. I made some notes regarding the getting the ballots and so forth. I think that there's a misinterpretation with HRS because it's pretty clear in Chapter 11 who can and who cannot go and request the records of the Postal Service, and it's the duties of the chief election officers. And these are duties that you guys can do. It shouldn't be hard, and I don't know why you guys don't come together. And when I say you guys, I'm talking about the people that are really being confrontational. Instead of finding a solution on how you can do it, it seems that you're gaslighting on how you cannot do it, when this is what the public wants. They want solutions. They want to put this to rest. We want to believe in you as representatives in the state of Hawaii, and we want to believe in the Office of Elections, as well as being able to ensure that our vote, our right to vote, counts and is not manipulated. So I challenge you, especially you, Mr. Curtis, because even Mike Lindell himself was questioning why you behave that way, and he even questioned you and asked you for a response. Is there ulterior motives? Well, I challenge you to prove us wrong. Do the right thing, conduct yourself professionally, represent the people, and show the nation that we are the true state of aloha. I yield.
Thank you.
The next testifier is Representative Garner Shimizu.
Mahalo, Chair, for the opportunity to testify again. And thank you, commissioners, for your service. I echo the last 5 testifiers who brought up excellent points: Jamie Detweiler, Pam Elders, S. Strom, and Robin and also Tamara McKay, who just testified. The concerns are many, and it's just a matter of pursuing them in an orderly way and welcoming public input and not making the public feel like they're being insulted by raising a question. When you put labels on people, as was earlier said, you're insulting myself that I have a legitimate question and I'm coming to sit and have conversation with this commission because that's your task and your duty. And as an elected official, I'm very concerned with that. In fact, I have put election integrity and this commission on the top of my list as far as priorities. And, you know, I sat through 6 hours of your 7-hour meeting on October 1st. I'm here almost all the way to the end. And I wanted to testify again earlier, but I was denied that right by Chair Curtis, unilaterally saying he's axing out second testimony. I don't even know if he took public testimony for agenda item number 3. You know, just little things that are not really little, but are many that Chair Curtis, you're not really welcoming in cooperation. You have a very combative spirit, and it's not conducive for conversation. That's what we want. We want to know the facts. If there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to hide, and we'll be satisfied with that. Commissioner Osterkamp, you make the point that 19,000 discrepancy is nothing because the county is not beholden to the USPS, but does the state voter registration system. But there's still no explanation on why there's a 19,000 discrepancy. That's all we want. We just want to answer. And whatever the process is to get to the answer where the public is satisfied and this distrust goes away, whether we have mail-in ballots or in-person ballots, the question is still going to be the same. The commission is tasked with confirming election integrity. And if the question is brought up, if there's sufficient evidence that raises the question, it's your duty to pursue it in a very logical and methodical way and not just dismiss it with opinions and labels and all of this emotion. It's very disconcerting. And I would ask and I would reiterate to others that what others have said. If you're not interested in serving the public, yes, please step down. Please step down. This shouldn't go on for 7 hours. We should be able to handle the meeting in an orderly way and address things and take care of business. But we just keep going in circles, meeting after meeting, month after month, year after year. Yeah. And there are people on this
Thank you,
meeting
Representative.
that are part of the public who have endured for a long time, and I give them props because they are
Thank
patriots.
you, Representative Shimizu.
Thank you, Chair. And if you would like to step down, please do so.
The next testifier is Tora Malia Gregory.
Aloha. Thank you so much
Aloha.
for the opportunity to speak again. You know, I really do resonate the concerns of the last few speakers, specifically Jamie Detweiler and then Representative Shimizu. Thank you so much for stepping in the gap, and Tamara McKay. I just resonate what they say, and you know, there's so much combativeness happening back and forth. When we say just say to the people first, I would just really encourage specifically Osterkamp, Mike Curtis, just if there is anything in your heart that is like, man, you know what, they're asking for it. Let's do our due diligence with Scott Nagel to just make it happen. Just manifest whatever receipts are available if they exist, so we can just put this to rest and we can move forward. I really do believe that in good faith, there are people on this call that don't want to argue, that don't want to make this an issue. You know, I heard from Ms. Mason. She has some really great theoretical things that are just seen as, oh, you know, let's just, you know, make sure that we're doing righteously and pono and in decency and order. Well, we have that opportunity right here, right now, with what's been developed already. So, you know, just in regards to the finger pointing and just the name calling, you know, with Tamara McKay, At the end of the day, if we can all just come together and just have a move of Pono and grace for the people, if you can just for a moment put the people first, let's just get those receipts if they exist. And Scott Nago and Mr. Curtis, if that's not something that would move your heart to want to materialize that for the people, it would be in everyone's best interest that you do step down and we do find other people that want to step in and really just bridge this gap of all the arguing for 7 hours plus. Mahalo for the time to speak.
Thank you, Tara.
Chair, there are no further testifiers.
Ms. Mason, we didn't allow second testimonies previously, so we won't allow it now. For the record, I want to quote Sunshine Law, Chapter 92, Public Agency Meetings and stuff, Section 92-3. It says that provided that the removal of any person or persons who willfully disrupts a meeting to prevent or compromise the conduct of a meeting shall not be prohibitive. It may not be allowed in Robert's Rules of Order, but the Sunshine Law allows me to remove disruptive personalities and behavior, which I've done.
Not unilaterally, though. It should be the wish. It should be the will of the commission, not a unilateral move by the chair to reject somebody. So as Tamara McKay,
I quoted the law. Thank you.
We ignored the law earlier today.
So
I'd like to make a motion
back
to
on
permit
commission and correspondence relative to item 5, Dylan.
Yeah, my motion was to permit Commissioner Krishney back into the meeting, but he's here, so he can.
Did you have anything relating to Article 5 of the agenda?
I do.
Please.
I would like to admit Ralph's letter into the record, please.
It is. It's part of today's.
Perfect. And I want to speak to his letter.
As well as all of the attachments. The attachments are significant as well.
They are. And I am very, very pleased that he put this in there, because this is a lot of what I was speaking to in regards to my request to be taken off the pig report that came from the Big Island, because there was no investigation done. And so I won't be a part of that. I really won't.
Okay.
Unless the pig got together without me, I am unaware that there was ever a meeting with the pig.
Thank you. That's item 6.
Well, this refers to the pig,
Ralph's
correct?
letter and the attachments.
Yes.
The pig report you're talking to is item 6.
Okay. Thank you. I will be here.
We'll get to that.
For another year. Well, I was speaking to what Ralph's letter entailed.
Okay.
Because he is correct. Those are the things that needed to be investigated, that weren't investigated. As a pig, we could have subpoenaed the records from the USPS. You know, the pig should have known, if they did an investigation, that the only person who could go into the account would be the county clerk. I don't know that because I was never involved in an investigation. And so these are the things that made me request my name off of this pig. There was no investigation. There was a letter written and then a lot of noise, but we investigated nothing. And so this is what bothers me about this report. It is not truthful. There was no work put in it.
We're talking about Ralph's letter, not the report.
Yes, the letter is the letter gives you more information than the pig report does.
That's why I included it first in the agenda.
Yes. Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I am happy that it is on the agenda and that it is going into the record.
Ralph, you were ejected from the meeting. I'm not admitting you back. Your behavior was unacceptable. Is there any other discussion on item 5?
I'm going to come back in. When you tell somebody that's a stupid question, that is unbecoming of a chair. It truly is. So you need to think about your conduct also.
And Chair, you didn't quote any law that gives you governance to unilaterally remove someone from the meeting.
Sunshine Law, Chapter 2, Section 92-3. You can look it up. It authorizes me to.
I will make a motion to permit Commissioner Cushney back into the meeting, especially as this is his correspondence item.
I'll second that.
In this case, I'll allow it. Discussion.
I think we've said enough, and it would be fair to have Commissioner Cushney permitted back into the meeting. I actually don't think he was out of order with you, Chair, in the previous discussion.
Is there any discussion on the motion?
I have discussion.
Yes, Jeffrey.
So for whatever reason, the chair seems to attract the venom of some of the commissioners, and
venom.
Yes, venom.
Wait.
It is not personal.
Jeffrey Osterkamp has the floor.
Yeah. And, you know, he's meeting after meeting kicked around by people who don't like his rulings. He's accused of various minor crimes. And, you know, Robert's Rules of Order, as I understand them, also prevent people from making personal attacks on others rather than just stating the facts. And I've heard Commissioner Cushney repeatedly make personal attacks on the chair. No repercussions, but I think it needs to be understood that, in fact, the chair has been very open to allowing Commissioner Cushney to speak his mind, attack him personally over and over, without, for the most part, shushing him. Occasionally, Commissioner Cushney has been so disruptive that I think the chair has had no choice other than to eject him from the meeting, and that occurred today. I see no reason why the chair should let him back in now.
Other discussion? Entertain a roll call vote to allow Ralph Cushney back into the meeting.
Commissioner Andrian,
Aye.
Commissioner Apana. If you could unmute Commissioner Apana.
We can't hear you, Timo.
I say welcome back. Be nice.
Okay. That was an aye.
Yes.
Commissioner Cushney excused.
Aye.
Commissioner I. Okay. Commissioner Cab.
Yes.
Commissioner McAdam.
No.
Commissioner Osterkamp. Commissioner Osterkamp.
No.
Commissioner Papalimu.
Yes.
Commissioner Sabas.
Kanalua,
I'm sorry.
abstain.
Chair Curtis.
I abstain also.
Motion does not pass.
Wait, did you get Cam?
Yeah.
Okay,
She said yes.
okay. So the motion does not carry.
Okay.
So any other comments on the communication and correspondence that included Ralph's letter and several attachments?
Mr. Chair, I think we should table that because the author cannot participate, so we would be guessing his intentions, right?
Okay, fair enough.
We just table it.
We can table that, and we can table Mr. Osterkamp's report and have a recess for 1 week, allowing everybody to digest both Ralph's letter and attachments and Mr. Osterkamp's report. Unless, Jeffrey, you wanted to hear your report today?
I mean, I would hope that by now people have read it. I would ask if people have not read it to read it.
Yeah, I've not read it.
I'm sorry.
I have not read it. I'm sorry.
Well, then
Stick
I,
to it.
I would say it's best to, given that we do have two new commissioners, I think it would be best to table it for a week. Ralph will be back and can respond himself to the extent needed. But, most importantly, it's not a long report, although it does have numerous appendices. I would ask for people to take a look at all that in the weeks.
So in that case, unless there's any serious objection, I'll recess for 1 week until 10 o'clock next Wednesday. The staff will again publish the remainder of the agenda and the attachments, and we'll re-adjourn 10 o'clock next week, Wednesday, unless there's any serious objection.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just so the public knows, if you recess, you're not required to take testimony because it's an ongoing meeting. Or are you going to take testimony so people know if they're going to sign up or not?
we've had testimony on item 4. We haven't had testimony on item 5.
Okay.
We just did.
We had item 4 was what we discussed with Ralph's letter and attachments. That was the discussion. Item 5, Mr. Osterkamp's report will have testimony at next week's meeting, the reconvening of this recessed meeting.
Chair, you're off
Mr.
a
Kemp
number.
is 6.
Yeah, you're
and-
off on a number. It's 5
Yeah.
and 6, not 4 and 5.
5 and 6, I'm sorry. I'm off. Thank you for your correction. That's a correct point of order. If there's nothing else, we'll see you next week and
Okay.
adjourn them and recess the meeting. Aloha.
Aloha.